In this extended video tutorial, I'm going to teach you step by step how to build an online course website. And this is what the website's going to look like right here. But hey, ladies, don't feel left out because we have a more female version of this website with more feminine looking colors. Of course, in the video, we're going to be building this one, but we're just all inclusive here in this video. Now, I don't want to spend or need to spend any time selling you on this concept of building an online course and an online course-based website. It's one of the hottest topics right now, and it has been for the past few years. In fact, I'm somewhat of an expert in building online courses and online course websites. As a matter of fact, here is my website at wpcrafter.com. I have an assortment of video training courses, and I have over 7,000 students in my training courses right here on all types of various topics. So when I say I kind of know what I'm doing and I kind of know what I'm talking about, I actually do. And you can see it through my example there on my website. By the way, my name is Adam from wpcrafter.com, where I make WordPress tutorial videos for non-techies. And if you're new here, I'd like you to consider clicking on that subscribe button, and to not miss anything, go ahead and click on the bell. Okay, this is going to be an extended video. I'm going to show you everything that you're going to learn in this video right now. I'm going to show you everything that we're going to create. But I want to take 1 minute to give you a little bit of background. I make a video series on creating online courses. I made one in 2006. I made one in 2007. And this is the 2008 version of how to do it. And I've learned each year how to make this process easier and more accessible and just a enjoyable process. I've learned a lot, and I am no doubt that this year you are going to be successful watching this video, implementing everything that I show you. You are going to be able to build a beautiful online course website. So let's take a look at what we're going to be building together in this video. So like I said, there's a more masculine version and here's a more feminine version. We're going to be going through the masculine version, but it's really just a difference in colors. So this video is for everybody. Okay, here is what the course sales page is going to look like. And this has always been a weakness, and this is actually the biggest weakness with all e-learning platforms like Teachable, Coursera. I mean, let's just go through the laundry list of these platforms. They're pages where you actually buy the course. They're rigid, they're ugly, and they don't do a great job of actually telling the story of your course and selling your course for you. We've solved that in this video. I'm going to show you how this problem is solved, and you're going to be able to sell your course in a beautiful format. And this is what we're going to build in this video tutorial, this beautiful sales page where we have a video, we have this area here where you can display some of the benefits of your course. We've got a buy button, we have info on you, we've got a beautiful design section here for student reviews, we have a beautiful area here for frequently asked questions, and then this final call to action to sign up for the course. You're going to be able to build beautiful sales pages for your courses like this. Now, if you have looked at any of the other hosted platforms that cost $100 to $500 per month, they don't have anything on this. They are ugly when it comes to actually signing up for the course. And you're going to get this all in this video. Here is what the sales page looks like, and also with those other platforms, the place where you actually pay, it looks pretty ugly. And if you look at this, you'd agree this looks very elegant and very beautiful. Okay, right here we have the page where when someone's actually enrolled in the course, this is what they're going to see. Now, you don't have to have this big image. I put it there, and we've got this course syllabus. We're going to be making this a little course in this video. I have it broken up into 2 sections in several videos. And then right here is a progress bar so people can see how they are progressing in the course. And then right here is what a lesson will look like. Now, I usually use video on all my lessons. You can have any type of content in your lessons. So I have this. I've got a nice big video area. Here's a box. They can mark the video complete, or right here they can go to the next lesson or the previous lesson. This year I went after elegance and simplicity, and I think I nailed it. So this is what the page is going to look like when someone wants to log into your website. They're going to have the option to log in or register, and there's some really cool features you're going to get, like being able to issue voucher codes. I love this. And then this is what the members dashboard is actually going to look like. It's going to show them all of their enrolled courses right here, and then everything's going to be organized nice and neatly right there. This is what we are building. Everything we're using is free. We're using WordPress, which is free. We're using a free WordPress theme. We're using a free learning management system. Now, there are some things in this video that if you purchase this here or there, it can add a little feature here or there, but none of that is actually necessary to make a beautiful online course website, and we're going to do that in this video. I just want you to know that I believe in you. I have no doubt that you can complete this. I know that you probably have this idea in your head, but you're maybe being held back by the technology. And that's why I made this video, so I can hold your hand through the process, walk you through the technology step by step. I'm going to help you through that so you can focus on your content and making your course the very best it can be. So hey, let's just go ahead and get started. All right, so let's go over everything that you can expect to learn in this tutorial. Now, first off, obviously, if you look at the length that this tutorial is, you're going to notice it's kind of a longer tutorial video. Now, I tend to speak at a methodical, easy to understand pace. However, one of the nice things about YouTube is their video player allows you to increase the playback speed. So if you find that maybe I'm talking a little slow for your taste, you can increase that playback speed. In fact, I watch my own videos back when I have to double check it at a faster speed. I tend to like watching it at the 1.25 speed, but many people watch these videos at a 2.0 speed. So essentially you can get through the video twice as fast. Now, the reason why the video is the length that it is because I'm not cutting any corners with you and I'm not taking any shortcuts. My goal is not to just teach you how to make the website I just showed you, but I want to teach you how to make any website that you want so that you will be fully equipped to be able to make the design fit your exact needs and exactly what you want in a website. And I'm not going to cut any corners with you. So I hope you can appreciate that I'm taking all the time to make sure that you have everything you need in this single video. So here's how this video is going to go down. First, I'm going to show you how to order a domain name and choose web hosting and get that all linked up. Then I'm going to show you how to install an SSL certificate. And this is where some videos people will cut corners. I will not cut a corner with you. You have to have an SSL certificate. It's going to be easy. You're going to learn how to do it in this video. You need that in order to accept payments on your website. And actually, you just need it, period, these days for various reasons. Then I'm going to show you how to get a logo created, choose a color palette, and also choose a font pair. And these are going to be the cornerstones of making your website yours, to have your personality and your brand in it. Then you're going to learn how to use WordPress and the page builder that we use for this website called Elementor. In the Elementor section of this video, that's where you're going to have unlocked for you the true potential of creating anything that you want with your website. Then we're going to learn how to use Lifter LMS, which is the learning management system. This is what's going to keep all your courses organized. It's going to allow you to sell your courses. It's going to allow you to sell course bundles. It's going to allow you to facilitate having students enroll and go through your courses in an orderly process. We're going to go through that. You're going to learn everything there is to learn about Lifter LMS. And then if we have enough time at the end of the video, you're going to learn the basics of search engine optimization. That's SEO. You're going to learn how to back up your website, and you're also going to learn how to secure your website. So let's go ahead and jump right on into it. So at this part of the tutorial, we're going to talk about website hosting. Now, even if you're familiar with website hosting, if you already have a website or you've had a website in the past, I don't want you to fast forward through this section because it's going to be worth your time to listen to this part of the tutorial about WordPress web hosting. And because most importantly, it's the most important decision for any website. If you choose the wrong web host, you are in for a world of hurt. And that's why it's so important to make the right decision with the web hosting company that you choose. And primarily, you're going to want to avoid certain companies. And you basically want to avoid EIG and GoDaddy companies. EIG stands for Endurance International Group, and they're a web hosting conglomerate. Some of the web hosting companies, I'm going to list them out here, just need to name a few that they own. They are really bad web hosts. And the scary part is you actually hear a lot of people suggesting these web hosts, and it's probably because they don't realize it or they're being paid a lot of money to suggest these web hosts. And it actually saddens me because I know people that go there have bad experiences, and the people that have used these services and said they had a great experience, then I ask the next question, are you monitoring the uptime? Are you checking the speed of your web host? And if you're not monitoring uptime, and if you're not checking the speed of your website, you really don't know if your host is any good. So some of these companies are HostGator, I'm sure you've heard of HostGator, Bluehost, and HostMonster, and there's a whole list of these EIG-owned companies, and you really want to avoid them if at all possible. They're known for gobbling up web hosting companies, laying off the support staff, and then consolidating everything, and then it all goes downhill from there. And also GoDaddy, I know a lot of people get their domain names at GoDaddy, and they're fine for that. I personally prefer a different company. However, their web hosting is bad. It is extremely, extremely bad, and their servers are overloaded. And what that means is they have so many customers on a single web server that it makes all of the websites slower. So that is what happens with GoDaddy. Now, if you have used either of these and you feel like you've had a good experience, I'm happy for you, but I would question if you are monitoring the uptime of the websites and if you're checking the website speed. So these are just just kind of the ones you want to avoid. Now, one of the biggest criteria in the web hosting company that you choose is they must support WordPress. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that you are allowed to use WordPress or it says WordPress someplace on their website. What I'm referring to is if you are in a situation with your WordPress website and you need help, that you can go to their support and they're not going to say, sorry, that's your deal. That's not us. You're going to have to figure that out on your own. That is what I mean by they must support WordPress. Their support staff must know how to support and be willing to support you with your WordPress-based websites. You'd be surprised. Most hosts are not going to help support your WordPress-based website. Now, a web hosting company is not liable for things that you do to massively break things. So, for example, if you set your WordPress password to the word password and then someone hacks into your account and destroys your website, that's not going to be their responsibility. That will be your responsibility. But if you need help, say you're having some kind of a problem with a plugin that you installed, you should be able to go to your web hosting company and they'll manually go in there and remove that plugin. Or you're having some kind of line of code that pops up and you don't know what that is, or you're having trouble installing something and you can go to them. That's what I'm talking about, is they must support WordPress. And this is why I don't recommend going with tiny little mom and pop neighborhood web hosting companies. And that's because they don't have the support staff to to be able to invest the time in giving you proper support, and they typically don't have a proper infrastructure to keep your website secure, to keep your website optimized. And next requirement is they must offer free SSL certificates. I said in the tutorial overview, you're going to learn how to install an SSL certificate on your website. And here's the thing. If your web hosting company does not provide them for free, you're probably going to pay anywhere between $30 and $100 per year per website for an SSL certificate. That's just, money that you don't have to spend if you choose the right web hosting company. So that kind of piggybacks back to Avoid EIG and GoDaddy companies. Well, those companies, you're going to be paying for SSL certificates, and it's going to get really expensive really quick. So it's better to choose a web hosting company that is going to give you a free SSL certificate, because you have to have an SSL certificate. You just have to these days. If you don't have an SSL certificate on your website and someone uses the Google Chrome web browser and they visit your website, it will say in the top bar where you put the website address, it will specifically say not secure. And you don't want someone visiting your website using that browser, which is the most popular web browser, and have it say not secure. That's just stuff that you don't need. Next thing I want to talk about is shared hosting versus managed hosting versus a VPS. Now, these are phrases that just get thrown out there, and there's a whole bunch of other phrases: cloud hosting, managed hosting, optimized hosting, all these different phrases. Now, I wish there was like some standardization with it. However, you're going to have web hosts that throw out all kinds of fancy phrases, so sometimes it might be hard to know what you're purchasing. So let me just try to sum it up in a nutshell. Your shared hosting is your hosting account's going to be on a server with other people who have their web hosting accounts on the server, and you guys all share resources. That's why it's called shared hosting. Now, good web hosts don't pack as many customers on a single server, because if they do that, it's going to affect everyone. So that's your shared hosting. So you are vulnerable if some other web hosting account on the same server starts to have problems. It can cause problems for other people. However, a good web host will be monitoring everything on the server, and they will stop problems before they happen. Then you have this next level called managed hosting, and this is a different hosting environment that is more optimized for WordPress. And sometimes they'll also bundle in additional services like backups, staging servers, things like that, automatic updates of your plugins in WordPress. And that's going to be your managed web hosting. It's going to cost more money, but for a lot of people, the performance gain will probably be worth it. And also the managed environment of making sure everything's updated, that might be worth it as well. Next is a VPS, which stands for Virtual Private Server. You don't hear it referred to as that these days. You more hear it referred to as a cloud hosting or something along those lines. Now, some web hosting providers use that cloud word the wrong way, but it's cloud web hosting. A lot of times your cloud web hosting, it's going to be completely unmanaged. You're completely on your own. You need to have a PhD in something called Linux in order to be able to make everything happen. It's not that it's impossible. It's not that there's not tools out there to make it easier to manage. You're going to have higher performance, but if you are new to web hosts, you do not want a VPS right now. That will be something when your website starts to get a ton of traffic and you need dedicated resources, you need ultra high performance, and you have someone there to take care of it for you. Now, I have a special website set up called ordernewhosting.com, and I want you to visit ordernewhosting.com, and that is where I've put together a list of web hosts that meet this criteria, and they're also very reputable companies and almost universally regarded as the best web hosting companies that there are. They're going to provide support for WordPress users. They're going to provide free SSL certificates. They're not going to overload their servers. And last, which is important, you can start out at the shared level of hosting. You're just getting started out. It's less expensive. And there's an upgrade path. You can go from shared to managed to VPS as your needs change. So here's what Order New Hosting looks like. I've got these recommendations right here. My top recommendation is InMotion Hosting. Now, what's nice about what I've set up on this page for you is I have a series of training courses. Now, these are paid training courses. Here's some on various page builders. Here's some on some of the common things you're going to want to do with your website. And here's my higher end courses right here. I have special packages where if you order from the hosts that I recommend and then send me a copy of your receipt, I'll actually give you free access to these courses so that you have all the tools that you need in order to be successful with your WordPress-based website. So with InMotion Hosting, you can see right here is the biggest offer. You're going to get a page builder course and these 3 other courses. All in all, it's worth almost $500. I'm also recommending A2 Hosting and SiteGround, and they're all going to be on this page. And over time, I'll probably expand on these recommended hosts as time goes on. So this page might look a little different when you come to it. So let's take a look at these web hosting companies and order a web hosting account. The first one we're going to look at right now is SiteGround. So on SiteGround's website, we can scroll down and you can see right here they have web hosting. And I'm going to go ahead and click on where it says learn more. And let's take a look at their plans right now. So they have 3 plans: Startup, Grow Big, Go Geek, and they all have different prices and they all have different things included. Now, SiteGround is an excellent web host. It also is the only one that I recommend that has metered hosting. And what metered hosting means is it's going to be limited to the amount of visitors per month, depending on the plan that you go with. So this plan right here for $3.95 per month is going to only be good for 10,000 visits monthly. So for me, I would definitely need this plan right here, which is for 100,000 visits per month. So you would be able to come here and decide which one would fit for you, but you have to keep in mind that it's metered web hosting. That isn't so bad depending on how much traffic you anticipate getting on your website, and that's how they can make sure that their service is high performance, but it is definitely something to consider. Next, we have A2 Hosting right here, and they have several different plans for you to choose from. Now, the higher priced plans, you're typically going to want those types of plans for e-commerce websites or maybe a learning management website, not your just basic brochure website, but your site that you're going to expect multiple people to be on and doing different things and staying on your website other than just reading. So you can choose one of these packages right here. What is nice about the Turbo package is right here, it says the Turbo package is going to be faster. And a lot of that is because it includes a plugin for WordPress that's going to make it run faster. And then right here, you can see they also have a managed web hosting plan right here. And this is they're going to give you a little bit more service with your website for you. Next is the web hosting company that we're going to actually set up in this tutorial video, and that is InMotion Hosting. I have lined up a 57% discount on these web hosting plans down here. And this is also the web hosting company where I'm going to be giving you the biggest or largest bonus right here of free courses. So here we are, and they have these 3 plans, and you could see that the lowest you could get this launch plan for is $295. Now, when you hover over the order button, it reveals how much it costs. So if you only wanted to get service for 1 year, it's going to be $4.49 times 12. If you wanted it for 2 years or 3 years, you can just easily do the math. You would just select the one that you wanted. So the launch plan is going to be good for one website. Actually, here, let me scroll down. Okay. See, I get some information wrong sometimes. Okay, so right here it says on the launch plan, you can host 2 websites. On the power plan, 6 websites. And on the pro plan, you can host unlimited websites. Okay, so these are the 3 plans that you can choose from. Now, they also do some really nice things. If you have a website someplace else, they'll migrate it for you. They also have all US-based support, which is very nice. They also have something very interesting. So if you're on this page and you go to web hosting, you can click right here. It says WordPress hosting. Now, this is something that they just launched. I want to say maybe like middle of 2017. So these are fairly new offerings for them. So this is WordPress optimized specific hosting. Your WordPress based website is going to run faster on this WordPress optimized hosting. And you can see the various plans that they have available here. These plans also are metered. However, it says suitable. It's not a hard cap requirement. So they're not going to be tracking how much traffic you get and telling you you have to upgrade. And so each of these plans, you can see some of the differences there. Now, what I like about InMotion hosting and all of these hosts is you can start small and work your way up. So for this video, this tutorial, I'm going to go ahead and start small because I know I can work my way up as soon as I start getting traction. So I can start on the launch plan and then work my way up to the power plan and then the pro plan, or just go straight for the managed WordPress hosting. Everybody's different. So if you're not price sensitive, you might want to start out with some of the managed WordPress hosting options right here if you're not price sensitive. But if you want to just start someplace, you can go ahead and start with the launch plan. I will say if you get this pro plan, it does come with additional resources for your web hosting account. But for this tutorial, we're going to choose the launch plan. So I'm going to go here to order now, and I'm going to go ahead and choose the 3-year option. That's going to get me the largest discount. Let's go ahead and click on that, and then it's going to open up in a new tab, and it's going to take me straight to their shopping cart. Okay, and through this checkout process, there might be some options or encouragement to upgrade to one of the other plans. You can choose that if you want, or just click on no thanks. So let's go through the order process really quick. So first thing is we're going to choose a data center. So if you are in Europe or Asia, you'd probably want to choose Washington. And if you're in the United States or Central or South America, you might want to choose Los Angeles. Honestly, it doesn't really matter as much as it would have maybe 10 years ago. However, if you're really concerned about this, and some people are, you might want to check out A2 hosting, which is the second host that I was talking about. However, you're going to most likely be perfectly fine with Washington or Los Angeles right here. Mine is currently in the Los Angeles data center. Next, you have the option of paying for a dedicated IP address. This isn't so needed these days. You can get it if you want. If you're going to have a website where you want a high-end paid SSL certificate, that there's certain certificates, like for example, you can see right now with InMotion hosting, I'm on their website and you see right where the URL is, it says InMotion hosting like that. Well, that's usually an indication of a more premium SSL certificate that's usually over $100, usually around $300 per year. It's called an EV certificate, and you would need a dedicated IP address for that. So if you're not a bank, then you probably don't need a dedicated IP address. So we'll leave that at no thank you. And then right here where it says Content Management System Auto Installer, let's go ahead and choose WordPress. And so what this means is after you order, it's automatically going to install WordPress for you. It's just one less step that you're going to have to do. Let's go ahead and click on continue. Now is where you would either order a new domain name, or you would connect in a domain name that you already have someplace else. So if you've already registered a domain name someplace else, like maybe at GoDaddy, or another popular one is called Namecheap, you would just go ahead and click right here where it says I already own this domain, and you would enter your domain name and then click on continue. What ends up happening is you order the hosting account, and then there is some instructions on how to point your domain name from wherever it is to your new web hosting account. Or you can just check right here and purchase a new domain. Now with InMotion Hosting, these are the only extensions that they support: .com, .net, .org, .biz, .info, .us. So if you're in the UK and you want an .eu, or you want one that's not on this list, I recommend going to namecheap.com to register your domain name. That being said, I recommend, if at all possible, to go with a .com domain name. I know nowadays there's .io and .co and all these things, and I think nothing will ever be as good as a .com domain name. So I'm going to go ahead and enter a domain name now. Now after you enter it, it's going to see if it's available, and if it is, it will let you proceed. If it's not available, it will let you know that, so that you can choose a different domain name. So I've gone ahead and entered Show the Demo 1. I know that that's available, and the actual domain name I'm going to use for this tutorial is Show the Demo. So then I'm going to go ahead and click on search, and it's going to check the availability, and this is when it lets me know that it's available. And then all I have to do is click on add to cart right here, and you could see right here it added the domain name, and the domain name is actually going to be free of charge. It's normally $15 per year, but it's going to give it to you for free. But it also added domain privacy, and it's up to you whether you want domain name privacy or not. So essentially, whenever you register a domain name, you have to have a valid name, address, and email address, contact information tied to that domain name. And it's public. Anyone can go and see that information. Or you can get domain privacy, and it's kind of like your info is just unlisted, and there's this domain privacy company's information there instead. Now, you're not totally private. I mean, it's private from public eyes. However, if there's a legal situation or anything like that, it is very easy and possible to send some important documents to the domain privacy company, and they will immediately give up your information. So it's more just to protect you from the casual person. So if you do want that, you can just click on continue. If you don't, you can just click on the X right here, and it will remove that and take your balance down to whatever it is. Now let's click on continue. And in this step, because I removed the domain privacy, it's just asking me one more time. That's okay. Persistence is actually a good thing. I'll go ahead and click on continue. And now it's going to take me to the billing section. And so what you'll want to do is enter in your email address here. So I've gone ahead and entered an email address. I'm going to click on continue, and it will take me off to the next step. Okay, so this is the step where you're going to enter in all your billing information. Now there's one important part to this, and that's right here where it says referred by, and it says optional. I'm asking you if you would enter WP Crafter. Now typically when you order, it will automatically know that you came through from my website, and when you do get your receipt, you can send it to me, and I'll get you those access to those courses that I promised you. However, sometimes it's just safer to put WP Crafter in here as well. That way there'll be written information there so they know that you came from my website. So you'll just go ahead and fill this out and scroll down. Now right here is the option to choose your payment method, and you can put in a credit card or a debit card. Now there's one glaring thing missing, and that is they don't have a PayPal option. So if your only way to pay for this web hosting account is via PayPal, it's actually okay. You can pick up the phone and call them, or you can contact their live support. So they have live chat on the website. You can say, hey, I want to order a new web hosting account, but I can only pay through PayPal, and they will set you up. Now, when you do it on the phone or you do it that way, just let them know that they have to put the order with WP Crafter and you'll be fine. So then once you enter all your information, click on review my order, then you can complete the order and you're going to get 2 emails from InMotion Hosting. And let me go through those now. Okay, so the first email you're going to get is your receipt. And this is what it looks like. I blurred out my information. I hope you don't mind. Now, this is what I need you to forward to me, offers at WP Crafter. I need you to forward this to me if you'd like access to that bonus package of courses. Just go ahead and send this off to me. Then what I do is I take it, I verify that you did purchase it through the link on my website, and then I'll be able to go ahead and send you access to the courses. So this is the first email that you're going to get, and then you're going to also get a second email. Here is that second email right here. Now, I will tell you that sometimes when you order a new web hosting account, the web hosting provider will want to call you before they create the account and verify that you actually did place this order. That happens. And so that might happen when you order a new hosting account. If not, you're going to get that receipt that I just showed you, and you're going to get this welcome email right here. Now, this welcome email has some important information in it. First, it's going to give you your login ID, which is really just the email address you used when you set up your account. But then you need to click this button that says to get started, set your password here. You need to click on that, and what it's going to do is it's going to take you over to InMotion Hosting's website, and it's going to allow you to create a password. Then once you've created the password, now you have your login and your password, and you're going to be able to log in. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account right now. And here I am logged in. Now, don't get rid of that email that you just got from InMotion that had the link to create your password, because when you scroll down on that email, it's going to actually have your WordPress login information. Okay, so now that you are logged into your web hosting account, let me just let you know, if you're using a different web host, a lot of times they're going to kind of look similar, and I'll get into that in a moment, so you could still follow along. Now, first thing we want to do when we first log in is we want to go ahead and right off the bat turn on that SSL certificate. So I need you to click on Manage Free Basic SSL Certificate. You'll click on this right here, and then what we're going to do, we just have to wait a sec. It's just analyzing your web hosting account to take a look at all the domain names on it. And then after a moment, it's going to show, your screen's going to look like this. Here on the right, you see it lists out the domain name. Now I'm just going to read this one important bit right here. It says, if your new domain is less than 4 hours old, or you have not pointed your existing domain's DNS to the account, we can't issue a free certificate. So just keep in mind, if it's a brand new domain name, you might need 4 hours to wait before this can be issued. All we need to do to turn on SSL is to click right here. It says off, and I'm going to do that, and it's going to turn on. And that's all there is to it. Now, an SSL certificate for free will be issued to you, and you'll be able to use that to start using your website in a secure environment. Okay, so let me go back. I'm going to go back a bit here. Now that we did that, and that was actually so easy, it's more complicated with other web hosts. Now what I want to do is show you where the main meat and potatoes of this control panel is going to be, and it's going to be right here. And it's going to say cPanel. Now, this is an industry standard thing, cPanel or control panel. So even though this is what InMotion's looks like, you're going to have the same thing with SiteGround, the same thing with A2 Hosting, the same thing with most of these shared web hosting providers. They're all using cPanel. With InMotion, if you chose the managed hosting, it's the same thing. It's going to be in this thing called cPanel. Now, there's a couple things I want to do before we log into WordPress for the first time. And the first thing I want to do is modify the WordPress site so that it knows we only want to use HTTPS, the SSL certificate, for the website. So I'm going to scroll down here and click right there where it says WordPress. and it's going to pull this up right here. Now, when you scroll down, you're going to see a list of all the WordPress installations that you have. Here is the one that was automatically created when we signed up for our web hosting account. And if you look at the URL right there, it shows HTTP, not HTTPS. And we just want to change that. And it's actually really easy to do. All we need to do is click on this little edit details icon right here. So let's do that now. And then it's going to pull up this screen right here. And the second option is URL. And we can actually change this. So I can click here and put an S like this. And oops, not SA. You want it to be correct. So now it's HTTPS. And this is exactly what we wanted. So now we can scroll down to the bottom of this page and save our details. Just click on the big blue button, save installation details like this. And now it says the installation details were edited successfully. That's perfect. So now let's click back here where it says cPanel. And now we're going to do two more things in cPanel. First, I want you to just double check. Now, if you're not using Emotion and you're using a different hosting account, you're going to want to do this as well. I want you to scroll down to where it says PHP configuration and click on this. Now, with InMotion Hosting, they started by default, which is a good thing, putting you on this thing called PHP 7. Now, if you have an old web hosting account someplace, chances are you're on an older PHP version. And what you're going to want to do is change this dropdown to PHP 7. And as time goes by, you might want to put it at PHP 7.1 or 7.2, but it's safe to leave it on PHP 7. Essentially, this setting is going to make your website run a whole heck of a lot faster. However, a lot of old web hosting companies, they put you on this old 5.6 version, and the reason they do that is for greater compatibility and less headaches for them if you run into a problem. However, that is a very old version, and if you just switch it to version 7, your website's going to load a lot quicker. Okay, so now that we verified that we're on PHP version 7, let's go ahead and click on Home, and that's going to take us to the home of the cPanel. Now, if you're ever looking for something in cPanel, you can just go ahead and enter it right here and it will pull it right up. And this is pretty universal. So what we want to do now is we want to create an email account that we're going to use later on the website. So let's go ahead and click on Email Accounts. Now, this control panel, like I said, cPanel is industry standard. If there was ever something that you wanted to learn how to do, you can do a search for example, how to create an email address in cPanel. And if you entered in that search, you will find instructions on how to do it. So just know that cPanel is what you have. It's what most web hosting accounts are based on, and there's lots of resources out there available to you. So now we're going to go ahead and create an email address. And this is going to be an email address that we're going to configure inside of WordPress. So when WordPress is sending out any important emails, this is the account that it's going to use. So on my website, I just use adam@wpcrafter.com. So you can make this email addresses whatever you want. You can have as many email addresses as you want, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and just start filling this out. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I'm going to create the email address adam@showthedemo.com. I've popped in a password, and here's the quota. You can make it unlimited or leave it at that. It's not going to be really something where I'm leaving a lot of email addresses there. I'm going to go ahead and click on Create Account right here. And it is going to, it already made my email address. So here you can see a list of my email addresses, and it's just this one right here. And what we can do if we want the settings for configuring this email account in an email program, or maybe something on your smartphone, or maybe a program you might have on your computer, just click right here where it says set up mail client like this, and then we just choose which program we're going to use. Or what I prefer is I just like to scroll down here and just grab the settings right here. Now we're going to use these settings later on. So I suggest you just make a note of it. So you already know the username. It's going to be your email address. You created the password. And then here is the incoming server and any kind of port information in the outgoing server and the port information for that. We're going to take this information later and we're going to plug this into our website. So it uses this email address when it sends outbound emails. So now we can just scroll up and click back onto cPanel. And this is really where you're going to configure everything related to your web hosting account is here in cPanel. You're mostly never going to use it though. You would just maybe create a new email account or something like that. There's really not a ton that you're going to do in here. So now let's log into WordPress for the first time. Now remember I said to hold on to that email that you were sent by Emotion to create your password. Well, I want you to pull it up right now and I'm going to pull mine up. So now I've just scrolled down a little bit and what this does is it says right here, log into the administrative dashboard, and this is actually for your WordPress website. You can go ahead and click on the link that is there where it says admin using your domain, and it lists your email, username, and password. You're going to use your email and this auto-generated password. This is your WordPress login. Don't worry about your password. I know it looks crazy. We're going to change that password here in a moment, but this is going to be your login information. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this domain name right here and start the login process. Now what you're going to do is you're going to copy it into your clipboard and then you're going to go ahead and paste it in right here. Now the only difference is you see how it says HTTP? Well, we want to change that and make it HTTPS. So just go ahead and enter an S right there and then hit on enter and it's going to take you straight to the login page. So now you can enter in your email address that you used to create your hosting account and we're going to paste in that crazy password. Okay, there's mine. So I'll just go ahead and click on log in and it will take me right on in. So now I am logged into WordPress for the first time. I just wanted to just stop for a moment and congratulate you. You are doing fantastic. So far, you've accomplished so much. You made a wise web hosting decision. You set up hosting a domain name and you set up an SSL certificate. And that's something that a lot of people have a trouble with, but you've already gone ahead and done that. And you have installed WordPress and you are ready for action. Great job. So now let's take a deeper look at what WordPress is so that when you're going into WordPress, we're going to go in a moment, you're going to feel more confident, you're going to feel more comfortable in this new tool that you're using. So first of all, I guess what most people describe WordPress is a content management system. So essentially, it just means it's a program that gets run on a server in the cloud that allows you to add content to it that you can then display on a website address. It's a content management system. And with WordPress, we're going to be creating pages. These are standard pages of content like a contact page, a services page. That's kind of content that stays the same. And then we also can create something called posts, or better known as blog posts. And this would be more information that is aligned with a date. So for a business, this could be maybe news or updates or some new information like that. But WordPress is not limited to that. You can also have other types of content. So in an e-commerce scenario, you would have products. If you're using WordPress for a learning management system, you might have courses and lessons. So even though out of the box, WordPress supports pages and posts, you can create any type of content in WordPress. It is extremely, extremely powerful. Now, the structure of a WordPress-based website, in any website, at the very top of a web page, you have what's called a header, and at the very bottom, you have a footer, and these two areas are typically identical on every single page or post or type of content that you're on or page you're on a particular website. The header stays the same, the footer stays the same. What's in between is the only thing that's different from page to page. So what is the anatomy of a header? You might have a logo and you might have a menu. And so in WordPress, we create menus and we can add a logo to the header and we create these headers. And the same goes for footer. The footer, that's the bottom of your web page. You can put all different types of information in there, maybe a mini contact form or a list of popular pieces of content on your website, however you want to use it. Next, on the anatomy of a WordPress-based website is you have the content area, and that's everything pretty much either below the header and above the footer, just kind of like a sandwich. It's kind of the meat right there in the middle. But then on some pages or posts on your website, you might want to have a sidebar that might have additional information, maybe other links, maybe another menu, and that might stay the same. Typically for a page, the entire content area, the entire area underneath the header and above the footer is just going to be for your content, edge to edge, top to bottom. Typically on a blog post, you'll see a sidebar, but you can have the sidebar on all types of different content in WordPress. Now, what people talk most about with regards to WordPress are WordPress themes and WordPress plugins. So essentially a WordPress theme is going to kind of be the framework of how your website will look on the front end of it. So not the back end where you're creating stuff, but on the front end, it's going to have all the styles and the layout and stuff like that in it. That's your theme. And there's thousands of themes to choose from. There's some you want. There's some you definitely don't want. And the same goes for plugins. What that is it's a little thing you can add, and it's going to add some kind of feature or functionality. A perfect example is by default, WordPress doesn't do e-commerce. By default, WordPress doesn't do an online course or learning management system. So what you do is you install a plugin to add those features. So for e-commerce, you add WooCommerce. For a learning management system, you can add LearnDash or Lifter LMS. And there's an entire ecosystem of companies building themes that you can buy and companies building plugins that you can buy. If you want to create a landing page, there's a plugin for that. If you want to turn your website into a membership website, there's a plugin for that. If you want to add online booking to your website, there's a plugin for that. And that is why WordPress is so powerful, is because of this plug-in system where you can easily add new features to your website. So let's go ahead and jump into a fresh installation, or this fresh installation of WordPress that we have right here. Now this is fresh and untouched, and there's a list of things I like to do when I first install WordPress. But right when you log in to WordPress for the first time, it takes you straight to the dashboard. Now I'm going to show you something real neat here that actually a lot of experienced users in WordPress don't even know. And the first thing is where it says screen options right here. So on the dashboard, we see all these bits of information here, and you might not care about any of this information and you might want it to disappear. Well, on all these different menu options here on the left that take you to different parts of WordPress, you have this screen options here. Let me just show you real quick what options it's given us for the dashboard. When I click on screen options, it reveals this panel, and I can enable or disable any of these if I don't want to see them again. So for example, this big welcome, or how about this at a glance? So I can go right here to where it says at a glance. I can click on the checkbox, bam, it disappeared. If I want it back, I can click on that. Now these screen options are all throughout WordPress, and it's one of those things that you might want to be aware of. So here's all of our menu options, and this is going to kind of tie into the presentation that I just gave, where I talked about a content management system. So right here is for creating those blog posts. Right here is for your media. If you want to upload an image or something like that, it's going to be right here where it says media. And here's where I can create a new page. Now, also with posts, you can allow people to leave comments. They're called blog comments, and they're all going to be right here. And then this tab right here that says appearance, this is where we're going to be able to choose a theme, and then we're going to be able to kind of start putting the pieces together of creating a menu, adding what's called widgets. Widgets are, if you wanted that thing I was talking about, a sidebar, you add these things called widgets to the sidebar and also to your footer. And then here's our menus, customize, and that's where we're going to go in and customize our theme. And then we have our plugins, which I talked about. You can install, see a list of installed plugins or add a new plugin right from within the interface. Now, to use the back end of WordPress, you have a user account, and we're going to go in here and set up our password and things like that. You can also have multiple users, and there's different types of roles that you can assign to these users that limit what they can do when they log into WordPress. Next, we have some general tools. You're really not going to be in here that much. This is just for importing data or exporting data. And then we have the settings panel right here. And this we are going to go through right now. We have general settings, writing, reading, discussion, media, and permalinks. So we actually need to go and tweak some of these settings that I like to tweak when I first log into WordPress. Now, what happens is when you add plugins to your website, these plugins may add menu items here. So these menu items will be on every WordPress-based websites, but some of them you're going to see additional listings here, additional menu items, and that's because when you add a plugin, it adds a new feature and it might add a menu item here. So with the e-commerce example, it will add a products menu item. For the learning management system example, it will add maybe something that says courses or lessons or the name of the plugin. So this is going to look different depending on what you have on your website. Now let me last explain what these red dots are. So you have a red dot here next to plugins, and it has a 1 right here next to updates, and then even up here. And these are indicators that there's something on your website that needs an update. And you're going to get 3 types of updates with WordPress, and it's very important that you stay on top of your WordPress-based website and make sure that these things are always up to date. You're going to have WordPress itself have updates, you're going to have your theme have an update, and you're going to have plugins have an update. Now, in this case, you can visually tell we have an update. It says 1 here, it says 1 here, but we can see right here it's an update to this plugin. And these are just some default things that are installed when you first install WordPress. Let me show you how to do an update, and then we're going to start cleaning out WordPress and we're going to reset the password. So you can click here or here to get to the same place. It's going to take you to the updates. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on updates, and this is going to list all of your plugins or themes that need updates. So right here, it'll list if there's a WordPress update. Right here, it'll list all your plugin updates, and right here, your theme updates. So I can click on this checkbox, and then I can click on Update Plugins. That's one way to do it. The other way is to click into plugins directly, and you can see a list of all of your plugins, and this will let you know this needs to be updated. And there's an easy button right here I can click on. I just did, and it's going to go ahead and update that plugin for me. It's very important to stay on top of updates. They can either add new features and functionality to your website, or they can also be adding security patches and updates to your website. So it's very important to stay up to date. So now let's go through the steps I like to follow when I first install WordPress. And first, when you click on posts and pages, right when you install WordPress, it's going to have some information in there that you may not want. So I don't want this default post. I can hover over it, click on trash. And what that's going to do is it's going to put it in something called the trash can. And you can see right here, trash has 1. So then I click on trash, and then I click this button here that says empty trash. And it's as simple as that. And the same thing for pages. I'm going to click on pages. It's going to have this sample page. I'm going to click on trash. And then I'm going to click right here where it says trash, and then I'm going to click on empty trash. I'll click on comments, but there isn't going to be any, and that's because comments are linked to posts. There was a comment in there, but since I deleted the post, it also deleted the comment. The next thing I like to do is go to settings and then click on general. And this is where we're going to set some general settings for our website. The first thing I like to set is my site title. So by default, typically when you do a fresh installation of WordPress, it's just going to say my blog. And this is where you'll want to maybe say something about what the website is about and maybe slip in some keyword phrases that someone might search into Google in order to find your website. You might want to put that information right there. For the tagline, I usually actually take that out, but you can have it if you want. But what's really important is for the email address, that this is a current email address that you're going to receive the emails. This is the email address that WordPress is going to use to notify you of updates and any administrative purpose. Next, I need you to go where it says time zone, and we want to put your proper time zone in here. And that's because if WordPress emails you and there's a timestamp, you want that timestamp to actually make sense because it's your time zone. So when you click on this, you can set it based off UTC, or if you scroll up, you're going to start seeing a list of city names broken up by country. So I would choose Los Angeles, and here's L, and I don't see Los Angeles. That's because I'm not in America, the section for America. So I need to just keep scrolling up until I find Los Angeles. And there it is, Los Angeles. You only have to do this once. And then I'm going to scroll down here and click on Save Changes. The next thing I like to do, and this is incredibly important, click on where it says permalinks. This is very, very important. This is how the links to the various pages on your website are going to look. You get to choose how they're going to look, and there's a way of doing it that everyone just needs to do. And that is to click right here where it says post name. So this is what your link is going to look like. It's going to be the name of your website and the title of whatever piece of content. This is much better link to give out, to reference, to have shown in Google than something like, your domain name, a bunch of numbers tied to a date, and then a piece of information like the title of your content. So just leave that on post name, scroll down, go ahead and click on Save Changes. Now let's take a look at your user account. So hover over to users. You can go straight to your account by clicking on your profile, or you can click on all users and you can see a list of users. So here is the user that was automatically created when I installed this WordPress-based website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Now I want to scroll down and show you some information right here. This is where you're going to change your password, change your email address, and also change or configure how your username will be shown on the front end. So there's different pieces of content where it might show the author. That would be like if you're writing a blog post and it shows the author. So by default, it's set to show this, and I probably don't want it to show this. So this is where I'll put what I want to show. This is typically what I enter, Adam at WP Crafter. Next, where it says display name publicly as, this is where you're going to want to change it to what you just entered in. And it also doesn't hurt to put your first name and last name in there. Next, scroll all the way down, and then right here is where you can change your password. So what you'll do is click on generate password. Now WordPress by default wants you to be very secure, and that is an insane looking password. You don't have to use that. You can enter in a different password right now and then click on update profile. So I'm going to do that because I don't like the auto-generated password. I want it to be a password that I'll know. Hey, word of caution, do not use an easy to guess password. It is a bad idea. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my password. Okay, so I've gone ahead and updated my password now. Here's some other things you can do if you wanted to change the color scheme back here. I like leaving it the way that it is so all my websites look the same. But if you wanted, it's your website, you can go ahead and choose a different color scheme if that's something that interested you. Now, your username is not something that WordPress in the user interface here lets you change. If you want to change your username, you can do that. There is a plugin that allows you to do it called Username Changer. In this part of the tutorial, you're going to see how to install plugins. So that would be something you would just search for and add if you wanted to change your username, or you can just be like me and use your email address as your username when you're logging in. You typically don't want certain easy to guess usernames. These would be usernames like admin or administrator or the domain name or something like that. You want to avoid that. So now let's take a look at themes. So I'll go to Appearance and I'll click on Themes, and this shows you a list of themes. Now these are the 3 themes that are installed by default. Depending on your web host, it might not have all 3. Let me show you how to delete a theme. You obviously only need the theme that you are using. So first, let me show you how to delete a theme. You can just click on where it says Theme Details, click on Delete, and then click on OK. Essentially, this is less files that are going to be on your web hosting account. So once again, click on Delete, confirm, and it will be gone. Now, let me show you how to add a new theme. So what you can do is click this button here that says Add New, and it's immediately going to take you over to the WordPress theme repository, but I like to just call it the WordPress theme directory. Now, these aren't the only themes available for WordPress. These are all free themes that you can download directly in WordPress, but you can also go and purchase WordPress themes anywhere on the internet, and they usually give you a file. Now, in those situations, you would just click on Upload Theme and then choose that file, and that's how you would install your theme. Now, let me tell you that there are tens of thousands of WordPress themes. There are a large amount of outdated themes, and there's a lot of just crummy WordPress themes. Also, there is this sort up here of popular, latest, and favorites. So if I click on popular, that's usually where you're going to start. Now, just because a theme is here in the popular, or it might be on the top 10 or something like that, that does not necessarily mean it's a great theme either. That could mean that they have a great marketing team that's out there spending tens of thousands of dollars per month so that people will know about the theme and install it. It does not. It's just because you're in this popular list, it's not an indicator that the theme is actually any good. And if you wanted to install a theme, all you would have to do is click on, you can hover over it and click on Install, and then it will go ahead and install that WordPress theme for you. And now when I click back on themes, you can see I just installed this WordPress theme. The same is pretty much for plugins. If I click on plugins, we're going to see a list of my plugins. Now, these are installed by default. Some hosts do, some hosts don't. This is how you delete plugins. I can click on delete and then confirm it, and now that plugin is gone. I can activate a plugin, just click on activate, and then you can see the color of it's going to change to that blue, and that's how you know this is an activated plugin. But then if I don't want it, I can click on deactivate, and then I can click on delete and confirm, and now that plugin is gone. Now if I want to add a new plugin, I can click on Add New, and it's the same thing that went with themes. There are free plugins that are listed right here, but there's also ones outside of here that you could purchase and then upload. And the same goes what I described with themes, that just because you're in this featured list, that doesn't mean it's any good. Just because it's in the popular list does not mean it's any good. Typically with plugins, you're going to do searches. So you're going to click right here and you're going to do a search for your plugins or categories. Typically, you're going to want to get recommended plugins, and I have a whole series of plugins that I recommend for all different things that you would need. But one thing to point out is what you see right here is not necessarily the best. So the same goes with themes. If I see a plugin I like, I can click on install now. It's going to download that plugin to my WordPress website. I can click on activate if I want. I don't want to. I can click back to installed plugins, and then I can delete that plugin if I want to. In this case, I definitely do. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is most of the appearance side of your website that is going to be dependent upon your theme is going to be in this item here called the customizer. It's a different interface in WordPress that you're going to be using in order to access all of the options that your theme may give you. So if I click on customize like this, it's going to take me into this thing called the customizer. So you're going to hear me reference the customizer often. And here's all the style settings that are related to your theme, your colors, your fonts, putting in a logo, all the various options of how things look. And what's also nice is you have these controls right here to see how your website looks on a tablet and to see how your website looks on a mobile device. And it just shrinks it like that. And this is how it looks on a tablet, and back to the desktop like this. This is also an alternative location where you can create menus if you wanted to. And then when you've made any changes, you can click on the publish button, and that makes your changes now live. So to get out of the customizer, you would just click on this X right here. You're back into WordPress. One thing that's interesting with WordPress is there's always more than one way to do the same thing. So you saw you could create a menu in the customizer, but you can also create a menu right here underneath appearance. Click on menus, and here's our interface to create a new menu. And this right here is the default menu that is created when I installed WordPress. These are menu items. Here's the list of the various menus. It's real simple. You create a menu, you put your items in the menu, and then you assign the menu to a location. So you can assign it to the top, the header area, or into a footer. It all depends on the options that your theme gives you. You can rearrange things just like this. You can stack one menu item underneath another menu item. I can see what I want to add. If I wanted to add this homepage, I can click that, click on add to menu, and now I've added that. I can reorder it. It's really flexible, this menu structure. And the last important thing to take a look at is this thing called widgets. And what widgets are is, when I was explaining, WordPress has these things called sidebars. Well, this is where you would add content to those sidebars. And also, when I said WordPress has footers, this is where you're going to add content to those footers. You're going to do it through these things called widgets. So here are the widget areas. So we have the sidebar, we have the footer, and one and footer two. Now these are different based upon your theme. So this is your entire footer is split into two sections, footer one and footer two. And these are widgets. These are all just there by default. And what you can do is you can click on any widget like this, and you can delete it if you want by clicking that. And now my widget is gone. If I want to add a new widget, here's my widget options right here. If I wanted to add a navigation menu, I can just drag and drop that right there, and then choose my menu, and then click on save. And I've added content to the footer. And the same goes for all of these widgets. Plugins will add widget options, and also themes will add additional widget options in widget locations. So just think of widgets as how you add content to other areas that the theme controls, in the header, maybe the sidebar or the footer. It just depends on your theme. So the last thing to do is to go right here and click on Visit Site, and we're going to be able to see what this WordPress-based website looks like right now. This is just running the default theme, and it's set up the default way just like this. Now, I'm not a big fan of this theme. So that is basically what WordPress is. It's a content management system where you create pages, posts, and other types of content. You have the header, the footer, and menus that your theme controls, and those usually stay the same on every page. You have the content area, which changes from page to page, and you have a sidebar, and what dictates the style is your WordPress theme, and there's free ones and paid ones. And to add features to your website, you would add plugins. So now's where the fun begins. We're going to go ahead and install a theme, and we're going to install the plugins that we're going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Appearance. I'm going to choose Themes, and then right here I'm going to click on Add New, and then I'm going to click on, actually we don't need to click on Popular. Let's just do a search for it. Enter Astra, A-S-T-R-A. And it's going to pull it up right here. Don't worry if the thumbnail image looks different when you're doing it. It's because they update it from time to time. I'm going to go ahead and click on Install. And then after that, I'm going to go ahead and click on the Activate option. Here it is. Click on Activate. And now we have our first theme installed and activated. That's actually interesting. The thumbnail already changed. That's hilarious. Now it's a good idea to always keep a separate theme, so you'll have another one in case you're troubleshooting a problem. You can always switch to it. So we don't need 3 themes here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this 2016 theme, and I showed you how to do that in the prior portion of this video. So now that is done, let's go ahead and click on Plugins, and we should have the list of plugins all deleted, the default ones that came with this. Let's go ahead and click on Add New. Now these are in no particular order. So first let's type in Astra Sites. Here it is. Let's go ahead and click on Install Now. And it's just going to take a moment to download. And on this one, we're going to go ahead and actually activate it right now. We're not going to do that for all of the plugins we install. So now I'm going to go to Add New again, and this time I'm going to put in a plugin named Really Simple SSL. Now what this plugin does, and you can see it's on a ton of websites, what this plugin does is it will make sure when someone goes to our website that they're pushed to the SSL version of it. So they'll go to, if they enter in HTTP and then the website, this will make sure they actually get redirected to the HTTPS, the secure version of your website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Install Now. I'm not going to activate that one just yet. Now, the next plugin that I want to install is named iTheme Security. Here it is. This is a plugin that's going to keep your website safe from any kind of hacker that might try to break into it. It's going to protect the login form. It's going to do all kinds of great security related things. So I'm going to click on Install Now, and this is another one where we're not going to activate it just yet. Next, we're going to add Updrafts, and that's UPDRAFTS. And this is going to be our backup plugin. And what this does, it's so awesome. When it makes a backup, you can have it send it to Dropbox or some off-site location. And that's what I love about it. I use it with Dropbox. You can get a free Dropbox account. And when it makes its backup, it'll be right there in your Dropbox. And then you have the extra added protection if your Dropbox pushes files to your computer. Now you have a backup of your website in all these different locations. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Install Now. And this is another one that we're going to go through setting up later in the tutorial. Okay, now we're going to install a plugin named Yoast. Well, I think it's actually called WordPress SEO, but it used to be named Yoast. And if you enter in Yoast, it'll pull right up. YOAST. Now, this is an SEO search engine optimization plugin. It's really one of those essential plugins to have on your website, and it makes it your website fully optimized for search engine ranking. Obviously, you have to go in and do a bunch of things, but this allows you to actually do it. And we're going to touch on that towards the end of this tutorial. Go ahead and click on Install Now. Next, we're going to put in that email sending plugin. So do a search for SMTP. So when you enter in SMTP, we're going to go with this one right here, WP Mail SMTP by WP Forms. So go ahead and click on Install Now for this one. And now let's go ahead and take a look at our list of installed plugins. And you can see everything that we've done so far. So we have Astra Starter Sites, and that's active. We want that. We're going to do the security later, the backup later, the SMTP for sending emails later, and we'll do Yoast, our SEO plugin, later. What I want you to do now, though, is click on Activate for Really Simple SSL. We're going to go ahead and activate this, and what this is going to do is fully enable your website to force everyone onto the SSL certificate for encryption. This is essential for any kind of e-commerce or just any kind of website. You have to be on a SSL certificate these days. Or, like I said earlier, you see where it says secure? If you don't have an SSL certificate, Google's going to say not secure, and that's not what you want with your website. So go ahead and click right here where it says go ahead, activate SSL. We'll give it a moment to do its thing. Now, when you do that, the next thing you click on, you're going to have to re-log in. So if I click on dashboard, it's going to make me or force me to re-log in, which is okay. It's only the first time you activate that plugin, and pretty much once it's activated on your website, you're not going to touch it again. So right now, why don't you log back in to your website? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on log in. It's going to put me right back inside, and I am all good. You should see this message that says SSL activated, and that's going to let you know that you are good to go. You can get rid of this message so you don't have to see it anymore by clicking on the X right here off to the right, and you are all set. So now is where all the fun begins. We are going to get this site all set up. So if you remember just prior in the video, we installed the plugin called Astra Sites. And of course, we also installed the Astra theme. So let's go to the options for Astra Sites. It's going to be found under Appearance, and then you'll see it right here, Astra Sites. Now, just a disclaimer here, from time to time, Astra might change something here or there, and I'm sure you'll still be able to find it by the time you're watching this video if they did happen to make any changes to anything, but maybe they'll move it underneath Astra here. I think they'll probably stick to just Astra Sites right here though. All right, so first thing is we need to choose the page builder that we're going to be using, and for this tutorial and for most of the tutorials on my channel these days, we're using a tool called Elementor, and that's the one I want you to select now. So when we select it, it's going to show us all of these website designs that can be set up on this website with just a few mouse clicks in just a few minutes time. So here on the top happen to be 3 that are ideal for creating an online course website. However, any of these website designs that you see will work perfectly fine with the learning management system. They're all set up for it. Now, there are some of these sites that say agency right there, and these sites are only available to those who have purchased the Astra Agency package for their website. So for free, you can restore any of the ones that don't have the agency badge on it. And these are the 2 we're looking at right here. Let's just go ahead and look at some of the differences. So here is the one that you would normally pay for. So I'm going to click on Details and Preview, and you can see it looks pretty darn amazing. And it's all fully set up. Now that's great and all, but for this tutorial video, we're going to actually choose this one. Now, everything you're going to learn in this video can apply to any of them. So if you're scrolling down and you think to yourself, I really like the style that is right here, or in this one, or in this one, or in this one, I'm going to give you an independent knowledge of the page building tool Elementor and an independent knowledge of the learning management system, and you can use what you learn on any of these. So these two are actually very similar. This one has a color palette more designed for women. Let's take a look at this really quick. This is not the one we're going to go through, but it's pretty much the same exact design. The only thing different is the colors. And you'll see there's a full menu and separate pages. Everything's going to be put together for us. But this is the one we're going to choose. So I'm going to click on Details and Preview, and it's going to pull up the website right here. And it's a full site. I can click on all these different pages. Now, all we need to do is first click this button here that says Install Plugins, and it's just going to do everything for us. It's going to install this contact form plugin, and then it's going to install the page builder that we're going to be using in this tutorial. It's called Elementor. So now that that's done, all we have to do is click on this button that says import this site. It's going to import all of the images and the page templates, and it's going to set everything up for us, the menu, everything. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that right now. It gives us this initial warning. You really just want to do this on a fresh WordPress installation. So if you try to do this on an existing site, it may cause some problems. So we don't have that problem here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on OK and let it do its thing. Okay, for me, that literally took less than 30 seconds, which is very, very good. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the X, and that's going to close that. And now I'm going to open up the website here in a new tab. So I'm going to click on View Site, and check this out. You have a beautiful website already, and here it is. This is the home page right here. And then we have this About page right here. And then we have a ebooks page. If you want it, if you want to sell ebooks on your website, we have this separate page for that right here. And we have a spot here for courses. And then we have this beautiful blog section right here. We're going to be changing the style of this in a moment. And then we have this contact page with this contact form right here. So before I go through showing you how to totally change everything and have full control over all the aspects of this site, I want to first spend a little bit of time on teaching you how to create or get a logo created, choose a color palette, and then also choose a font pair. And with those, we will take that and we will start customizing this website. All right, so first we're going to figure out what colors that you want for your website. Now, typically you're going to want 2 or 3 colors. So your first color you're going to want to identify is going to be your primary color. And this is the color that's going to be predominantly used on your website. And this would probably be used maybe 60% of the time or 70% of the time on your website. And the second color is going to be your accent color. So sometimes you might want the color of a headline to be a different color, and so this could be your accent color. And there's various times you might want to use an accent color, and it would be just different than your primary color. And then as an option, you could also choose a third color, which I like to call your pop color, and this would be the color that is going to be different than your primary and your accent, and it's going to be a color that would attract someone's eyes to, and you would probably use this on where you want their eyes to go. So typically like a button, right? So you would make your button this color because you want people's eyes to gravitate over to that button so they know where they need to go next. So here is a website called Colors, and that's spelled COOLORS.co, and you can go here and they've got a lot of great color palettes. So if I click on Explore, it will show you a variety of color palettes. Now, the way colors are interpreted in WordPress or pretty much anything that is design oriented is with a hex code. So every single color has a unique hex code, and this is the code you would copy and you're going to paste it in certain locations in WordPress, and that's how it's going to know the exact color that you want to use is with these various hex codes. Wow, look at this. Like every color seems to have that yellow on it. That's interesting. Look at that. I wonder what's going on there. So, for example, I can go ahead and click on, say, this color palette right here. And I would go ahead, I would click on View, and you would see the colors right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. Yeah, this is new. Let me get rid of that. Okay, here we go. So here is the colors in that color palette, and you see how you have this pound sign and then these 6 characters. That is going to be your hex code, and it's going to be numbers and letters. And so if I use this code right here in WordPress in certain locations, it's going to show this exact color. And so what we need to do is get these various hex codes. I actually like this color combination. This right here with this. I bet if you used this color as your primary color, this as maybe your accent color, and then this is your pop color, it'd be a really interesting color palette. So what you would do then is you would just copy these hex codes into your clipboard, and we'll be using those momentarily. Now there are more websites than just colors. In order to find color palettes, you can go to Google and do a search for color palettes, and you can definitely see the many different websites for that. Another tool that I use, I'm using Google Chrome, and I recommend using Google Chrome if you're doing any kind of website stuff, because there's a couple neat tools in it. And the first one I want to introduce you to is right here. It is called ColorZilla. Now, if you go to Google and do a search for ColorZilla, the first result will be this right here. And what Chrome does is it allows you to add these things called extensions that allows your browser to do more stuff. So you would go ahead and click the button right here, and it will add this to your web browser. And this is what you'll see. It's right here. It's kind of hard to maybe see. If I hover over it, it says ColorZilla. When I click on it, it allows me to identify any color on a particular page. So for example, let me go back to that color palette right here. So obviously I know what the color palettes are, but say you're on a website and you really like a particular color or a shade of a color, and you thought, maybe I want to use a very similar color. So you would take ColorZilla, you would click right there, choose Pick Color from Page, and now you have this black box that showed up, and you can hover over different colors on that page, and you'll see in that black box it will identify what the hex code is. And so all you would have to do, so say I like this little blue right here, I can hover over it. There I have the blue. If I click on my mouse, now it copies the hex code into the clipboard of your computer, and you can paste that into a notepad. So this is how you can go to a website that you like, and you might like the color scheme that they've chosen, and you can use a similar color scheme or test out a similar color scheme. So I want you to go ahead and pick out a primary color and an accent color, and give some consideration of the pop color that you may want to use. Now, since you're new to web building, you might want to just stick with the default colors that we restored. You might want to just use black or something like that. And then later on, as you're thinking about doing more with your website, then you can start playing around with these various colors. But it's the process of choosing different colors is what will really make your website unique to you and your brand. Next, we need to look for fonts. And so here's a great website I like. It's called fontpair.co. I love this site. So essentially, with your WordPress-based website, you're going to be able to customize the fonts. Now, the way this works is you'll typically have 2 or 3, it's kind of similar to the colors, right? You're typically going to have 2 or 3 different fonts. So you're going to have one font that will usually be for your headline, and you might also want to use that same font for your menu. And then you're going to have a body font. So that's the body of the website. You're going to have a different font for that. You can have the same font or the same font family. That's fine. But you typically have the opportunity to have two different fonts there. And then sometimes you might want, I actually don't have I haven't coined a cool phrase for it yet, but there's that third font. And a lot of times when you're on a website and you see a certain section of it where it might be cursive or something, and that would be a starkly different font. And that could be your third font. I guess I coined the term pop color. Maybe that's your pop font as well. So what I like about this website is it shows you all these different font combinations that work well together that are immediately going to be available in your WordPress site. And it's just a matter of choosing it from a drop down. So when I scroll down, this is what each one will typically say. It'll say the name of one font and the name of another font. So the headline here is Cabin, and the body text right here is Old Standard TT. So you'll just want to find a font combo that you like and then remember the name, maybe write it down in a notepad because we'll be configuring WordPress with that. So here's another font combo, and you can just scroll down. This is a really classic one, Josephine Sands. That's the headline. Now, you don't have to go with how they are pairing it. You can, if you like one headline and one body font that aren't necessarily paired here, that's fine. This just gives you an opportunity to see what they look like. Montserrat, this used to be very popular, but it's lost its popularity. Right now, what's really popular, Merriweather is very popular, and that's for the text right here. That actually looks good. I might change my website to that. Another very popular one is this Playfair display. Let me show you if I can find that here as a headline. Let's see, I'm just scrolling down. So you get the point. You can come here and see what you like and the different things with the different fonts, how they look together. I'm not seeing Playfair. Maybe if I just did a search on the page, but you get the point. You'll want to come to a site like this and go ahead and pick out a pair of fonts that you really like. Now let me show you another way of identifying fonts that you like, and that is similar with the colors. There's another Google Chrome extension called What Font. I used to say what the font. I don't know why I always say that, but it's just called What Font, and you can go to Google and search for What Font, and it will take you here, and you can add this to Chrome, and it adds this little font option right here. So if I go back to this page, I can click on that, and what it does is now when I move my mouse cursor over any font, it tells me what it is. So it says right here, this is Montserrat, and when you click on it, it shows you the name of the font, if it's bold or normal, and then it's going to tell you the size. I don't know why it's not showing me the size right there. So let's scroll down. This one's showing me the size. So I can click right here and I can see it's the average font. That's the name of the font, and I can see the size. And this is helpful when you're on various websites and you think, man, I really like that font or that font combination. Well, you can use this web browser extension, What Font, and go and see what the names of these fonts are so that you can test them out on your website. So you're definitely going to want to choose a font. I think choosing a color combination and a font combination that's unique to you and your brand are the two biggest things you can do to really make your website your own and really make it stand out. So your assignment right now is to go pick out some colors and to go pick out some font pairs. Now, the best thing is none of these are set in stone. So when you're setting them up on your website, if you change your mind later, it's going to be super easy to change later as well. I know for me, I'm in the process of changing some of the fonts on my website, but it's pretty fun and it's very powerful to be able to very easily change these fonts, and I'll be showing you that here in a moment. Okay, now it's time to talk about getting a logo for your website. Now, a logo is not a requirement, but it's certainly something that is going to make your website and your brand more memorable. Now, I went to Google and I did a search for free logo, and I spent some time going through some of these websites, and actually a lot of them are really bad. They're either not really free or they're very low quality. Now, I did find one that is interesting, and I do want to talk about it. And it's canva.com. You've probably already heard of Canva. So I'm going to go ahead and open this in a new tab. But before I go into Canva, I'm going to go ahead and show you some paid options for getting a logo. Now, one of the places that a lot of people go to, I actually don't like the service personally, but I do know a lot of people that have gone there for logo designs, is 99 Designs. And the way this works is you're not hiring a designer to design your logo directly. You're actually starting something called a logo design competition, where you say, here's the requirements of my logo. I'm just clicking on pricing right now. Here's the requirements of my logo. And if you are interested in making this logo, go ahead and make a design, submit your design, and out of everyone that comes up with a design, I'm going to choose a winner, and I'm going to pay that winner $2.99 for this plan, $4.99 for this plan. So essentially, the higher you guarantee you're going to pay, the more people that are going to be interested in taking a risk of their time and coming up with a design and submitting it. And you work back and forth with them to get it perfect for you. So they essentially have these three packages here. You have the $2.99, and they're saying you can expect to get 30 designs. And each plan goes back like that. They do have this money back guarantee. I would read up on it before if you're interested in this. I don't really think it's quite so simple to get your money back from one of these services. I haven't personally used 99 Designs, and I've seen plenty of people come up with some really just lousy web designs using 99 Designs, but it's worth a shot if that interests you. Another marketplace for design work is Fiverr. Now, Fiverr is also very risky. There's things you could do to minimize your risk. Essentially, if you're not familiar with Fiverr, it started out as a website where people could say, I will do this for $5. Now, it's grown way past that since then, for sure. And it's a marketplace where now people can charge what they want to charge, even though it's still called the Fiverr. So when you go to Fiverr, and that's with 2 R's, Fiverr, I'm going to link to it in the video description box. You can do a search here for logo design. I think if I scroll down, it should give me an option. Oh, here it is, logo design. So, or you could just search for logo design. I actually like this. They recently added this where they can try to find the right designers that you might be interested in. So it's kind of reduced logo design into 3 different choices. So first you would choose one of these. So if you wanted a kind of a flat design, you'd click on here. Then you choose what you want to pay or what your budget is, the 5 to 25 to 30 to 100 or greater. And so this is gonna filter out the designers that don't offer design work in that price range. And you can start seeing some of the designers here. So let's choose the $30 to $100. And then the last one is the speed at which you want it. So if you need it fast in up to 3 days, go ahead and click on here. And so it's going to show you all these logo designers that are meeting these requirements that you just set up. So you can click on any one of these. I'll just go ahead and click on this one. I'm not endorsing this person. I've never seen it before. I'm getting the pop-up to join. I don't want to join. Let me get away. Okay, there we go. So typically right here, the logo designer is going to show you some of their work. Now you have to be careful when you're looking at someone's work because there's no proof that it's someone's work, right? They could be putting any logos here and you wouldn't even know. Now, once you start getting here, you see how this pop-up came? It's like someone's review and how long ago it was reviewed, 6 days ago. This is when you actually get to see their real work. So if I scrolled across and I saw what they're actually creating for people, then you can decide if this is a designer that you want. So far, I'm not really impressed with this designer. Now let's scroll down. So typically, all of these Fiverr sellers are going to have multiple packages, and they tell you what you get in each package, and each package is going to have a different price, and they'll have a breakdown. A lot of times, it involves the source file. You're going to want this thing called the source file, and so with most designers, the first and cheapest package will not get you that source file, but the middle or the most expensive package will. And typically the difference between the middle and the most expensive package, people are typically going to have this social media kit, which I don't think is really that necessary these days, and especially a stationary design, that's not really that necessary. Here's another big differentiator in people's different packages is how many design concepts I'll give you, 1, 2, and 4. And here is the delivery time. You want to pay attention to that. And what you want to do is you want to go with a designer that is going to say something like this: 100% satisfaction guarantee. So essentially what that means is one of two things. Either one, they're going to stick with you with all the back and forth communication in order to make sure they make the design for you that you want. Or it could mean that if you're just not happy, they'll go ahead and kick you out a refund. So I do like it when people have some kind of a satisfaction guarantee that they'll offer you a refund if they are not who they say they are. Now, here is the biggest problem that I have experienced with Fiverr. Yeah, you can get some designs kicked out, but what these people are not is they're not like branding people. So they're not sitting there because they're just grinding through these designs, right? They're not sitting there thinking, okay, let me get an understanding of the brand. Let me get an understanding of the business. Let me get an understanding of who they are and what they're doing. This is something that you don't usually get in one of these Fiverr gigs. They're just taking a word in the name or a word in what you say the description of the business is, and they're just trying to crank out a design as fast as possible. That's not to say you can't get some really nice design work done on Fiverr. I'm just saying that has been my personal experience. And lastly, for a designer, you can see right here how many orders they have in their queue. So this designer right here has 17 orders ahead of you. So this just gives you an idea of their workload and how long you can expect to wait for your work to be done. But for me, I'll tell you, you can probably get some good results. Just make sure you know the package you're getting and go with people that have good ratings, a lot of ratings, have recent work that you kind of like their design style, people that will stand by their work and offer you a refund if you're not happy. And also communication is pretty important as well. You want someone that will understand you and understand your business. So that is Fiverr. Let me go back to Canva. Now, Canva is a web-based service for making different graphics and designs, and I was actually surprised when I went to Canva and I saw that they also have logos there, and I thought, wow, this would be a great way to get an inexpensive logo. Now, there's pros and cons with it. So for free, you can use any of these logo designs. Let me see if I can scroll down if this is the page that actually had them. So look at some of these logo designs, and you'd use these as a starting point. And I'm like, man, a lot of these are nicer than what you just saw on Fiverr, right? I mean, these are great, and these would be kind of like starting points, and they've got a lot of them. These are just a few of them. They've got tons and tons of these logos that are starting points. The only thing is, and when you want to export that logo, if you're not on a paid Canva plan, you don't get the high resolution logo that you may want. And you also, more importantly, don't get a transparent version. They want you to get this thing called Canva Pro, which actually is kind of worth it. It's, I think, like $10 per month. Let me see if there's a link down here for it. I'm not seeing it. I think it's $10 per month, and they will let you have the first month for free. So technically you can go in and start designing a logo if you like it, and then maybe sign up for the pro, and then you can cancel it before you have to pay for it. That's a thought. So let me just log in here with my account. It's free to create an account. Let me log in with my account and go ahead and show you this logo thing. Okay, so I'm logged into my account, and you can see I was already playing around with some of these logos here. So when I first log in, I see this here. It says create a design, and these are the different things that you can design. and I'm going to go ahead and click on logo right here, and it's going to open me up in a new tab. I'm just doing this to show you some of the designs. So you can see right off the bat that some of these designs here, they're actually very nice. I mean, you can get something that works just perfectly for what you're trying to do, and it's very inexpensive. It's free, or if you wanted that transparent version, you can go ahead and pay or sign up. We'll see what the cost is here in a moment. So I'm going to scroll down and let's just choose something real quick. You can also do a search. So I'm just going to do a scroll like this and see what I can see. I'm going to see something that fits the space. Now, it's also important to note with logos, if it's going to be a wide logo, you typically don't want really tall logos. You want a more wide logo, something like this right here. It's going to usually fit better in a website header than something really tall like this. So that's another thing you definitely want to keep an eye out for. All right, so far I haven't seen something I like. Actually, this right here is pretty cool. You probably would want to change that image right there. This is actually really cool right here as well. I like the typography. This is nice. Let's just go ahead and choose one here and get started with it. So, okay, I'm going to choose a basic one, and it's this one right here. I'll go ahead and click on it, and then what it does is it places it right in here, and then you can literally change this to whatever you wanted. So I can click right here on the letter. Let me highlight it and change it to a C. There we go. And then right here I can highlight this and type crafter, just like that. So if I wanted to do that, I could. And then for this, I can go click on it, and then off to the right, I can kind of tighten that in a little bit. Or let's see, maybe I need to just move it over. There we go. It's moved. And then I can change this text to whatever tagline I may want. And then for the color, I think I can just go ahead and click this box, and you can see here's the color. And if I click on that, I can choose a different color, and then that's kind of like my green. And you can see I almost already have a really nice looking logo here. So probably one of the things I should do is come out with some kind of a longer tutorial video on using Canva. Now we have this design, and you could see how quick it was to make. Let me get rid of this realty group. I'm going to highlight it, and let's see, I'm going to click on it, and then here's a little trash can on the top right. And there we go. I've got a nice looking logo. I'm happy with it. So now what you would do is you'd go ahead and click on download. And when you change, this is the option you want, this transparent background, and you can't get it. And this is what I was saying, that you need the paid version in order to get that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this learn more and see. Okay, so here it is. It says right here you would need to sign up for the pro version of Canva, but look at this. You get a 30-day free trial. So you could literally come in here, make a beautiful logo, and then, decide to keep it or not keep it, and you don't end up paying anything. So I'm going to click on that. Okay, so here we go. This is the pricing that I wanted to see. So I guess you need a credit card, but you'll have to remember to cancel it. But I bet you don't have to call. You can cancel it in the web-based interface. So you could literally go here, sign up for the monthly $12.95. And then, cancel it. If you don't see yourself continuing using it, you could still have your logo with the transparent background. And it even says right here that they will remind you 3 days before your trial ends. So this is something to think about. If you want a logo and you definitely need a transparent background for it, would be to go here. So I'm just going to go ahead and download it right now. It pops this up, but there are so many beautiful logo templates in here. I think the logos templates in here are better than the actual logos that we saw a moment ago on Fiverr. And what it does is all your designs, it saves them all, and you can at any time go and change them or reuse them or do whatever you want. Okay, it downloaded. I'm closing this, but it's just be fun. I like looking in here just for logo inspiration. I mean, you can get an excellent logo for a restaurant, for any kind of a local business, for a religious organization, a band. You can come in here and they've probably got a template that's almost a perfect starting point for just about anything. I mean, these are really nice designs and they've really nailed it. And so that's why when I went here and I searched for free logo and I came across Canva, which I've used before, I was really impressed that they do logos now, and probably most people aren't aware of that. So anyways, take some time and figure out what you're going to do with the logo, whether you have a designer, you already have a logo, whether you're going to go the inexpensive route and use Canva or just hire someone on Fiverr. You're definitely going to want to go ahead and have a logo created. And a lot of times the color scheme that your designer comes up with in the logo would be the colors you use on your website, or vice versa. If you're using Canva on your own and you have already chosen some colors for your color palette, you might want to use those in your logo. So this is all I have for you on creating a logo. Okay, so now we're at the part of the tutorial where we are going to start customizing the theme. And remember, the theme controls your header and your menus and your footer and those little widget deals there in the footer, and it controls some of your font styles and your overall colors. And that's also where we're going to put our logo in. So let's just go ahead and jump on into this. So with pretty much any WordPress theme, all these settings are going to go into something called the customizer, and there's lots of different ways to get into the customizer. The most traditional way is just to go underneath appearance and then choose customize. But if you're already on the front end of your website, and this right here is your admin bar, many times on a page, there'll be a customize option right there. So you can get to it that way as well. So I'm going to go to appearance and then customize. It's going to just open up in a new frame where we have your website on the right, and we have a series of setting panels here on the left. Now, this is one of the things I like the most about the Astra theme, is they've organized all these various options in a very logical, easy to navigate way. So first, let's take a look at site identity, and this is where you're going to put your logo in. So there's two different formats for your logo. There's the normal size, and then there's double size. And double size is known as the Retina version of your logo. So essentially what that means is people that are using high resolution monitors or mobile devices, it's going to use this higher resolution version of your logo. So you're going to want two formats. You're going to want the normal size, and then you're going to want one that's double the size, and you're going to put it right here. Now, you don't have to worry if your logo size is a little too large, because there's this option right here where you can control the width of your logo, and you can also change this based upon whether someone's viewing your website on a desktop or a mobile device. So with this, we can just start going like here, and you can see what's going to happen is the logo's starting to get smaller. And this is how you're going to control or be able to set the size of your logo after you've already uploaded it if it's too big. A lot of times what I've noticed is people tend to upload logos that are too large, and this is a real simple, easy way to make sure it looks exactly how you want it on your website. So I actually kind of like it a little tighter like that. So right here's a reset. So I can click on that and it's going to show me how it looks normally, but we can tighten that up a little bit. I think I like that maybe at just a little tighter, maybe at 200. Like that. And you can also just go here and enter the number or move this up or down. I kind of like it a little tighter like that, but it's totally up to you how you set yours up. So to actually put your logo in, you'd go ahead and click on remove, and then right here you would click on select logo, and then you would just drag and drop your logo right on in there. So I just dragged and dropped this C logo that I use on my website. Now when you get to this spot right here, you're going to want to click on skip cropping. So by default, WordPress wants you to change the size. It's just some old feature of WordPress that needs to go away. We're going to click on skip cropping, and then bam, there is my logo. Now remember, I just showed you how you have control over the width, and this is a perfect example of using that feature like here. See, there we go. It's a lot tighter like that. You see how perfect that looks now because you have this easy control. Now, what is really neat about the Astra theme is if you don't have your logo like this with the image and then your text, that's okay. Astra has you covered because right here I can check on this box and I can have it show my site title. In fact, I can make the site title look however I want it to look. Now, you could say, that doesn't look right. I don't really want my site title underneath the logo. Well, that's when you would check right here where it says inline logo site title. Watch what happens when I check this box. I go like that, and there it is. Now the text is off to the right of your logo. And it's as simple as that. And in the font settings, you'll be able to change that some as well to get that to look how you would want it to look. And also, if you wanted to have one of those, they're called favicons. Those are those little icons that your web browser will pull. So if someone has your website and a bunch of websites open in different tabs, a little icon deal, you can set that right here. You would just click on select image. Heck, I can choose the same image if I wanted to. Click on select and do a skip cropping. And now my favicon is set and it's showing you how this will look in someone's web browser. So I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And let's go ahead and reset that logo right here. So I'm going to undo what I did just like that. I'm going to remove. I'm going to do a set logo right here and scroll down to where that logo was. And I believe it's right here. Actually, it looks like this is it right there. Okay, click on select logo, do a skip crop, and we are going to be back to how it was. Let me go like this. And we are back to where we were. And that's how easy it is to make this logo look exactly how you want it to look and also get that favicon in there. As a matter of fact, let me put that favicon in there, that little blue circle bit, and it's right here. That's going to be perfect. I'm going to do a skip crop. Oh, it didn't even bother me. And there it is. See how good it looks right there? So it's going to look very professional. All right, so let's go ahead and click on back. And so that's your site identity. Next, we're going to look at the layout options. Now, there's going to be layout options for the container. We're actually going to tweak that setting later in the video. But let's look at some of the settings options for the container up here, the header area. So when I click on that, we by default have these three different header options. So this is your traditional one with the logo on the left and your menu on the right. But if you wanted it where the logo was on the top and the menu was underneath it, you could do that as well. It was just one mouse click. If you live in a country where you traditionally have your website from right to left, well, here is right to left. The logo's on the right and you have the menu there on the left. So I'm going to go back to this format, your traditional format, just like that. Now we also have some options of what to put off to the right of this menu, and it says custom menu item. So we can click here and select on search and watch what happens. There's going to be a new little search option right here. This little icon's covering it, but it's right there. And you can also put a bit of text if you want, or a widget, and we'll look at some of those options more later. On my website, I have these search enabled. I like that a lot. But right now I'm going to go ahead and choose none. And down here is the option for on a mobile device to have a label for the menu. So if I click on this icon right here, it's going to show me how the website looks on a mobile device. And it has this hamburger icon right here. I can go ahead and enter a label right here if I wanted. And I can also change how the header looks on a mobile device. So this is the default. It's called inline. And here is the other option, which is stack. And that's just going to put the menu icon underneath the logo on a mobile device. So I'm going to go back to inline and I'm going to click on this desktop here to get back to the desktop view. This right here is just the tablet view. All right, and that is our header options right there. And we're going to set these blog options later in the video. Now we also have the footer options right here. So when I scroll all the way down, you see this website is not using a footer. This right here is referred to as the footer bar. And then there's a footer area we could add here, and we can put different columns and different things in it. So if I clicked on footer widgets, you can see right now we have it disabled. If you wanted it, you can click right here, and now you have these different widget areas here, and you can put menus in there. You can put a contact form in there. You can put links to certain pages that you would go to a lot, or you'd want to make sure all your visitors are aware of. So I'm going to go back to disable. I just wanted you to know that that was there as an option for you. Lastly, we have the footer bar here at the bottom, and this is where you're going to change the copyright credit. So right now it's set to say copyright. It's set to show the current year and the site title. That's how come it says my blog. So you can go ahead and you can set that to something specific if you wanted, or just leave it pulling in the site title. And then here's an option to show some credits right here if you wanted to. We can actually just go ahead like that and take that out, and it's just going to say copyright my blog. Now here off to the right, it's showing custom text as well, but we could go ahead and choose a menu if we wanted. This is a good location to have some disclosures and various things like that. So I know on my website, that's how I use this footer area. I have a copyright on the left, and then I have a menu here on the right, and you can just choose footer menu and then choose the menu that you want. We actually have to assign a menu to this location, and it will show it all right there. So I'm going to switch this back to custom text like that, and we are going to move on. But that's something where you definitely want to put a footer menu with some disclosures on your website. Okay, so that's going to be our layout options right here. The next thing is colors and background. Let me go ahead and scroll on up to the top. First, let's take a look at base colors. So if you notice in this website right here, it's predominantly using this blue. And this, well, you can easily change the color by clicking on select color and just pasting in your hex code. Remember when we just prior talked about choosing a color palette and we talked about hex codes? Well, this is where you could pop your hex code in to fully and completely change the color and the feel of this website. Now, what I like about the Astra theme is what you put here carries over into all aspects of your website. So these are automatically going to pull on in and get pushed into your learning management system as well. So I can go ahead and fully change everything by just maybe going like that and letting go. Obviously, this isn't the color palette I would choose, and you can see the colors change up here in the menu, and probably in the footer we have some things changing as well. So this is the primary color right here. Let me go back to the default one. And also you can set your text color right here and your link hover color and your background color. We're actually going to change that background color when we're setting up the learning management system. Okay, and then we can also change the colors of the footer bar. So we can change our text color there and our link color there and all of that. That's this area right here if you wanted to change that. So these are the color options. And then we have typography options, and these are going to be our fonts. And we covered selecting a font pair, so we can click on base typography, and right here you can set the font family to whatever you want based upon the options that you chose in the choosing a font pair. And right here you can also choose the overall font size. You can increase it or decrease it. It's completely up to you. Now right down here is where you're going to put your heading font in. So that's your font pair, right? The body content and then your headings. And this is where you're going to put your heading font right here. And then the font weight, which is the thickness. And that's how you're going to load in your typography. And that's what I like about Astra. Again, the simplicity. You just put your body fonts, you put your headline font, and Astra will take care of the rest for you. Okay, let's look at some content options right here. And these are going to be the sizes of the headings. And so this is a heading right here, and you can choose the size that you want. Now, whenever you see an option in the customizer that has this little icon, that means there's going to be a separate setting option based upon the mobile device. So when you click it, you can choose to have a different size for your heading. So this makes sure that your website looks beautiful on every single device. And so that's going to be the fonts for your headings. Then here are some fonts for blog posts, and it's the sizes as well. And also these are for your post and page titles, and you have full control over this as well. So you get plenty of font options, but the options are very simple and easy to plug in and put together. This is really cool. This is buttons. So you have this overall button styling. So you'd also want to put your primary colors in here, or whatever colors that you wanted for your buttons and your hover color. So you pretty much, with every button, you always have 4 colors. So you have the normal color of the text, and then when you're hovering over it, that color of text. And then you have your background color when you are not hovered over, and then the hover background color. This is really neat right here. You can add a rounded corners to your buttons, and these are really going to come into play when we are looking at the learning management system in a moment, tweaking this out. But I usually like to set the radius of my buttons to a 5. It kind of rounds out the corners a little bit. We might touch this a moment when we are looking at the learning management system. Okay, so that's your buttons right here. And then in the customizer, this is where you're going to set up your menus. So this is automatically created for us as a main menu. So when I click on it right here, you can see all of our menu items. If you want to add a new menu item, you could click right here, just like this, and add a new menu item for maybe a page or a post that you may have created. And let me uncheck that. And you can also easily rearrange items. So if I wanted courses to be the second item, watch what happens when I let go. It automatically moved on the front end of the site. It's that easy. And then if I wanted to say move one item underneath another like this, I can just do that and watch, see what happens. eBooks is now under courses, and it's perfectly styled with this nice arrow right there, and everything just looks perfect. That's not what I want though, so I'm going to go ahead and put that back, and I'm going to put that back. But do you see how easy it is to work with WordPress and to create these menus? There's nothing to be afraid of. Now here as well is where you can set that footer menu. So you'd most likely want to create a new menu and then assign it to the footer. If you wanted a footer menu down here for disclosures and different pages like that. So what I usually do is I set up all my disclosure pages, my terms of service page, all the various disclosures, any FTC disclosures, all of it. And I also like to put a link to a sitemap all down here in the footer. So you can go ahead and create a footer menu and assign it just like that. And then we have widgets. This is going to be more for the sidebar. We'll probably look at this. Actually, here, let me show you what that is right now. So if I go to the blog, this right here are your sidebar widgets. So if I click on widgets and then I click on main sidebar, these are what is right here. So if I wanted to get rid of something, I could just go like this and click on remove, and it just disappeared. Although there's a better way to work with widgets that I'll show you later on when we are setting up the learning management system. Okay, so let me go back just like that. And then right here is where you tell WordPress which page is your home page that you've created, which page is going to be your list of blog posts. And then lastly is additional CSS. This is where you can put little snippets of code. We're going to need to put that in a moment. But this is where you're going to put these little snippets of code that are going to modify the way your website looks or do various things like that. And I definitely have some in this video tutorial for the learning management system. So once you're done with everything, all you have to do is click on that publish button and all of your changes will go live. I'm not going to do that. Let me get out of here and I'm going to click on OK. It's going to kick me out of the customizer. Now, I was telling you about there's a better place for widgets. Well, we have that right here. And when you click on it, we have our various widget areas. Now, once I install the learning management system, there'll be additional widget areas that appear that we're going to go through. And here's also an alternative way to get to menus as well, to set up menus and also to assign a menu to the footer location. So that's all there is really to customizing the Astra theme. You saw it's very easy to go in there and set your logo and your colors and your typography and your menus. And it's really easy to work with WordPress menus and control the exact order of all the links in your menus on the front end of your website. So these are all the options that come with the free version of Astra. You can see it's very powerful for a theme that is being offered for free. It is extremely simple to use. Now, they also have a professional version that we're going to take a look at right now. So now let's take a quick look at the Astra Pro option and what it can do for you with your learning management website. So to get to the Astra website, visit wpcrafter.com/Astra. Now that link's actually going to take you over to my website, and I'm going to tell you some free training courses that you would normally have to pay for, but if you did want to purchase the Astra theme, I'm going to give those to you as a bonus. You'll get all that information at wpcrafter.com/Astra. And so here is their website. So I'm going to go to a specific spot on their website that talks about the Lifter LMS, the Learning Management System integration, and then we'll look at all the other various features of the Astra theme. Okay, so I'm in their documents. So they actually have really good documentation for the websites underneath support and then documentation. And here's the documentation for the paid version of Astra and what it's going to do for the learning management. So I'm going to scroll down here and it's a good reference to go through all of the main features. So the first thing it's going to do right here is give you options with your grid. So if you are going to have more than one course, by default, it's going to show these 3 courses in a row, but you'll get options right here to control it. So you can also control how it's going to look on a mobile device, and you can do the same thing for memberships if you're going to have those. You see how this now has 4 columns. So by default, it's going to be 3, but you can have control with Astra. So that's a neat feature. That's not the big thing though yet. So let's keep scrolling down. Here's one very big thing, I think, and this is distraction-free checkout. So what this does is it creates a different checkout experience that removes and eliminates distractions so people can just stay focused on checking out. And this is essentially eliminating and removing any kind of menu options or footer options and just showing you the checkout and the checkout only. Okay, now here's a really cool one, and I use this on my website. You get this option to have for the membership dashboard to have your options displayed vertically instead of horizontally. So in this tutorial, we're going to create the members dashboard, and it's going to be it's going to be horizontal. Another nice thing is it allows you to have these icons, but I think that's actually in the free version, the icons. It's just, this gives you this cleaner interface of having everything vertical like this. Okay. Now this is going to make more sense when we're going through the Lifter LMS portion of this tutorial, but it's going to give you visibility options for everything. So when you set up your courses and your lessons, there's all these different data pieces in there, and this gives you easy check boxes to have certain pieces that you don't want visible to be disappeared. And you can set things for the student view or the visitor view. A good example of this is when you go on my website and you look at the course page, it's hiding certain things unless you're enrolled in the course. And some of those things it's hiding is the course syllabus. That's the list of all of the lessons in the course. There's no reason for someone to be able to see that unless they're actually enrolled in the course. And so that's one of the things that this plugin will allow you to do. And that's one practical example of how you use it. And here's some more options as well right here. So as I scroll down, it's just showing you more of those different data points as I scroll down here, that it gives you the options to just one click and it would be disappearing. Okay, so here is where it gets kind of fun. Remember a moment ago where I showed you the header options and I showed you the 3 different header styles, and I said there's that area off to the right where I usually have the search icon. Well, when you have Astra Pro, you can choose to show the avatar image of the student that is actually logged into your site. And I really like this feature. It really gives it that custom pro feel to me to have someone's avatar actually show there. I really like that a lot. Now, as I scroll down, here is another feature right here. I guess it's not really showing it right here. Okay, so this right here is called distraction-free learning. So what this means is you can set it so when someone's in the learning experience, meaning they're inside of your lessons, that it makes it distraction-free as well. It will hide that menu for you, so all the person sees is the lesson content and then their avatar image in the top right. And when they click on that little avatar image, it'll just take them back to the members dashboard. We already went through the button settings. This is in the free version, so this isn't specific to the paid version. So those are some of the specific features that come with Astra Pro that are just specific to the learning management system. But there's a whole lot more that comes with the professional version of Astra. So let's first take a look at the price here. So we're in this tutorial video, we've been using the free version. At the end of the video, I'll put the Pro version on to show you the difference of how it looks. And here is how much Astra Pro costs. It's just $59 and you can have that. Now, if you wanted those different templates that I showed you, remember I showed you a different one, that would be in the agency bundle right here. Okay, and this is going to come with a ton of features. So I'm going to click on see all features. It's going to scroll me down. So here are the features that come with the Pro version. And probably the best thing about the Pro version is just you are supporting the developer. They have poured so much into the free version of this theme, and they're fine and they're happy if you could use that to make something awesome for yourself. However, when you go ahead and purchase the theme, it's showing support, financial support to the developer so that they can use that and those resources to make it even better. And it also gets you paid support, and it also gets you all of these great things. So I'm just going to run through them really quick. So you get transparent headers, you get sticky headers. That's where the header sticks when someone scrolls down the page. I actually don't like sticky headers, and I don't use sticky headers, but a lot of people like sticky headers, and that's fine. Okay, page headers. This is actually a really neat feature. I think I might demonstrate this towards the end of the video, this feature right here, but it allows you to take the title of a page and show it in a really nice, elegant way underneath the header where the menu is and all that. More color controls. So you saw the color controls just a moment ago, but you get more color options with the paid version of Astra. You get more typography options. Custom layouts is an amazing, amazing add-on. I need to make a specific video on this. I'm not going to have time to touch on it in this video, but it allows you to do some really neat things with your website. Essentially, there's all these little spots on your website where you can just kind of inject things that you create. A perfect example, you go to a website and then they have their header, and at the very top there's a banner and it says we have a sale going on and there's a countdown timer. You can do that kind of stuff with this custom layouts. You can do so much more. That's just one example of what you can do. You have more footer widget options. You can have that scroll to top little icon on the bottom right hovering on your website. You have more header locations, so you can have more dynamic header options. This is actually kind of interesting if you want to unlock some various header options. You can white label it. I never really see the value in this, but if you're making websites for someone else, you might want to white label it so they don't think, oh, this guy just went and bought this Astra thing and I can do the same thing. And, you know, what did I pay him $3,000 for? So this allows you to actually white label it so they will never see, your client will never see who actually makes what they're using. Okay, additional blog layouts, additional site layouts, and this is more for that content container. This is actually pretty neat in the lesson context, so you're going to be able to make some different lesson layouts with this extension right here. WooCommerce, this is going to be an option for selling your courses and any kind of merch that you might have. Merch is that trendy word for, you know, merchandise. So you can sell that with WooCommerce. The Astra theme has the best WooCommerce integration that I have seen. I even made a full video on it. Okay. More header design, spacing control. This just came out. This is actually so helpful, and I'm going to actually show you how to use the spacing control. So essentially, every aspect of the website where there's spacing around elements, you're going to have these options to modify the spacing, and I'll show you what I mean when I install the Pro version of Astra, but that's going to be after we set everything else up. And so actually this says coming soon, but it actually has already come. And then the mega menu, that is coming soon as well. That's when you hover over a menu item and then kind of a panel will reveal and you can have additional bits of information in there. So that's Astra. Just visit wpcrafter.com/Astra. Now, like I said, I'm going to install the Pro version at the end of this video and just enable some of the features so that you can see what is possible. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and get the pro version of Astra today. I'm not pushing that on you or saying that. It does help the developer. But see, the beauty of this entire tutorial is you can start wherever you are. So some people, they can start, right with Astra Pro and maybe Elementor Pro, and they can start with those professional tools. But if you don't have the ability to do that, you're going to still be able to start with the free version of Astra and the free version of Elementor, and you're going to have everything that I showed you in the beginning of this video, and there's nothing going to be lacking. So these are just upgrade paths that are available to you if that is something that you want to move forward with. And maybe you don't have the resources now. Maybe you start selling some courses and start making some money with your online course website. And then you can start maybe making these tiny little investments to make your website even better. But I want you to know I love Astra. I use Astra on my website. I was their very first user. A lot of the ideas that I have for a theme for WordPress have actually gone into this Astra theme. It is rock solid and it's just a fantastic deal. All right, now it is time to learn how to use Elementor. And we're going to start off from scratch, and at the end of this section of the tutorial, you're going to have a vast understanding of what a page builder is and how to use it to build what you want to build. So first, let's just figure out and talk about what Elementor is. So technically, it's a page builder for WordPress. Page builder means it's a tool that's going to allow you to easily, through an interface, build out the page of your website for each individual page. And the reason we use Elementor is because there's really no easier way to build web pages because there is no coding required. Now, prior to tools like Elementor, if you wanted to build a website, you had to know how to write all different types of code. And that just was a unique skill set that only certain people had. So you'd have to go out and hire someone to build a website for you. With a tool like Elementor, you don't have to know any code. There's no coding required to build a web page. Now, there are some best practices, and you're going to learn all of that in this video, and some concepts. You're going to learn all of that. But the point is, you don't need to have an education in coding. You don't have to have any experience in coding. You don't even really have to be a technical person in order to build a website that you're going to be thrilled to have. So there's this transition from manually coding out websites to using tools like Elementor on top of WordPress to build amazing websites. People don't really hand code anymore. They're now using tools like Elementor. Now, Elementor is going to be used to create the content that's going to be below the header of your website and above the footer of your website. That is called your container area of any web page, and you're going to use Elementor for that part of your website. So let's talk about something called page structure. So right here you see an image of what my website looks like, and we're going to go through in this tutorial how this is done and the page structure that goes into building something like this. So let's talk about what Elementor does. Essentially, it's going to allow you to create separate containers on a page. Now, just think of it like a container that might be in your house. You have this container and you can put things in that container, and you can have different container styles. You can actually put some items in a container and then take that container and then put it in another container. So when we're looking at your page and the page structure, it's simply just a series of containers. Now, the phrase that you're going to hear me say over and over again, and the terminology that Elementor uses, they're called sections. So you have these section containers. Now your section container can have a unique background to it, maybe an image or a video, or maybe an image and kind of a color that kind of blends over it called a gradient, maybe just a solid color. These are called backgrounds that you can add to this section container. And then this section container is going to have different spacing called margins and padding. And you're going to hear me talk about that a lot. Margin is the space outside of a container. Padding is the space inside of the container. It's very simple if you just think of it on those terms. Margin is the outside space. Padding is the inside space. A big part of web design is spacing everything that you have on your web page. Margin and padding, you're going to come to understand that very good. Now, your section can have columns in it. And so it can be 1 column or 2 column or 3 columns. You can have any number of columns inside the section container. However, a column is kind of a container in its own, and it can have its own unique background, and it can have its own unique margins and paddings. So if you had a section container and it had a solid black background, and then you had 2 column containers in there, and the column 1, you wanted it to be a green background, and the second column, you wanted it to be a purple background. Columns can have their own backgrounds, margin and padding the spacing. Then there's the items that you put into these containers, and those I refer to as modules or elements or widgets. You're going to really hear those 3 terms used interchangeably. So if I say you're going to put this module in, or this element in, or this widget in, you're going to hear those 3 phrases. They're typically referring to these things called modules. So there's like a headline module. There's a text box module. There's an image module. There's a video module. There's all these different things. They're modules, elements, widgets. Use all those words interchangeably when we're looking at Elementor. So now let's go back and look at my website, my web page again that I showed you a moment ago. Let's take a look at it again, but keeping this concept in mind of containers, sections, columns, modules, and all of that. So here is the first part of my website, and this right here is what? It's the header. Now, Elementor right now is not used to create headers. Of course, in the future, they're going to open up that functionality, but today your header is best created with your theme. Remember how I said earlier in this part of the tutorial that Elementor, you use it for the container, and that's all the content underneath your header and above your footer. So this right here is my header, and it's done with my theme. Let's look at the next part. This is a container. It's its own separate container, and you can see some of the properties of this section container, or it has a white background. It's a kind of a basic container. Now, when you look at this container, how many columns does it look like it has in it? It has 2, right? On the right side, you see a picture of me. On the left side, you see some text and some icons. Those are separate column containers. And now let's figure out what modules are actually in these column containers. On the right, you have an image, and it's just an image of me. On the left, you have some text and some icons. So you can start to look at this page of mine and start identifying these separate sections and what is going into building this page. So let's take a look at the next one. And this is a separate section, and it has a green background. And the element that I have in here, remember I say modules, elements, widgets. I'm going to use all 3 phrases. They all mean the same thing. All I have is a headline in there. Let's look at the next one. This is a separate section, and this one actually contains my social media icons. 1 container, the section, 1 column, and it has the social media icons in it. And the last part from the screenshot is this section as well, and it has 3 columns here, and you can see some differences. Each column, part of it is an image, some text, and it has a white background. You see that there? There's this white background. And so this is another section on my website. So let's take these concepts for a moment. We'll get out of the presentation and we'll actually start working with Elementor right now. And I think all of this is just going to start coming together and make complete and total sense. So here I have just a demo website that already has some Elementor pages built with it. So when you first install Elementor, it's going to, and activate it, it's going to add some options right here, an option panel. So these are the back end setting options for Elementor. Now, obviously, when we're inside of a page, there's different settings there. So these are more administrative. So I'm going to go ahead and click right here, and you have these options. You have library. So I'm going to show you in a moment how you are able to save these section containers, and you can save them here, or entire pages that you've built. You can save them into this library, and it will make it very easy to reuse it on other parts of your website. You can also export and import section templates or full page templates. But let's go ahead here and take a look at the settings panel. Now right here is the options of the areas of WordPress where we're able to have Elementor work, and that is by default pages and posts right here. The more you add to your website and it creates different content types, there might be additional options here. Now, here are some restrictions on user roles. This goes into WordPress and the user account system. If you just have one login to your website, then you don't need to bother with this setting right here. But if you have a website with multiple different user types logging in, you have some control over who can use Elementor on your website. Next right here is to disable default colors and fonts. So if you enable this, colors will be pulled from your WordPress theme. And if you disable this, the fonts will be pulled from your WordPress theme. Now you can do that. Some people really prefer to do that, and there's some reasons why that is actually a helpful thing. It makes it easier if you want to change colors in the future, or if you want to change fonts in the future. I will say though that even on my website that I'm extensively using Elementor on, I don't have these checked, but these are some people's preferences. Okay, so then we have these tabs up here still in this settings option. Let's go ahead and click on style and see some of these style options. So here we can set our generic font. I never use that option right there. Here is the content width, and it's set to 1200. So this is going to be how wide the content area is on your website. This would go in line with your theme and your themes setting. This is interesting. I would recommend leaving this, and this is going to be the spacing between widgets. So we talked about containers, and they have these widgets, elements, modules in it. This is how much spacing will be between them. You could set this to 0 if you wanted to manually enter that in, or just leave it here at 20. Now, the next two options really have to do with your theme and integrating this with your theme. Most people will not need to change anything here, but if you're using a theme with Elementor that doesn't support Elementor, you might need to set these so that you can get it to work properly. And here you have an option if you're going to use certain images where you want someone to click on it and have that image pop up. You kind of see that in a portfolio type of page or some kind of a photo collage or photo showcase where you might want images where you click on it for it to open up in a pop-up. Let's take a look at some of our advanced settings right here. Now, you're pretty much not going to ever need to go to these settings, but right here, we're going to leave the CSS print method to external file. Now, this is something that's good to know. It says switch editor loader method. Some web hosts may have trouble loading Elementor. In that case, you can come in here and enable this option right here. I haven't been in a situation where I have needed to enable it, but this option is here for a reason. And it's good just to know that it is there if you're having trouble getting into the Elementor editor. So now let's go ahead and click on tools, and we're going to see some tools here that it's good to be aware of. So first, this one right here, regenerate files. This is if you're looking at the front end of your website and you just created a page with Elementor and something's just not looking right. You can come in here and just as a troubleshooting measure, click right here where it says regenerate files. Now, Elementor has a template library and it will automatically sync, but there's also this manual option to click on this button to initiate a sync. So what happens is they will release new templates for free and also in the pro version in this library. And you might want to, or maybe you're in a situation where something new is not showing and you can force it to sync. Next, let's click on Replace URL. This is very useful if you are building a website and at some point you need to migrate it to a different domain name, or if you started using your website without using an SSL certificate and then you wanted to switch to using an SSL certificate. This will update the URL for you. Just put the old one, put the new one, and then click on Replace URL. Whatever you do, make sure you have a backup before you do it because it's not so easy to switch back if there's a problem. Next is version control. Now, what happens with WordPress plugins like Elementor is from time to time, well, with Elementor, it's pretty regularly, they release updates. And so they'll push out a new version. If you happen to have any problems with a new version that is released, you can come here, click this button, and it will just revert you back to the prior version. And this is good to know if you're ever in a pinch and you're wondering if an update caused a problem for you. Right here, and I probably wouldn't recommend this depending on your skill level, but this might be good if you have a testing setup, but this will enable beta releases to be delivered to you as an update. So you can leave it on disabled. Now for me, I like it enabled because I want to test future versions. Obviously, for what I do, it's a good idea for me, but it might not be a good idea for you. Next is one of my favorite features of Elementor. I'm surprised they kind of bury it in here, this maintenance mode right here. Now this is really cool. So if you're building a website and you want to have a under construction or a maintenance mode type of notification up and people won't be able to see your website, well, Elementor makes it super easy to do this. So right here, you can choose whether you want it to be coming soon or maintenance, and then you can choose who can access it. So if it's logged in, that means you can access it when you actually log into your website. And then right here, you can choose a template. And so that would be in the My Library. So essentially, you could go to the library, create a new page, save it, and then it would appear in this list here. This is how you can put your website in maintenance mode so no one can see what you're doing. All they'll see is that page that you create or you select right here. And also there is some Elementor templates for a coming soon page. I really love this feature right here. It's one of my favorite things with Elementor and it's very unique. So last is the system info right here, and this is just some stats from your web hosting environment. So if you're having a problem and you reach out to Elementor for support, they might ask you for this system info, and here it is right there. So here's a version of this report that is very easy to copy and paste and send to them. So these are the back end settings for Elementor. Let's go ahead and now take a look at the Elementor interface. So what we can do, let me click on pages first. So here are some existing pages on this website. I put this together just because I thought it would be perfect for kind of getting an idea of how Elementor works. And this is a perfect website page to do that with. So here's some existing pages, but if you wanted to start fresh, you would just click on Add New. You would give your page a name and then click on Publish. And then right here, you'll be able to click on Edit with Elementor and it will take you right on into the page building experience. But what we're going to do is we're going to look at an existing page and just kind of deconstruct how it was built and start applying these concepts of containers called sections, and they have unique properties like background colors, videos, and what you can place inside of them. So I'm going to click on this page right here. And since it's already been set up with Elementor, now it says edit with Elementor. I'm going to click on this and it's going to open up the loader, and just in a second or two, it's going to take me right on in. Okay, so right here is the header, and remember the header is not built with your page builder. It's not built with Elementor. It's actually from your theme, so I can't actually edit anything in the header, but everything underneath the header, which starts right here, and everything above the footer. So when I scroll down, this is the footer. I can't edit anything in here, but I can edit from here on up. So that is the container area of the website where we can have sections and columns, and we can drag and drop these elements. Now, before I deconstruct everything here on the right, let's take a look at some of these settings and options we have available to us in the editing experience. So right here, we're looking at a list of the elements that we can drag and drop in here, and you can scroll down. Now, if you have any Elementor add-on packages, it may add additional elements. If you have Elementor Pro, it's going to add some additional elements and settings. You can always get to this part of the interface by clicking on this keypad dial looking thing right here, this box. It'll always take you back here. And to make it easy to find different widgets that you want, you can just enter it in the search box here, because you're going to find that there's certain ones that you just tend to use all the time. Now, this global tab right here, when I click on it, this is a feature that is in Elementor Pro where it allows you to save something. Say, for example, this. I can just save this and use it on other parts of the website. Let me go back to Elements. So now let's click on the hamburger icon. This is called the hamburger icon. Go ahead and click on that, and this is going to take us to the Elementor settings that we have when we're in the editing experience. So the first three options are really convenience features. So let's first click on default colors. This is going to allow you to choose default colors that are going to be used by default when you drag a module or element in here. So there's certain ones where it might have a headline and it's automatically going to pull this primary color in, or secondary, any text, it'll pull this color and your accent color. So you can actually set these to your color palette quite easily. So if I clicked right here where the blue is, I can go ahead and paste in a color code and then save it. And now what will happen is anything set to the primary color will be all linked to this color, and you can change it at a later point. This is actually very useful to come in here and set your color palette up. Here's some ones that they recommend or suggest, but you're probably just going to want to use your color palette. I'll show you what I mean with that actually right now. So let me go ahead and click on the dial pad right here, and I'm going to drag and drop a heading in, let's say right there. And what color is it using? That primary color right there. And the same thing goes for other widgets that we have here. I know, for example, the icon box, I believe, is the same thing. I'll put that underneath my heading, and you see it has that primary color. So if I go back, I'll click on the hamburger icon, click back on default colors. Now I'm clicking on my primary color and say I wanted to make that white. You see how that works? And this is your primary color. So let me just clear that out. Let me go back to the default one like that. Or here's a reset option. So you'll want to go ahead and set those and then click on the apply button right here. So now I'm going to go back by clicking on the hamburger icon, and the same applies to fonts. So when we click on here, we can set our primary headline, secondary headline, body text font, and our accent text. So on any of these, you can click on it and it will reveal the options, and you can choose your font through this long list right here, and you can choose the thickness, or better known as the weight. And you can do that for all of these four fonts, and it's the same concept. This is the heading font right here. If I changed this right here, it would change right there. This is smart because if you have everything linked to these default settings here, if you ever change your mind, you can easily go here and change a color, or you can go here and change a font. That's what's very nice about this. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to click on the hamburger icon. Now, the color picker is similar. So any element that has a color to it, you get to choose your color, and there's some default color options that are shown. And these are those default colors. So for example, here's this green. Let me click on it, and I'm going to choose, let's just change it to some kind of purple like that. Okay, so now it was green and now it is purple. Now let me show you how that's used. I'm going to click on apply, and now I'm going to click on this headline right here, and the color option for this is underneath this style option right here. So I'm going to click on that. Here's the text color, and so here's a color picker. Watch what happens when I click on it. We have the color palette, and you see that last color, there it is. It was that purple that I selected. So let me get back to that. I'm going to click on the hamburger icon, click on color panel or color picker, and there it is. So you can have your colors in here, and it's just going to make it so much more convenient when you're changing colors on your website. So when I go back, you see these are going to be your default colors, but these are going to be the colors that are available in the color picker. Now here we have just some settings specific to this page. Now here we have some settings that we already saw when we were in the back end of Elementor, but they're also available here. So right here on global settings, remember the style, the font, the spacing, the widget space, and all of that. And right here is another option that we saw for the image light box, and we can choose different colors for that. Let me go back there. And then this, and you can see it with this icon, this, when you actually click it, it will take you back into the back end of WordPress, into those Elementor settings. And of course, here is the option to exit altogether from the page building interface. Okay, so let's click on the number pad here, and we're back to our elements, and let's look at these options that we have down here. So right here we can go and see the settings that are specific to just this page. So let's go ahead and click on that, and right here is the title of the page, and right here is the template. Now there's something that Elementor has for creating landing pages. It's called the Elementor Canvas. And when you put a page in Elementor Canvas mode, it completely removes all of the theme generated elements, such as your header and footer. So you see I have the header, and down below I have the footer. If I click on Elementor Canvas, you're going to see them completely vanish, and all I'm left with is my page. And when I scroll down, you can see that footer is no longer there. So that is Elementor Canvas. It's actually fantastic for creating landing pages where you want to eliminate any distracting elements like a menu navigation. So that's where that comes in handy. And also you can have the status or access to the status of this page or post. And this one is published, but I could put it in draft mode if I want it private and I don't want it to be available publicly yet. And then we have this delete button here. I'm glad that it lights up in red, because if I was to click on this, it's going to delete all the content on this page. So it's sort of a reset button. Okay, so I'll click on the number. Okay, so I'll click on the dial pad here, get back to my elements. Next, we have the responsive mode options. This is got to be one of my favorite features with Elementor. This is obviously what it's going to look like on a desktop, but if I click right here, I can see what it will look like on a tablet, and I can start changing things. So if I wanted to make this font smaller, I can click on it and I can change it just for people that are viewing it on this device. And there's lots of controls throughout Elementor like this. So we see right here, we have this alignment option. This is mobile specific, so I can make it have a different alignment for a tablet or for a mobile device. So now let's see what the mobile preview looks like, and there it is. So there's things, remember I was talking about spacing, there's margin and padding. Margin is the space outside of your container. Padding is the space inside the container. Well, you're going to be able to tweak those based upon the device so that you can make sure you get pixel perfect website designs for all device types. Okay, I'm going to go back into my desktop view now, and let's shrink that. Next, we have our history, and this is a fabulous feature with Elementor is it retains a history of several things. So every time you click on this update button, it's going to save that as a revision. And also, when you're making changes live in a page, it's going to save each one of those, and it's going to allow you to just do a quick undo or a quick rollback from just what you changed. So let's go ahead and click on that and take a look. So we have the actions and the revisions. Remember, the revision is each time you click on the update button. Now, when I go here, you can see I have two different revisions right here. I can actually click on a different revision and it will go back to how this looked at that time. And then you can jump forward. You can also delete revisions. There's an X there to delete revisions. Let's go back to actions. So these are actions that have happened since I last saved. So I can go back on these as well. And you saw what I added was this icon box and I added this headline. But if I wanted to go back, say to when I just added the headline, I can click right here. And what happened was it got rid of the icon box. And I can go back even more. Now, what's really nice about Elementor is there are keyboard shortcuts. Just like when you're in your word processor or email program or anywhere on your computer, Elementor also has keyboard shortcuts, so you don't have to go into here each time. So I can even go back to when my editing started by clicking right here, and now I am all back to normal. Now the next icon here is the eye, and this is really just the preview button. Now there's two ways to preview it. You can click on this. It's going to get you completely out of the Elementor interface and open it in a new tab. Let me do that now. So it opened up a new tab and it's going to show me this page in preview mode, and I'm completely out of the Elementor editor. However, there's another way that you can do it, and that's with clicking right here, this little tab. When I click on it, it makes the Elementor interface disappear, and I'm in it in a preview type of mode as well. I guess the purest way of previewing it would be to click on the eye. However, and there's also a keyboard shortcut to make this show or hide as well that is available in Elementor. I hope you're seeing how amazing Elementor is and full featured this page builder is, and it's amazing that it is free. And then lastly, we have this update button here, and this is going to save all the changes that you've made. When it's green like this, that means there are changes that are available that haven't been saved. But when I click on it, you're going to see that it's not green anymore. And that's because I now have an up-to-date save, which is really just backing up on these various actions that I did in this part of the video. Okay, so I'm going to click on the dial pad again. So now let's start talking about and kind of deconstructing this page here. So when I start hovering over items like this, you're going to see everything kind of light up in different boxes. So when you see this blue right here, this means that you're at the section container level. Now, if I click right here, watch what happens. It pulls up the section settings right here. Now I'll get to these in a moment. Let's look at these other icons and what they do. This option will duplicate an entire section. This right here will give you the option of adding a section above this section. Right here, I can save a section to the Elementor library to use it over again. And then right here, I can remove a section entirely. So what I'm going to do is click on the plus right here and add a section. And there it just reveals. And I'm going to click right here where it says add new section. The first thing it asks me is what is the structure? And so this would be just one column or two column or three columns and so on and so forth. Now you can adjust the amount of space that each column is. So if you wanted to, if you started with say this kind of a layout and you wanted maybe the middle, you changed your mind, you wanted the middle column to be larger to go to this, it's really easy to manually do that, and I'll show you how. So what I'll do is actually, here, I'll just go ahead and start with a 2-column layout. And so now we have this section right here, we have a column right here, and we have a column right here. Now, before I get into making this section how we might want it, I want to show you what happens. I want to show you how to access the column settings. You know, when I'm hovering over this column, we have this little option panel right here. And when I click on that, it's now going to be in the column settings. You see how it says edit column? And we have a similar layout, style, and advanced options there. So I'm in the column settings, but if I click right here on the blue, I'm in the section settings. So columns and sections have separate settings. And we have this menu option right here. So right here, I can click on this to duplicate a column. I can click on this to add a column, and I can click on this to remove a column. Let's just see how easy that is. So if I want to duplicate a column, I click here, and now we have 3 columns. If I want to delete a column, I can just click on the X, and now I'm back to 2 columns. Let's do that one more time. There it is. Now I have 3. Now I can also resize my columns. You see that? I can just click on the edge and adjust the size. Now there's a more precise way in the column settings. I just wanted to show you the column container itself. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get rid of that. I'll click on X. Now what I want to do, before we look at the settings for sections and columns, I'm going to just drag and drop a headline in here. So I'm going to click on the dial pad. Here's my heading. I'm going to drag and drop it right there, and there it is. And so we have nothing here, and we have the heading here. So let's take a look at the settings for a section. So remember, your section and column settings are going to be very similar. I just clicked here, and now it says edit section. So first thing is our layout options, and then we'll have our style options. That's going to be the color of the background or an image or a video. And the advanced options, that's going to be where this margin and padding options are going to be, and some other options. So we have first some options here of the placement of the content. So essentially what this option means is the content's not going to be from edge to edge. That means the module. The background will be edge to edge, but the actual content won't be edge to edge. It'll stay within the same frame as your web page. Okay, next we have the columns gap. So right now, that's the gap between these 2 columns. I can get rid of it or go through any of these settings if I wanted to automatically add a gap between these columns. I can set a default height for the section. So right now, it's just this, the default is the amount of space it needs to hold its contents. But I can do a fit to screen, so that means this section will take up the height of the entire screen. Or I can go to a minimum height, and then I have this slider right here. So if I wanted it to be a minimum of this height, I can do that if I want. Actually, let's do something like that. And this has a mobile option as well. So on different devices, I can have it be a different minimum height. Then we have the content position. This is where the content will be positioned in the entire section. So right now it is set to middle, but I can go to bottom, and you can see the content went to the bottom. I could go to the top like that, or I can leave it in the middle. And that's how you would space your content. Oops, that was actually the column position. I'm sorry. The same concept flows into content position as well. Okay, and you can change your structure if you wanted to after the fact. Then we have our style options right here. And so we have our background, and this is the first thing we can choose. We can add a border. We can have a shape divider, which is really cool. And we could set some default typography options for this section. So if I wanted everything in this section to have the font to be white, I can set it here in one location. So let's go ahead and add a background. So right here, I can choose from classic. This is just going to be a color. Here is a gradient, so this is a blending of colors, and I can choose a background video. And now when you see these hover options like this, you're going to see this in various locations. This would change the settings beneath it when the mouse cursor is hovering over that area. It's a very neat feature. So let's go ahead and put a color in, and I can show you how that works. I'm going to click right here. And then here's a color picker. I can click right here, and I can just choose the color of my choice. You see that was the same color as the font. Let's pick something different. There we go. And I have a color in there. And that's simple. So I could also put an image in. So if I clicked on that, I click on Media Library. These are just some existing pictures that are on this website right here. How about this dog right here? Let's see. Click on Insert Media, and there is our image. Now, what happens with images, if you haven't made it the size you want, there's this position option. So I think I'm going to go center bottom to get the dog in there. There we go. How about center right? Actually, no. How about middle center? There we go. Now we have the dog in there. So you always have to just pay attention to the size of the images that you upload and how it may fit. Now we have other options for how an image will display in the background. We can try playing around with the size to see if we can get that looking any better. So here's the default. Here's the auto setting. It's not making a change. Here's the cover setting, and that actually makes a really big change, and it looks a lot more like the image here in the picture. I actually kind of like the way that looks. Now, a lot of times when you use an image or a video and you try to put text on top, it's a little hard to see the text. That's why you might want to put a background overlay. This would be overlaying a color or a gradient over the image. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to choose a color overlay. So I can click right here, and let me go ahead and choose a dark color. And do you see how it's starting to make it easier to read the text when I do that? And I can adjust this to adjust the transparency or how strong that color comes across. And now it's making it a lot easier to read the text. And this is pretty much the same settings you're going to get for a column. Now, it's probably not going to look good in this section I'm creating right now, but we also have these shape dividers, and you can put them on the top of a section or on the bottom of a section, and it will add a shape. So let's try to add a shape to the top. Why not? So here is a list of them, and I'll just show you one or two and you'll get the point. I've made videos on this before. There's a shape divider right there, and you have all these controls to change how it looks, and you can change the height of it. If you just wanted it to be subtle, you can do all sorts of things with this. You can flip it. You can change this color right there. There's so much controls you have over this. Typically, you see people use it on the bottom, and it looks good when the section on the bottom has a solid color. So here's mountains on the bottom like that, and you can play around with it, but you can see how this is a very powerful design tool when you come into the settings here. And last I said about the typography, this is your fonts. You can set it so you can have a setting that will be applied to all the text that might be in a particular section. So for example, heading color. So if I wanted to change all the headings colors, I can just go in here and set it for the entire section. I can click right here. And in this case, I might go with a white font, and there it is. So you can see that you can set typography options for an entire container section if that is what you'd like. And that is our style options. And you're going to have a lot of these style options, or most of them, in the column setting. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on Advanced, and this is where we have margin and padding. So margin is your space outside of the container. So if I increase it on the top, it's going to push the container down because it's space on the outside. Now, padding is space on the inside, so it will stretch the inside. Let me give you an example of this. Actually, let me get rid of the shape divider really quick. So that was down here under shape dividers. It was the bottom shape divider. I'll switch that to none, and then I will go back in here. All right, so for margin and padding, you can unclick or leave this click. This will link the same values together. So for padding, if I start increasing it like this, you notice how they all increase. Okay, that's when they're all locked together, and you can unlock it if you wanted to, just by clicking right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave the margin locked. Okay, and see what happens when I increase it. You can see what's happening. It's the space outside of your container. So when I increase it, it adds space above and below. That is margin. Padding is different. So with padding, it is the space inside. So as I increase this, it's adding space right here. And if I increase this, it's going to add space on the bottom. And that is what padding is. And you can also control left and right padding. If I wanted to increase it, actually, this would be the left padding. Watch what happens when I do this. It pushes that text inside like that. So spacing is a big part of web design, and it's important to understand how to use margin and padding. Margin is the space outside, padding is the space inside. And for these two controls, there's mobile options right here, so you can set it on a per device basis, and you're definitely going to want to do that. So let me lock this back up and then delete it out. Here's some entrance animation options, some technical options here with CSS, responsive options. This is really, really neat. So you have visibility options. So what this means is if I only wanted this container to show on a desktop, and not on a tablet or a mobile, I can just click here, and now this will only show on a desktop. I use this a lot. I'll create a section just for my desktop, and then I'll create one just for mobile devices. And so that's how you would go ahead and do that. And then this right here is just an advanced feature in Elementor Pro. It's actually a very good feature. I happen to use it a lot. Okay, and that's to add custom CSS here. It's a little on the technical side. So that is the section container, and here is the same thing. I'll just quickly jump through it. The same thing for columns. Now columns right here, you can set the column width. Remember, I was here adjusting it, and you see how that number is going up and down when I do that. You have full control over that number just by manually entering something in. Here's our same styling options right here, and here's our same spacing of margins and paddings, and it's the same options we found inside of the section. So we've covered a ton already. We've talked about sections and columns and elements, and here are our elements, and you would just literally drag and drop them in. Each element is going to have its own setting panel as well. So right here, this is the heading element, and when I click on it right here, there are options for the content that's in it, the style, and advanced. So you're already familiar with style and advanced. Now these options are going to change based upon the module that you're working with. Now there is also some stuff I wanted to show you here. When you're hovering over a module, you see that blue pencil in the top right? Well, when I hover over that, this gives me options to delete this module or widget right here. I can also duplicate it, and right here I can edit, which really just brings up the settings. So if I wanted to duplicate this, I can just click like that, and then I can just drag and drop. Actually, let me go like this. Drag and drop that right there. It was very easy to do. Now, one of the nice things about Elementor is it has something called inline editing. So what that means is for the vast majority of text, you're going to have two options of modifying the text. So right here, when I click on this, you can see right here, I can edit the text. I can go right here and edit it, and it gets added here in real time. But you also have inline editing. So I can click right here and I can start typing directly here. And when I click like that, I can highlight something and I have options. I can bold, I can underline, and I can italicize. So if I wanted to bold that out, I can go like that, and now that is bold, and you can see it changes what is here. This is known as inline editing, and it's one of the great features of Elementor. So you have two ways of doing it. So this headline has these options. I can make it a hyperlink if I wanted. I could just pop something in there. I can change the size of the text right here. I can set the alignment. So if I wanted to right align, I can do that. And you have mobile options for that. And then in the style tab, we can have unique typography options here. We can have a unique color, And if I click right here where it says topography, I have options. And another thing right here is text shadow, which is really advanced and really cool. We can actually place a shadow underneath it so it's easier to read. And just by actually clicking on that, it actually added a shadow. And there's a subtle difference between the two. You can do some really neat things with this text shadow option. What's nice is you can go in here and play around with the settings and everything. And you can, if you don't like it and you change your mind, you can just click this right here and it puts it back to default. Also with Elements, we have the style of our spacing, our margin and padding just for it, and those same options here. So some of the most commonly used elements are going to be image. So you could just drag and drop that there. And then right here, you can click on delete and then click here again and choose an image, click on insert media, and there we've put a picture in. That was very easy, and you have your alignment and all of that. Another commonly used element is going to be the text editor. This is just going to be normal paragraphs of text. You can see that right there. So for this, we have the same inline editing. We have our content box here, and we have a style tab right here, and I can change the text color to what I want. If I wanted to make it white, there's my text color, and you're already familiar with a lot of these options already. And then let's go back here. We have an option to add a video. A very common element you're going to use is to add a button. Here, let me clean this up a little bit and we'll take a look at the button. This is probably one of the most powerful modules that you have. So this is how your button starts, and you can choose different styles right here. You can change your text. I think this also has inline editing. Yeah, so I can start changing the text right there. Pop your link in. You can set your alignment. You can set a default size. So if you wanted it large, now we can adjust, what's it called? What's this called here? Is it margin or padding? It is going to be padding. So we're going to change that in a moment. You can also toss an icon in there if you wanted. So let's just throw something in. Now let's jump into style, and guess what we see here? Padding. So it's all locked right now. So if I start increasing it, it just removed all of the padding, and now there's just one little pixel of padding. So you can go here and maybe set it to 10 and then unlock it, and then maybe add some more to the right and the left of the button to make it just kind of look a little better. So let's try to make it 25-25. So there you go. I usually like my buttons to be a little wider, maybe like that. You see how it's adding some additional padding to the side? There it is. Okay, let's make these the same. And you can totally have control of the button. You can control the topography right there. Button is something where you're going to maybe want something different for the hover. So you can have control over the text in the background on the normal state and then the hover state. So for hover, I'm going to make the text white. And then I'm going to make the background something like this purple. So now watch what happens. I hover and the button changes just like that. And there's also some animations if you wanted it to do something when someone hovers. There it is. You see how that changed? So you have full control here. It's just getting comfortable with these style options. Here's our border radius. I told you I usually like to have 5. There is some there by default. So here it is. Let me go to 5. I think it might have been 5 by default. There it is. And we can also do some box shadow. This puts a little shadow underneath the element and it kind of lifts it off the page. And so that is the button. You're going to use the button a lot. There's dividers, spacers. You can have Google Maps. You're going to use image boxes, icon boxes, photo galleries, lists, counters, progress bars. I don't really use progress bars that much myself, but that's your progress bar right there. Here's the counter. I don't usually use counters that much either, but there's a counter. And you have full control over the style as soon as you start getting comfortable with it. We have tabs, toggles, there's all these options here. It's just a matter of jumping in and getting comfortable with it. Here's the testimonial. This is a fabulous element that is available to you. And so let me just go ahead and click right here, the X, and get rid of it. So you can see we just have a big section here with the headline. Right here we have a section and it has this color in the back. If I click here, this is just a heading. This right here is just the text editor. This right here is just a button. There are 3 columns in here. This is just a column with an image. And here's a column with an image. That's all that there is. And here's another section. And this time there's an image in the background and there's a headline. And here is another section. It's one big section. And then this part right here has these 3 columns in it to kind of showcase the services. But if I click right here, this right here is just the image module. And this right here is just the title. And that's all there is, image and title. And it's just repeating like that. And so that's why I wanted to show off this element, was because this page is because it's very nice and simple, and you can see easily how this is created. So anyways, this is the Elementor interface. You can just go ahead and click on update, and then you can click the hamburger icon, and then you can click on exit to dashboard. Now it's important to note that Elementor is growing and they make changes from time to time. So you might jump in there when you're watching the video and maybe a button moved or an option moved, but it's usually pretty easy to go ahead and figure it out just in the situation if that does happen to you. So now let's talk about something else, okay? Now there's Elementor, but there's also Elementor Pro. Elementor Pro is $50 for a single site license, $99 for a 3-site license, and it's $199 for an unlimited license. I have an unlimited license. I actually bought it the first day it was available for sale. And what it is an add-on package for Elementor. So it doesn't replace Elementor. It just works hand in hand with Elementor. If you're interested in checking that out, just visit wpcrafter.com/Elementor, and I'll have a link down below. But let's take a look at why you might want to consider Elementor Pro. And just for disclosure purposes, I use Elementor Pro on my website, wpcrafter.com. So you first are going to get some professional modules, some pro modules, and there's a whole list of them on the Elementor website when you visit wpcrafter.com/Elementor. But some of the highlights are this amazing forms module. So you can create beautiful forms, opt-in forms, forms with lots of questions. It's extremely powerful, and it integrates with different autoresponder services. It's pretty impressive. When you take a look at it, it's very impressive. You have this post grid module. That's actually what I was using on my homepage, where you see the list of different blog posts and pieces of content. That's the post grid. So it's a beautiful way of displaying all the blog posts that you might have on your website. Another popular module is the slider module. A slider is what you can see sometimes on various websites you go to, right on the homepage, right underneath the header, and there'll be some content, and then it will slide away and some more content will show. That's a slider. Another very popular module, and I think is one of the most powerful that they offer, is a pricing table option. And you can create some beautiful pricing tables with the Elementor Pro module. So there's obviously a lot more to Elementor Pro. There's a ton of extra modules that are extremely powerful. Now, the reason I pointed out these 4 is because these 4 are typically separate things you would have to pay maybe $50 each for. I know there's many forms plugins that are $100 or $200 a year. There's PostGrid plugins, slider plugins, pricing table plugins, and you get this all with Elementor Pro, and that's just some of what you get. Another thing that's really neat is you get to have global sections and elements. And so what this means is if you want to create a section and have it show on, say, all across your website, there's 2 ways you can do that. You can save it and manually restore it on all those pages. But the problem is, what happens if you want to change something? You'll have to manually jump to all those places where you put it and change it. Now, if you have a global section, you could have one that is applied across your website. So when you want to make a change, you just have to change it in one location. I extensively use this global section and global element feature of Elementor Pro. It's very powerful. Next, you have this spot to put in custom CSS. This is a little on the technical side. I can tell you I use this all the time, and I do have a video out on adding custom CSS to Elementor. Oh, and I actually forgot to show you this was their template system. I'm going to have to jump back in there. Actually, why don't I do that right now? Because this is actually important. Let me jump back into Elementor here. Gosh, I can't believe I forgot to show you templates. Okay, so here, when you first create a page and jump into Elementor, you're going to have this add template option. So when you click on it, it's going to show you their template library. Any of these templates that have this Pro badge on it are only available in the professional version of Elementor. So there's plenty of templates here that are available that are in the free version as well. So all you have to do is click on it and then click on insert, and it literally downloads it from the cloud and puts it right inside of your website. You can see some of these Pro templates. They're very beautifully designed. They're a perfect source for inspiration, and they also serve as a great learning tool on using Elementor. This is really neat with the shape dividers. I always like how they do that. So you can literally restore one of these templates and see how they did it, and that's a good way of learning. Now when I scroll up, there's also filtering options here, so you can mark your favorites, and you can also see what's most popular and what's trending, and you can see what's new. And I will say they are consistently adding new templates to this template library. So that is the templates. And so you get those Pro templates with Elementor Pro. And next is some features that are just about to come out, and that is Elementor being able to create the header and the footer of your website. So you wouldn't have to be limited to whatever your theme offered you. You'd be able to do it in Elementor Pro, and you'll also be able to make stylish blog posts or content layouts with it. That is a little on the technical side. As soon as they launch this, I'm going to have a ton of content out on it. It should be out in the first quarter of 2018. Now, if you did want to get Elementor Pro, you can easily add it later on at any point, but I have a training course called Elementor Essentials. It takes you much deeper in training on how to get the most out of Elementor and design beautiful websites with it. I normally sell this course for $199. However, when you visit that link, wpcrafter.com/Elementor, it's going to take you to a page on my website where I'm going to show you how, if you were interested in purchasing Elementor and you did it through the link on that page, how you can get this course for free. So instead of paying $199 for access to this training course, I'll actually enroll you for free. You can follow all the instructions that you see there at wpcrafter.com/Elementor. So that is it for this Elementor tutorial. All right, so now what we're going to do is take everything you just learned about Elementor and apply it to the template that we have already set up on the website. Now, remember when I was saying when we were choosing the web design that you could take the knowledge you're going to gain of Elementor and this amazing page building tool, and you're going to be able to apply it to anything that you want to create. And I'm just excited for what you're going to be able to create in your future. But what we have to do now is customize this site to make it look how you want. And so now everything's going to start making sense to you. So we're going to go ahead and click right here where it says Edit with Elementor, and that's going to load the Elementor interface, and we're going to be able to start changing this design to be whatever we want it to be. So right here we have this large section right here, and there's this background image. So let's just go ahead and take a look at those background settings by clicking right here. And that's going to be the style settings, and here's that image, and it's just right there. So you can easily change this to an image that you want. Now this is the image, but you notice how it looks a little on the blue side here, and that's because this image has a background overlay over it. So when we click on background overlay, here we see that blue. So I could click right here, and if you wanted to change that to a different color or a different shade, you can easily do that. And obviously with your image in the background, whatever you wanted back there, and you can easily do it just like that. And you can change the angle of this gradient. So it's a gradient going on, and you can go ahead and change the location like this, and it starts to change a little bit. And you can set that to however you want, or if you don't even want this, you can remove it as well. It's completely up to you. You can have whatever you want. And so right here is our first headline. You can just go ahead and click on that headline and just start changing text if you want, or you can change the text right here. Now, if you want to play around with the size of the font and the font itself, that's super easy. All you have to do is click on Style, and here's our typography option. You can click on the little pencil right here, and this is where we can change the size to something bigger or smaller or whatever we wanted it to be. You can change the weight of your font if you want it to be thicker. You can also have some transformation options. If you want everything in uppercase, you can do that, and it's all in uppercase. Obviously, I'm just butchering the website right now, and that's why I love with Elementor, we have this little reset icon right there, and when I click on it, it goes all back to normal. We also have some text shadow options right here. Same goes for here. It's our text editor, and we've got our bits of text right there. Oops, even though it just disappeared, I bet if I click out, it will come back. And then right here, we have some more text. Here we have two buttons side by side, and it's so easy to tweak these buttons. You can just click on it, and you can start editing the text if you want on the button right here, or you can change the text right there and then drop your link in. If you wanted this to go straight to your course page and you had the link for that, you could just paste your link in right there. You also have all these styling options here for the button. If you wanted to round those corners off, you could just change this to 5. That's how I like to have mine set. Now, if you do have a button style like that, you would want to apply it to all your buttons. So if I click on this one, I'll probably want to go to the style and go ahead and increase that to 5 as well. And you can see now when I click on this, you can see it's just a little rounded. I really like that for some reason. I tend to use that a lot. And it's the same thing. You could go ahead and set your link, or in the style, you can change the background color or the text color to whatever you want. Now, the same thing goes for all of this. Now, personally, I don't think this section right here fits really well. So what I would do is just delete the whole section. But when you click on this, just like this, it's just an image gallery showing these various logos. So, I mean, if you are a personal brand and maybe you're mentioned in various publications, you might want to put icons or images or logos to those various publications that you may be featured in, or you can just click on the X and get rid of the whole section altogether. The same goes for here. This is a section with 3 columns just like that, and we've got this blue color in the background of each of these columns. If I click right here and then go to style, you can see there's that blue color. So you can change that color to whatever color that you want. Same goes for all of this. I hope you're starting to see how really easy this is to work with. This right here is just an image. I can click on it, and actually it looks like the image is in the background of the column. So if I click right here and then go to style, yep, that's where our image is. So if you're clicking on something and you're not seeing what you expect, that might be into the column. So that's where this image happens to be right there. And then we have this, and this is just how basic and simple everything is in this template. Let's go ahead and get back out of here and then jump into some of the other pages. So let me go back to the front end of the website. We have this about page right here. This is just some simple text right here. And then we have this headline area. And then we have these different testimonials here. That's pretty basic. I don't think there's anything to show there. Right here, we do have these ebooks. You might actually just want to get rid of this entire section altogether, this menu item, if you don't have ebooks formatted like this that you want to share. But I really love the style here, how the ebooks just lifted off the page a little bit with some drop shadow right there. You might want to use this page or this design for a different purpose, the ebook one right here. And then we have courses here, which we're going to actually completely replace in a moment. And then let's take a look at the contact page right here. I see some different types of elements. Let's jump into Elementor for here and take a look at that real quick. So right here we have a 3-column layout, and so you know how to change text, and we have the text here, but we have something different here. We have these icons. Oops, and I just messed those up. Thank goodness I can go right here and I can just go back to where I started. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm clicking on it, and these are just the social icons module that we have inside of Elementor. And if I didn't say use Google Plus, I can click right here and choose something other than Google Plus if I wanted to. And you can have these icons, and then you could set the links that would take you there. So this is where you'd have a link to your Facebook page, your Twitter page, and whatever links that you may want to have. And we're using the same thing here for the icon list. So this is the first item, and we're displaying a phone number, and we have the little icon of the phone, and each one of these can have a different icon. Next, we have this contact form right here. This is actually going to be set up in the contact form plugin that we've downloaded and installed, and I'll be touching on that later in the video so that you can tweak this to be exactly how you want it to be. So, okay, let me get out of Elementor, and that's pretty much all there is to it. I hope you see how easy this is. Now that you see the logic and spending all that time going over all these aspects of Elementor, and now you're going to be able to apply it right here on this web design to make it exactly how you want. Change out sections, change out text, change out images. It's really simple if you just follow that framework I presented, where everything's broken down into sections. In those sections you have columns, and in those columns you have those various elements. So that's it for the Elementor portion of this tutorial. Next, we're going to start finally digging on into the learning management system. So let's learn everything there is to learn about Lifter LMS as fast as possible. So what is Lifter LMS? Well, first, it is a mostly free WordPress LMS plugin. LMS stands for Learning Management System. I don't know who came up with that acronym. I never liked it, but it's kind of this industry standard LMS. I think it's one of those acronyms where most people don't know what the heck it means right off the bat, but it just stands for Learning Management System. Lifter LMS is mostly free. It's actually completely free. However, if you want to accept payments and have this automation where someone pays you and they get access instantaneously, then you need to purchase one of their payment gateway extensions. They're very affordable though, and I'm going to give you some strategies towards the end of this video on what you can do if you don't have one of those payment gateways. So it essentially is going to allow you to sell and deliver online courses to students. And you can also sell bundles of courses. So this would be, maybe you have 3 closely related courses and you can sell that as a bundle. You can totally do that with Lifter LMS. And then it's also going to allow you to sell memberships with courses. So you can create different membership packages that include courses, and you can also use Lifter LMS to secure content anywhere on your website. It's actually very unique in that regard. And then you can also have quizzes and give certificates for when people complete their courses. It's pretty full featured. So let's look at some of the highlights of the various Lifter LMS features. Now, I just want you to know that Lifter LMS is pretty much going to do everything you would want or expect. So there's all like a whole laundry list of features with the learning management system. I just wanted you to know that right off the bat. So here's some of the big ones, and then I'm actually going to just jump over to the Lifter LMS website so I can hit all the points on their features page. But you're going to get content drip. This is something I hear people ask all the time. Does it allow you to drip content out? This is a simple feature where, say someone enrolls in a course, you don't want to overwhelm them with all of the lessons and sections of that course all at once. So you'll only make a certain amount available the first week of their enrollment, and then you'll release another batch and another batch. That's called content drip, and you're going to be able to do that very easily with Lifter LMS. You have this thing called progression control. That's basically you can't see this lesson until you've completed this other lesson. So you have that fine-grained control over how your students experience your course. There's a pretty neat engagements and achievements system. Engagements is reaching out, sending emails, and achievements is gamification. That's awarding badges and kind of these gamification rewards or achievement badges when people or when your students accomplish certain parts of your different courses. You get this notification system that's very good. There's fantastic reporting. I think that is probably one of their most underrated features is the reporting module right off the bat is really good, and I use it a lot myself. So just to make sure I don't miss any of these features, I'm going to jump over to the Lifter LMS website right now. Okay, here it is. Here's their features page, as a matter of fact. So yeah, I see it's good that I'm doing this. You can have multimedia lessons. This is different types of media for those lessons. So it can be video and audio, of course, text and all of that. You can have quizzes. There's a really cool course builder, and this is something that I think they're kind of like the pioneers in. I think they have the market cornered of having the very best course building experience. I like it a lot. That's one of the things that attracted me to this platform. Dripping out content, prerequisites, and that's what I called progression. You have course tracks. I guess that's a part of progression as well. You can have assignments, a quiz timer, a student dashboard. That's actually very nice to have that dashboard. Multi-instructor. Now I'm going to clarify just some stuff with multi-instructor. A course can have more than one instructor assigned to it, but Lifter LMS is not a course marketplace, so I'll explain the difference there. Lesson downloads, course import. Their import feature actually could use some improvements, and you'll actually see in this video. Instructional design, discussion areas. I'm not going to actually cover that. You can actually add a user forum if you wanted to. That would involve adding another free plugin. Course export, forms integration. That's with a paid extension right there. Graphics pack, that's a paid extension. Course reviews, that's not a paid extension. That is a part of it. People can leave reviews. Here is some of the features when you're using one of their payment gateways. And this is actually what I'm going to talk about next in the actual presentation part. But there's all of these options here. But the big ones are reoccurring payments. And this is where you might be selling a membership for a certain amount of money per month or some kind of a reoccurring payment. You can do that with their payment gateway, and you can set up payment plans. That's where maybe it's $1,000 course and you sell it for $1,000 or 3 payments of $400. So that would be a payment plan option. And unlimited pricing models means for a course or a membership, you could have the pricing models be different. I actually just gave you a perfect example of that with the 1,000 or 3 payments of $400. Subscriptions, it has a full, actually I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, that's okay. These features are kind of all blended in here. So Lifter LMS has its own checkout system. This is one of the things I really like about it, so you don't have to use a third-party checkout system like WooCommerce or something like that. You can make courses for free and offer them for free. You can have course bundles. Private coaching upsells, this is with a paid extension that they have. Coupons, this is fantastic. And there's also a voucher system. That's right here with the bulk sales. You can add an affiliate system to it if you wanted to. Native sales pages, offline sales, that's that voucher system, I believe. Okay, e-commerce dashboard, pre-selling, wow. And there's so much more down here. Okay, I'm not going to hit every single thing here. I'll actually put a link to these features. So I was just more hitting the more notable ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at how do you actually sell courses and memberships in Lifter LMS? Well, Lifter LMS is going to require a payment extension for the automation of selling a course and giving instant access. So that's why I said at the very beginning, Lifter LMS is mostly free. And the only thing that it doesn't have in the free version that you may want, and most likely are going to want, is some kind of a payment extension. And they have several of them available. We'll take a look at those in a moment. Now you can also use for their shopping cart, the Lifter LMS shopping cart, or you can use WooCommerce if you wanted. So one option, if you didn't have the financial resources to purchase one of the payment extensions for Lifter LMS, one of them is you use WooCommerce, which is free. I have a full tutorial. Just do a search for WooCommerce FastPass. I have a full WooCommerce tutorial that will show you how to use it. It's free, and you can accept payments with PayPal, and you can accept payments with Stripe. That's a credit card directly on your website. You can do all of that with WooCommerce. And then when you see the WooCommerce order, you can manually enroll the student into a course, or you can send a voucher code. Now, Lifter LMS also sells an extension to integrate with WooCommerce to add that automation aspect. But if you don't have the finances to purchase a payment extension for Lifter LMS, you can certainly sell with WooCommerce. I personally prefer the shopping cart system that comes already integrated with Lifter LMS with their PayPal extension. Another way to sell your courses is with coupons and vouchers. So you could obviously give out 100% off coupons, but what's really neat is you could send vouchers. So you could literally not use WooCommerce and just have kind of a go to PayPal and generate a payment option on PayPal, and it'll be a link, and you could put that in a button. Someone can click on it. It'll take them over to PayPal. They can make the payment. You'll get notified through PayPal, and then you can email them a voucher code to enroll in that course. Now, if you've ever taken any of the courses on my website, you're probably already familiar with the fact that I use that voucher system pretty heavily. So if I say to you, hey, if you order hosting, I'm going to give you these courses. Well, what you do is you send me a copy of the receipt, and then I send you an email with a voucher code. And the same thing goes with Elementor or something like that. A lot of times I give a paid training course away, and the way I'm doing that is with this really neat voucher system. It's one of the really unique selling points of Lifter LMS. And I do have a little bit of good news for you. Before making this video, I reached out to Lifter LMS and I said, hey, I'm going to make this video, and I want to kind of reduce any obstacles for someone getting into the automation side of automating these payments and giving access to their students. Can you give me some kind of a discount code so that I can give this code out in the video and people can save a little bit of money? And they agreed, and they gave me a coupon code that will save you 15% off. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the video description box down below. You'll see it near the table of contents. So you'll see the code, and you can just head on over there and use that code and save a little bit of money. So I'm going to head over to the Lifter LMS website right now to take a look at some of the payment gateway options that are available to us. So here I am, and here's all of their extensions, and you can just click on the category of extensions. I've gone ahead and clicked on e-commerce. So I'm going to scroll down here. So we have the PayPal extension, Stripe. Stripe is that really sweet, easy to configure payment way to accept credit cards on your website. It's really fantastic. Authorize.net, that's more of your traditional merchant account. And you can also integrate it with WooCommerce, which has a ton of different payment gateways for it. So if you're in some countries where you really have to use some kind of random payment gateway that isn't supported, isn't PayPal, isn't Stripe, isn't available through Authorize.net, you're probably going to have to go the WooCommerce route, and WooCommerce probably has that payment gateway supported. Okay, and so these are the 4 different payment extensions. Let's take a look at the pricing. So here's the PayPal one. This is just as good as any to take a look at. You can see it's $99. So that 15% off is going to bring that down to what, $85 or so. So you're really only looking at that in order to get going with Lifter LMS, that $85 expense that's been discounted from $99. So now let's look at some of the pros and cons of using Lifter LMS. So let's first look at the pros. So it has this built-in shopping cart. That is awesome. If you look at other learning management systems, and I'm not going to make a comparison in this video, but it is a good reference point. They don't have built-in shopping carts. They all require something else like WooCommerce or something along those lines. Lifter LMS is really the only learning management system that is a complete solution from the shopping cart. It's just a complete all-encompassing solution, where other learning management systems, they're more designed to integrate with some existing setup that you have, where Lifter LMS has a lot of these modules. So it's going to have this shopping cart, and I really like the shopping cart checkout experience. Next, it has a built-in membership system. Other learning management systems do not have that. That's something additional you have to buy, install, integrate, learn how to use, and have a potential problem down the road. They don't have a built-in membership system. This is what you're getting with Lifter LMS, this free learning management system. It also has built-in reporting. The reporting is really good. They've put a lot of effort into really good reporting, and they really have delivered. This is another thing that you might not get with other learning management systems. You have to pay extra for. Next, they have a really innovative course builder. I really like their course builder. They actually redid it about maybe 6 months ago and released it sometime in 2017, maybe mid 2017. They released an all new course builder, and they really nailed it. They have like the best course building experience that I have experienced. And they have this really cool voucher system. This happens to be one of my favorite features. And this is something that you're not getting in other learning management systems. There is one other very popular learning management system. Just to add a voucher system, you're looking at about $200 just to have that one feature. And so look at each of these features that I've listed here. These are things that would cost a lot of money separately with other systems. And these are definitely the strong points of Lifter LMS that I don't think people realize when they're looking at the plugin and they're just looking at the surface. They don't realize that it really does all of these things, and it's very simple to make it all work together seamlessly. So let's take a look at some of the negatives or the cons. And the first two are big ones. The first one is there's a big cost misconception that on the surface, this plugin, Lifter LMS, just looks expensive. So if you're looking around at different learning management systems and shopping around, and then you see Lifter LMS, they have a lot of different add-ons and extensions that aren't necessary at all. All that is really necessary is a payment gateway. For me, I've been using Lifter LMS for maybe 3 years now, and I would guess that I have the largest amount of students of probably any Lifter LMS installation at 7,000 students in my Lifter LMS installation. And you know what? The only extension that I use on my website is a payment gateway for PayPal, and it's only $99. So what happens is here, actually, let me just go to their website. So here I am on their website. If you click on the pricing right here, what do you see? You see this little box here that says $99 each, and you're like, oh, okay, $99. Then you see this next box that says $299, and then you're thinking, oh my, this is getting up there a little bit. And then you look right here and it says $999. And of course, there's a little discount right here. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, what am I getting myself into? This thing costs a fortune. And these prices are pretty high. Now, what this story isn't telling you is that all of these things that come in these packages here, you probably aren't really needing, or you're not needing right now. These are more for high performance coaching environments. I mean, like really tricked out stuff like that. Even me, all I'm using is a $99 add-on for the payment gateway. And so people go here and then they see the other, maybe some other learning management system that's $150, and there's not like all these different packages and options and all that. And it just seems simpler and seems less expensive. But really, with Lifter LMS, all you need is the payment gateway. So this right here is going to come with everything that they offer, every e-commerce add-on, every marketing add-on, every app integration, its own theme and other things like that. And it actually comes with this really neat thing called Office Hours. That's actually probably good for some people for sure. And in these advanced add-ons right here. Now these advanced add-ons are very cool, but they're not necessarily like deal breakers that you have to have it. So let me see if I can actually pull up some of those. I'm going to go to add-ons right here and let's see if I can pull up some of these advanced. So here's the advanced option right here. So they all come in this infinity bundle right there. So right now the two advanced ones are actually three is private areas. So you can set up, say you have a learning system where you've got courses, but you have a higher priced premium one-on-one coaching program. Well, the way you would facilitate that through your website is this private areas extension where you can engage one-on-one with people that have paid for that access to you. And this is actually probably a good idea. If you have a website, you're selling courses, to have an extra premium option there that people can take advantage of to get some direct access to you. And that's this Lifter LMS private areas. I think alone this plugin's $200 or $300. So when you start looking at that, then this infinity bundle starts to make sense. Now this private areas, this is not something that you get in other learning management systems, or if you do, you're paying an extra $200 or $300 for it. So we're trying to get an apples to apples comparison here. The social learning, this allows, it just adds more kind of a social aspect to the learning environment. I know I'm not doing it justice there. Advanced quizzes. Now this is really for having some really advanced quizzing options. So here, let's just read some of them. So you can have, let's see, you can test comprehension, create graded exams with manually graded question types, essays, short answer, and much, much more. So that's going to get you more closer to like a traditional learning environment. And just to be frank with you, the features that you're getting in the advanced quizzes, other learning management systems don't have these features. So when you're comparing the price of Lifter LMS and you're like, oh my gosh, what was it a second ago? It was like $800 and we were looking at that. And you look at the next tool from some other learning management plugin and it's $159. You're going to think Lifter LMS is just expensive. But I really believe that that's just a misconception. You only need the payment gateway. That's it. So next, and this is a big problem, and it's not just a Lifter LMS problem. This is actually a problem that you see with all of the learning management systems, and they're all ugly. Out of the box, they are ugly beasts. I tell you, they are hard to look at. I mean, these are made by talented coders and developers, but they don't have, and I'm intentionally being harsh here as maybe a wake-up call, they just have no design style. I think they would actually benefit from going out and spending a little bit of money on a designer and totally redoing their interface part of their plugins. So me being a forward thinker, I noticed that this is a huge problem, and that's why I reached out to the developers of the Astra theme and I said, hey, you guys are excellent at design and there are these plugins that look ugly out of the box. Is there something you could do to add support out of the box with Astra for the learning management system. And they said, you know what, we can do that. And that's how you get a beautiful looking Lifter LMS site right now, is with this Astra integration. And that's what we're going to be going over in a moment here in this video. Now, that's not to say before Astra you couldn't have a beautiful Lifter LMS site. You could, but it would require a lot of what's called custom CSS. And that would be just all kinds of lines of code to change the way things look. And there just really wasn't an easy way to get it beautiful out of the box. Now, lastly, a con for Lifter LMS is it's not a course marketplace. It's not a plugin where you can have other course creators come and put their, it's not a Udemy, right? Udemy, anyone can go there and put their course on there and put a price on there and have their own students, and it's separate from the other students, and, they can log in and manage it all. That's not what Lifter LMS is. It's not a course marketplace. So if that's kind of what you're wanting or expecting, I don't think Lifter LMS is going to meet your needs. Obviously, there is a feature where you can have multiple instructors for a course, but that's not a course marketplace. So that's pretty much the cons as I see it with Lifter LMS. Let's go ahead and take a look at our next steps in this video with Lifter LMS. So what we're going to do is in a moment, we're going to go through the Lifter LMS onboarding experience. That's when you install Lifter LMS. It has this really great step-by-step onboarding experience to set everything up on your website. It's super smooth and super easy to get up and running. Then we're going to go ahead and set up our first course. And then after that, we're going to create a membership. Then we're going to set up payments, and then I'm probably going to use for the payments the PayPal plugin. And then we are going to set up vouchers, which you'll be able to use as your alternative for purchasing one of the payment extensions. If you're not able to do that, you can actually sell these voucher codes outside of Lifter LMS and issue those out to people. So enough of the presentation part of this. Let's just go ahead and jump in and start putting this all together. Okay, so now we're going to finally install Lifter LMS. So this is how you do it. It's real simple. I'm going to go to plugins, and then I'm going to go to add new, and then I'm going to do a search right here for Lifter LMS. And right here is the plugin. So I'm going to go ahead and click on install now. It's just going to take a moment, and then I'm going to go ahead and activate the plugin. Okay, go ahead and click on activate. And this should take us into that onboarding experience that I just talked about in the next steps part of the presentation. Okay, so you could skip the setup, but I think you should go through it. This is good because it's essentially going to set everything up for you, which kind of makes things a little easier. It has to create like a student dashboard and a checkout page and all of that kind of stuff, and it's going to do that nice and easy for us. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Get Started Now. And we're just going to go through the steps. So here it's saying it wants to set up a course catalog. This will be the page on your website that lists all your courses, a membership catalog, a checkout page, and a student dashboard. Now you actually need all of these for a Lifter LMS website, even if you're not using them. So if you're not going to have memberships, we have to leave the page there, but we'll just put it in draft mode so it's not public on the front end of your website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Save and Continue, and it's going to go ahead and create all of that for me. Then right here, we'll set up some information for the payments, so you can choose the country that you're in right here. And since I'm in the United States, I'll leave that, and my currency is the US dollar. And one of the things I didn't mention is you could actually have an offline payment option. So if you have people that might mail in a payment or wire you a payment or something like that, you can definitely enable offline payments. Actually, I'll go ahead and enable it now. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on Save and Continue, and it's going to just move us forward. This is them saying, do you want to allow your Lifter LMS installation to share information with them? I always say no thanks, because I always kind of a private type of guy. So I would go ahead and choose no thanks right here, but you can click on allow and they'll send you a coupon. I think it might be a 10% off coupon or so. I'm not sure exactly, but I'll click on no thank you. And here is the last step, and it's basically saying, do you want a sample course installed? And you can kind of see how it is kind of all set up. And this is optional if you want to. Now, in the past, when I've made videos on Lifter LMS, I have done that. And certainly if you want to dig into Lifter LMS and learn all kinds of different things, you could certainly consider doing that. However, I'm not going to do that in this video. I'm just going to click on start from scratch right here, and it's going to take me right back into Lifter LMS, and it's going to give me this option to start creating my first course. Isn't it nice how it does that? It was just like this real simple process. There's no question of what I do next. It just took you through all of the steps. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create my first course, and I'm going to give it a title. And then right here is some information, so you can put a description for your course. And this is what you put right here is what enrolled students would see. And right here is what non-enrolled students would see. Okay, and then there's some other options here. So here's the general settings. I could set the length of the course. I usually never set that myself. You can set a course difficulty. This will just be info that will show on the front end. I never use that either. Featured video. This is if you wanted to have a video integrated in the course listing page. I never do that either. I'm going to show you something else that we're going to do there, so you wouldn't want that anyway. Here's an option to display the video on a course title. I would just leave that off. I tried that once. I didn't like how that worked. And then a featured audio. So that's our general settings. Let's look at some restrictions. So here's how you can restrict some different things with your course. So you can have an enrollment period. This would be for like maybe a bigger course that you only open up maybe 2 or 3 times a year for enrollments, kind of to have that scarcity going on. You have an option with that. I don't use that myself. Enable course period. So this is where you can set a start and an end date for the course. Here's where you would do that prerequisite. So if you wanted them to complete a prior course before they can start this course, you can turn that on right here. And then here you can set a capacity of how many students you could take in the course. I don't usually set that at all. Then on the reviews tab, we can just have reviews enabled or disabled. If it's enabled, that just means your students are going to have the ability to add a review on the course page. It's kind of a basic feature. I don't usually use it myself because you don't have full control over how those reviews are displayed. So I prefer just not to use it in the first place. But then here's how you would display or enable the displaying of those reviews. And here's an option to prevent multiple reviews. Then right here, we're going to set up a course access plan. This is how we want to sell the course. And that's pretty much all that there is. Here I can add additional instructors if I want. We don't have any students, but if we did, it would start showing here. After we set all this up, right here's an option to launch the course builder. That's the really cool interface for building out this course. And that's pretty much all there is to this. Well, actually, here's a really important thing I forgot. You're gonna want to set a featured image. You definitely need a featured image for every single course. And that's gonna make it so whenever your course is featured in a grid, it's going to look really good. I personally like to do everything in what's called the 16:9 format. So for me, that means the dimensions of my images are going to be 1280 pixels wide by 720 pixels tall. It's the 1280 by 720. That's at 16:9 format. You don't have to do that. That's just what I use for my blog images, for my video thumbnails, everything. I use 16:9 format. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to start filling this out right now. Okay, so I have it all filled out now. I named it Create an Online Course Website. You might want to have a spicier title to your course than that. Right here, I just put you are now enrolled in the course. Usually what I like to do here is I like to go here and add that same featured image. So I'm going to click on add media like this. and I just uploaded it. It's right here. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. We're going to put that in there, and actually I did that wrong. Let me go and do that again. Add media, click here. I didn't want it this smaller size. I'm going to go with the full size like that. Insert it into the post just like that. And then what I like to do here, I want to center that, and I'm probably going to want to go on bold just like that. So this is what someone's going to see when they are enrolled in the course, and this is what they're going to see when they are not enrolled in the course. Okay. Last thing I forgot to mention, you might want to disable comments. So by default, that's checked. You're going to want to uncheck that. I usually uncheck that on all lessons, all courses. I don't want comments in the lessons themselves. Okay. All right. So we have this all filled out. I'm going to go ahead and click on publish, and we can maybe go and see how this is looking so far. I wouldn't expect much at this point. We definitely have some more work ahead of us. Okay, so this is looking fine for me right now. So I'm going to go back. Actually, the color scheme would be nice if I made it match. Maybe this would look better on that other template, but that's okay. This is just for this tutorial. So, okay, now I'm going to go back, and what we're going to do now is we're going to start adding some sections and some lessons to this course. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to click right here where it says Launch Course Builder. And this has got to be one of my favorite features of Lifter LMS. It just kind of puts this interface, just sits it right on top of WordPress and takes up the entire space, so you could just focus on creating your course. So the way courses are structured is pretty simple. You have lessons and you organize your lessons into sections. It really couldn't be any more easier than that. So we have some buttons here, and the first one says section. So when I click on this, it just added a new section right there. So I can hover over it like this, and I can I can change the name of the section to whatever I want. And then right here, I can click on new lesson, and guess what? It puts it right there. And I can organize these and rearrange these super easy. So there's lesson 1, and if I clicked on new lesson, there's lesson 2 and lesson 3. So now I can go right here and I can just rearrange my lessons just like that. Isn't that nice? Now when I hover over the lesson, or right underneath the lesson, should I say, you have these little status indicators, and so these are going to let you know if certain things are going on with the particular lesson. So right here is enrolled students only, if there's prerequisites or not, there's prerequisites for the calendar, right here if there's a quiz tied to the lesson, and then right here it's letting me know there's no content. So as you start adding things like this to this particular lesson, you're going to see these be highlighted, and those are just little visual indicators. And then also when you hover over a lesson, you have these options here off to the right. So this is edit lesson, and this would be just to start putting some content in the lesson. And then right here is to add a quiz. Right here is to open the WordPress editor, view lesson, shift down. So this would be to move this down. If you wanted to move up to a section, move down to the section. Right here is to detach it from the module itself, and you can just trash the lesson entirely. So let me go ahead and add another section. Let me add 3 lessons to that. I'm going to go ahead and fill this out right now by just hovering over and changing the names of each of these to make sense. Okay, so I've gone ahead and set this all up right here. So I have this section, I named it Course Marketing, and I just threw whatever came into my mind. And oops, it looks like I didn't do this one right. Okay, so I've gone ahead and set this all up. I have these 2 sections, and I have 3 lessons in each section. And like I said, you can easily move this around. So here's Course Marketing. If I wanted that to be the second thing, I can just move it up there. And if I wanted it to be the first, I can move it there. And the same goes for these different sections. So if I wanted this to be the first section, I could just lift it up there like that, and now it becomes the first section. Just like that. If you wanted to, say you had a really big course, and sometimes you're going to probably start to have big courses, I can go ahead and click on collapse all. So if I had, say, 10 different sections, I could just easily move them around by collapsing them all or expanding them all. So So now I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then I'm going to exit the course builder, and we can go here to the front end and do a refresh and see how this is looking. So now we start to have this syllabus. Don't worry, we're going to soup this up. We're going to make this look even better than it's actually looking not bad, but I've got big plans for this. But this is how we're looking right now. So now let's take a look at the lessons for Lifter LMS, or for this course. So you can just jump right here to lessons if you wanted. So let's go ahead and do that, and you're going to see that list of lessons that I created. Now you can go into that course builder and open up lessons in a new tab in your web browser. That's typically what I will do. Or you can just come here to lessons, and you can see if you have multiple courses, you can just filter these lessons by particular courses. You can make this look however you want it to look. Let's go ahead and look at the anatomy of a lesson right now. So let's go ahead and start with the first lesson, which was course ideas. So your course has a title, and here's the content area for your course. Now, here is the different settings that Lifter LMS gives you for courses. The first option here is to embed a video, and this supports something called WordPress OEmbed. Essentially what that means is you can just put a link to the video and it should work fine. So that would include Wistia, Vimeo, YouTube. There's a whole list of different video providers. I actually don't use this. I just go ahead and I put my video embed code right here into the content. And the reason why is because this doesn't support the video player I use, which is fine. I use a video player called VooPlayer. It's just some kind of oddball video hosting platform. So instead of putting a link in here to that, I just go ahead and I put my embed code right in here. So I just put a link to a YouTube video in my clipboard, and I can just go ahead and paste it right there. And that's what that OEmbed service does, or feature of WordPress. You just put a link in, and then bam, it does everything for you. And then you can go underneath it and you can start putting some course content right here. This is all just standard WordPress content at this point. So you can go ahead and pop that in. So that's going to be video and audio. I don't use it. If you wanted to make this lesson free, you can do that. You can just toggle this right here. Here's where you would set prerequisites. I'm not going to do that. I never usually do that, but you may want to set prerequisites. Right here's where you have your drip settings. So this is very easy to enable. You can do it on a specific date. You can do it a specific time period after enrollment or after a course start date. So here are your options with dripping. And if you want to attach a quiz to this lesson, all you have to do is go ahead and turn it on right here. Now there is something interesting, and that's called the excerpt. So I can put a little bit of info right here, and on the course syllabus, it will appear underneath the lesson title. So for videos, I like to put video length and then put the length of the video there, so a student will have an idea how long these various videos are. So I'm going to go ahead and enter that now. Okay, so you can put lesson length or video length. Probably video length makes more sense. I think that's the exact terminology I tend to use. But for here, I just put lesson length, and I put 4 hours and 30 minutes because this crazy video is that long. Can you believe it? Now, the rest of these options you're pretty much not going to need. We have comments turned off on the lesson here, and right here is actually kind of neat. You can jump back into the course builder if you wanted to from any lesson, and right here you could see where this lesson fits in the course that it's in and the module that it's in, or the section that it's in. I really like how it has all that info there. So I'm going to go ahead and click on update, and then I'm going to look at the front end of the website, and then I'm going to do a quick refresh, and we can see how that's looking. So you see how here's my title, and then now it says lesson length. I like having that little spot there for that little extra bit of information, and I wanted to make sure you knew how to actually put that in there. Okay, and I bet if I clicked on it, let's see what happens when I click on it. Here is how the lesson looks right now. We're going to change all of this in a moment, but this is how it looks now. There's my nice big video, and then here's my navigation to go to the next lesson or the previous lesson. All right, so that is lessons for Lifter LMS. I like everything to be symmetrical. Here's a link to actually take me back to the course index page. I like everything to be symmetrical, so I would actually put lesson length on every single lesson, so every lesson kind of takes up this same amount of space, and it just kind of all looks perfect and even. So far we've gotten through a lot. We have created our first course, we created 2 modules, and we created 3 lessons for each module. We learned how to use the course builder, and we've learned all the settings for a course minus the payment part. That's going to be coming up. And we learned the course builder and all the various settings for lessons. We saw where you can enable drip content, prerequisites, quizzes, all of that. We've already gotten through a whole lot. Now let's take a look at what's involved in setting up a membership. So I should have backed up a little bit. When you first install and activate Lifter LMS, obviously it kicked us into that walkthrough onboarding process. But what you might not have noticed, it added 5 different menu items. I wish it didn't add 5. It's a lot, but that's all right. So here's Lifter LMS. This is going to be your main settings panel in your reporting right here. If you're importing or exporting status add-ons, here's for courses, and that's going to also contain lessons, categories, all that kind of stuff, reviews. It's all going to be organized here under courses. Then we have the same option for memberships. We're going to jump in there in a moment. We have engagements. This is going to be your communication, notifications, certificates, emails, orders. This is where you're going to see all the orders. You're going to use this area to create coupons, create vouchers, and see if people are using those coupons and those vouchers. And we're going to hit all of that. But next, we're going to go into memberships. So a membership can be a course bundle, or it can be a single course and other parts of your website that you want to protect, like maybe a dedicated downloads page, and you are creating a page here and you want to secure that with a membership. There's lots of different things you can do with memberships. The way I use it is I bundle different courses together as membership packages. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on Add Membership, and this is going to look a lot like some of the settings you've already seen. All you need to do is pop in a membership name, and then right here you're going to put the description for someone that is a member, and here's a description for someone that is not a member. Then right here is the restriction option, and this is going to be what's going to happen if someone tries to go to a page that the membership function of Lifter LMS is protecting, so they don't have access. What do you want to do when someone does that? So say you have a downloads page and someone sends that link to someone else. Well, that someone else is not a member. That someone else is not enrolled. What's going to happen when that someone else goes to that link? What are you going to do with that person? So here it is. It's the restricted access redirect. Now, if you're using a page builder on that secured page, you're pretty much going to want to use one of these redirect options. So here they are. Redirect to this membership page. So this could be the page where you're telling them, or you're making the sales pitch to buy the membership or become a member. So you might want to redirect them here. I think that really makes the most logical sense. Or redirect to a specific WordPress page, or redirect to a specific custom URL. So you might want to redirect them to the members dashboard where they can just log in. So it's up to you what you want to choose. I'm going to just go ahead and redirect to this membership page right there. And here's an option if you want to display a message when someone goes to a page that they don't have access to. You can do something like that as well. Here is auto enrollment. So this is how you're going to give someone access to courses if they are a member. So you can do this auto enrollment right here. So right here's where I'm going to add the course. So I can click right here. I only have one course and it just pops right on up. If you had more, you'd just start entering in some characters and it will filter out the list. I can just click on right there. And now what happens is when someone becomes a member in this membership, they're going to automatically be enrolled in all the courses that I may list here. So right here, we're going to set up an access plan. We're going to actually do that next. We're going to set up the payment access plan for the membership and for the course. And that's pretty much it. We might want to disable comments. Like I said, you can add multiple instructors if you wanted to do that. And that's pretty much all there is. There's no course builder because we're just creating this membership. So I'm going to go ahead and fill this out. All right, so I named it Platinum Member, just like that. I'm going to go ahead and click on Publish, and we just created a membership. Now, obviously, we need to add the options to actually pay for the course or pay for the membership. Oops, I didn't put any info there. That's okay, though. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. I'm sure it's not going to look pretty at all because we didn't add any content, but that's okay. We're going to get to that in a moment. But first, let me show you something really cool about memberships, and it's very important. I'm going to show you how to secure any page or any post and make it only viewable if someone happens to be one of these platinum members. I'm going to click on posts right here, and when we installed this Astra site, it added these 3 blog posts. So I'll just click on this one right here on the bottom. Check this out. When I scroll down, we have something right here, and this is going to be added to any page or post, this option, and it says membership access. So if I wanted to restrict this to a membership, I can click right here, and then right here I can choose the membership. So if I had multiple memberships, then I can choose which membership packages have access to this content. Guys, this is awesome stuff right here. This is something that you normally would have to pay $100 or $200 per year for a specific dedicated plugin, but you get it all in this one integrated system. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, actually I only have the one membership. I'm going to click that right there. And so now only people that are active platinum members will be able to see this content. So I'll just scroll up and click on update. So now our platinum members are auto-enrolled in the course, and they are given access to certain areas of the website that is only for them because they're members, and membership has its privileges. Okay, so now it's time to add this payment gateway and configure that for the courses and configure that for the membership. Now, like I said, if you don't have the resources to get one of these payment gateways, that's okay. I'm going to show you how to use the voucher system. So you can set up vouchers that you can sell these voucher codes. And you could also reference this WooCommerce FastPass tutorial video that I have, and that will teach you how to use WooCommerce as the shopping cart. You can sell with PayPal and Stripe with WooCommerce, and then you can just issue out or manually enroll people in various courses that they purchase until you can get one of the integrations. But I have the PayPal one, so I'm going to go to plugins. I'm going to go to add new, and I'm going to go ahead and install it. So I'll click on upload plugin, and here it is right here. I'm going to go ahead and click on install now, and then activate the PayPal plugin. So this is perfect. Now that the PayPal plugin is installed, I'm going to now walk you through the Lifter LMS settings, which are going to include this payment gateway and setting that up, and then we'll add it to our course and our membership, and we'll start looking at other areas of Lifter LMS, and then we're going to start making Lifter LMS look really good. So I'm going to go to right here, and I'm going to click on settings. So here's our main settings panel for Lifter LMS. It provides a quick snapshot right here of your enrollments, your registrations, your net sales, and lessons completed for the week. Now there's deeper reporting options. This is just a real nice way of glancing at everything. So I'm going to go ahead and go through these, and in the process, we're going to set up that PayPal payment gateway. So first, let's click on the courses option right here. First, you can choose to enable or disable the retake lessons. So when someone's going through a course, they can mark lessons as complete, and sometimes people might accidentally mark a lesson complete, and then their progress is all kind of out of whack. So you might want to check on this box to give your students that option. Next is the catalog settings. Now, for courses and for memberships, you have to have a specific page on your site that you link up as the catalog. And the catalog is if you have more than one course available, it will show those courses in a grid. So that's called your course catalog. Now, when we did this default onboarding experience with Lifter LMS, it automatically chose this courses page, but I probably don't want that. So the courses page prior was designed in Elementor. Now, if you also then go in here and then assign that Elementor design page as your course page, it starts to become a problem. Let me show you what I mean. If I click on courses, look, it's not going to look right. Here's all that Elementor content and it just doesn't look right. And then here's the Lifter LMS content. It just does not look right. So we need to work around that. We need to do the same thing for memberships. So here are your options with the courses. If you're just going to have one course, you probably don't want to send anyone on this course catalog page because there's just one course there. You're going to probably want to go and create a separate page, assign it to be the course catalog page, and then just don't ever send anyone there. And Lifter LMS requires that for it to work properly. The same thing goes for memberships. You might want to do it that way. But if you're like me, I have a whole grid of courses. But here's the thing, even when you're on my website and you see a grid of the courses I have available, I am not using what Lifter LMS designed for that. There's nothing wrong with what Lifter LMS designs for this page that's going to list out all of your courses. It's just I like to design it myself in Elementor. You can't have both. So what I do is I create a separate page that I assign as the course catalog, a separate page that I assign as the membership catalog, and I don't ever send anyone to it. And that's why when you look at my course index page on my website, it looks beautiful. And because I did it with Elementor. So I'm going to actually just go ahead and do that now. I'm going to go to pages and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create two pages. I'm going to create one that says membership. Actually, I just need to, it already created a membership one. I just really need to do it for the courses. So let me just go ahead and do that now. I'm going to call this course library. Just like that. I'm going to click on publish just like that. Now I'm going to jump back into Lifter LMS. I'm going to click on courses just like this. And that new page I created, I'm going to assign that as the course catalog. So here is courses and there it is, course library. And let me click on save changes. Now let me show you what that page looks like. So I'm going to go to pages again. I'm going to show you the course library. This is the page I just created. And I'm going to show you the My Courses. Actually, not the My Courses, the courses. This is what we had created in Elementor. So here is the courses page. It is now back to what was done with Elementor, right? And it had this Elementor design. And here is the course library page that I assigned to be for Lifter LMS. And so if I had, say, 6 courses, it would show 2 rows of 3 courses each for a total grid, and it would show the 6 courses just like this. Now, if you ever have a problem where you're changing what you've assigned as this course catalog page, sometimes a simple fix that I've noticed is if you just disable and then re-enable Lifter LMS, it'll start working. I have had problems from time to time when I am in Lifter LMS and I'm in the settings right here and I go to change this, but then it doesn't look like it goes into effect. Sometimes a simple disabling and re-enabling Lifter LMS, you don't lose anything. It'll make that setting change take effect. Okay. All right. So I wanted this retake lessons option. Right here's just the options of how many courses to actually show on this page right here. And I have it set to just the default here, 9. On the memberships, it's going to look very similar. So right here's an option to restrict the entire site to a membership. I don't want to do that. but some people might want to do that. Right here is the membership page. That was the one that the onboarding experience created for me. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave actually all of this just the way it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at the accounts option right here. So the first option is going to be which page is going to be your membership dashboard. And this was actually automatically created for us. So let me go here and kind of show you what that looks like. All right, and it was right here, my courses. Now let me go ahead and view that. And so this is what it looks like right now. Don't worry, we're going to make this whole thing look better, a lot prettier, but this is what it looks like right now. Now you might not want the page named my courses. For me, it might be, I know what I use is members dashboard. So it's up to you to name that whatever you want. You can just go here. This is what Lifter LMS created by default. So I'm going to actually go ahead and change this to members dashboard. I just like the way that sounds better. Okay, so I've entered that in, and then what you need to do is you need to copy this into your clipboard, and you need to change the permalink. That's this little slug piece right here, and you do that by clicking on edit, replacing that with this text, click on OK, and it's going to format it properly for you, and then click on update. And so now I've changed it to members dashboard. So now when I open this up, you can see right here it says members dashboard, and I have it here. I guess I need to add a link in here to the members dashboard, something I will do here in a moment. So that is the members dashboard that is right here. Now these are just the various tabs that you saw, and we don't want to mess with any of those. We're going to leave those all the way that they are. So now let's look at this user information option. Okay, so first is this default option here to disable usernames. This is actually pretty good. This means when someone wants to log into your website, they'll do it based on their email address. This is something that's actually very good to leave checked. It's going to create support headaches for you. Sometimes if you allow people to do both, just make it so they have to use their email. Here's this password strength option. I don't actually like this. I kind of find it annoying. So this makes it so when someone's creating a password for their account, they have all these requirements and restrictions of using strange characters. I think that is a usability issue. Even though it's good for security, it's just this isn't NASA or anything. This is just a course website. So there isn't some need to force or cram all this password strength down your students' throats. It's just something to get them frustrated. Here's an option to add a terms and condition page and force your students to agree to them when they sign up. Here is where we can enable or disable or require certain checkout fields. So obviously you're going to want first name, last name. I don't know why they have address as required. For me, I don't actually want to ask it at all. I don't need someone's address. So I don't make it optional. I instead make that hidden. Same thing for the phone number. I make that hidden, but you have these options here to require someone to give that to you when they sign up. Right here is to send an email, or I'm not send an email. This is to have an email confirmation field. That's actually good to eliminate people from entering typos. They have to actually enter it in twice. That's up to you though if you want that on or not. Now here are some interesting settings that I actually use on my website. So this says if I check on this box, if someone goes to visit the My Dashboard page, they don't have an account, this will give them the option to register for an account when they're on that page, and you have those same information options here. So for me, I leave that as required. I hide the address, I hide the phone number, and I like this email confirmation. And this is why I do it. It's for the voucher access. So if I gave someone access to a course via a voucher, I say go to the membership dashboard, and when you go there, you're going to be able to create an account right here, open registration. You're going to be able to create it and then enter in that voucher code, and you're going to get access to everything. So you might want to actually make this a requirement. Actually, that would actually make sense. That's probably how I have it set up. Now, lastly, we have these options. If a user is already in the system, a student, and they go to their dashboard and they want to update their account fields, this is where you give them the option to do that. So I will put for the address, I'll make that optional, and the phone number. Hey, maybe I'll let someone give me their address and phone number there, although I know I don't have any need for it, but you might in your business. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Changes, and now we've gone through the accounts. So here's where we're going to go through all of the payment stuff, and that's in the checkout settings panel. So let's go through these settings now. So the checkout page that the onboarding experience created is a page name purchase. So let me actually go to pages right here and see if we can see that page. And it looks like it's right here, and it's tagged as the Lifter LMS checkout. And that's the checkout page right there. Okay, so that is what was automatically created for you. There's an option to force SSL. If you already have an SSL certificate on your entire website, you don't need to force SSL on the checkout. And then here's an option to retry failed payments. Here are those currency options that we went through on the onboarding experience. We actually already did that, but you can go here and change them if you might have entered them in wrong. So here's the payment gateways. Now you're only going to see PayPal if you have the PayPal extension installed and activated. So when I check on this box like this, now PayPal is going to be an option, and I can create some access plans. So right here we can name it the title, and this is what your user is going to see when they check out, and this is the description that they're going to see on checkout, so you can make it say whatever you want it to say. Display orders if you're also going to use Stripe, and you might want Stripe to be the first option, or PayPal. You have those options right there. Here is if you want to enable the PayPal sandbox. This is for testing. And then right here is where you need to go and pop in your API for PayPal. Right here, the username, the password, and the signature. Now you have to have depending on the age of your PayPal account, you might have to have a business PayPal account. It's very simple and easy to get. You're going to want the API credentials once you have that account in place. But some older PayPal accounts, like maybe from before 2010, you didn't actually have this requirement of having a business PayPal account. So you can just go into the settings and grab your API, your username and your password and your signature for the API, just like that, and pop that in. Here's some information, an invoice prefix, a page style. So what happens is someone's going to click on order now or buy for the course, and it's going to go to the checkout page, and they actually complete the purchase on PayPal's website. If you're using Stripe, it'll all be on your website, but it will take them to PayPal's website, and you can have a separate page style for that checkout. That's a PayPal thing. You can learn about it by clicking on the link right there. Now, if you want to use PayPal for reoccurring payments, you have to contact PayPal and get this thing called reference transactions enabled on your account. You're going to have to contact them, and you're going to have to get them to do that. And then once that's done, you can click on this check now, and it's going to go ahead. Lifter's going to go and just verify everything's set up right, and you have reference transactions enabled. That's just something you'll have to do. Here's that manual payment gateway that we had. I can leave it enabled or disable it. I'll just leave that enabled for now. I'll go ahead and click on Save Changes, and now we've done our checkout. So in a moment, we're going to go and create the payment options for that course and that membership, and then we're going to make everything look pretty. Okay, so here is our engagements, and so this is where we're going to set our email settings. So this will be the sender name. So right here, you might want to put your name, or however you like to put your name on emails that go out. And right here is the email address you want used that goes out. Now, you get these email templates with Lifter LMS. They're great. You're going to probably want to upload a header image or like a logo or something like that. And you can also edit the footer text of those emails right here. And then here's some options with certificates. Essentially, you can use your own background image designs for certificates. You just need to set the proper width and height of those images, and you can just put those in. I'll go ahead and click on Save Changes. Actually, let me fill this out properly. Okay, I've gone ahead and filled that out properly and saved it. Now let's take a look at notifications. So these are some of the notifications that Lifter LMS uses. Now it has this notification option or feature where it'll just kind of be like an overlay on the website when someone earns something and it triggers one of these notifications, but you also have email notifications. So you have these settings all right here. So an achievement earned, this is a very common notification someone will get. So I can click right here to configure it. It takes me right here, and this is it. Basically, it's going to use the achievement badge. We haven't even talked about achievements, the title, and the content. And you can change this template and make it look different for you. Let me go back to all notifications. Let's go to a more practical one. So how about enrollment? So let's click on email and we'll look at that enrollment email. So right here, it's going to be the subject of the email is going to be their name, enrolled in, and then right here, it's going to be the title of the course. Here's the heading, and here is the content of the body. So that's going to be one of the notifications that ends up going out. Just so you know, these are notifications this is a notification that goes to you. Okay, so that is some notifications, and you have various other notifications here. I just wanted to show you that it's pretty easy to change and make work the way that you want it to work. Let's lastly take a look at integrations. And so these are, these two integrations are bbPress, that's adding a user forum to your website. I'm not going to go over that in this video. I think one day I should make a video on implementing bbPress, not just in the Lifter LMS framework, but just in general. And then right here, BuddyPress, this is more of making your website a social network. I really never recommend anyone using BuddyPress. It's just a complicated beast, and I would recommend to people not to use it. Okay, so these are our settings right here. Reporting's pretty basic. You go in there and you can see all kinds of reports and graphs and everything based on students, courses, quizzes, sales, and enrollments. It's actually very useful. You can search. There's a lot of cool things you can do there. All right, so I'm going to go back into my courses because I want to start selling this course and I need to create an access plan for it. So here we are in the course. I'm going to scroll down, and here we are, course access plans. And this is where you're going to set up the pricing for your courses. And this is actually where you would actually set up your course for free enrollment if that is something that you wanted to do as well. So what we need to do is click on Add Access Plan, and it gives us these options right here. So here's our options. Our plan title, if you wanted to add a SKU, you can. If you wanted to add text to the enrollment button, you can. Well, you need to actually. And here's some common phrases people might put in there. I usually just put enroll in this course. Here's the visibility of this pricing plan. So you can actually have this pricing plan be hidden if you wanted to. And if you wanted it side by side up with other pricing plans, you can make this one kind of stand out by making it the featured pricing plan. Right here, you can mark this free. So what this does is you still have to create a pricing plan for a free course because you might want them to enroll in that course. And this is how you would do it. So someone would see it's free, they'd click on it, and they can still check out even though it's not going to require any information. Right here's where you'll put the cost of the course, and right here is if it is a one-time payment or if it's every month, every week, every year, you can enter that right here. And you have different time intervals like this. So if I clicked on every, it reveals more options. So it can be, say, every month like this, and let's say for 12 months. So let's just say this course is $99 per month. They're going to be charged every month for 12 months, just like that. Okay, so right here we have access expiration. So you can make this course only available for life or for a specific period of time or a specific cutoff date. You have those options here. I hope you're seeing how deep these options are, because that's exactly what they are. You can do trials. This would be if you wanted it to be, say, $1 for 1 week or something like that. So, or 1 day. So maybe it's $1 for a day or a week, and then this regular pricing starts to kick in. You can also have sale prices right here, go on sale, and you can set a date for the sale right here. This is actually a feature that I should probably use more myself. Lastly, I'm going to show you a really cool feature, and then I'm going to fill a couple of these out and show you how they work. And that's right here, this plan availability. So remember, I said we made that membership, and I set it up so as a member, it can auto enroll them in a course. Well, on my website, I actually don't do it that way. What I do is I set up a special pricing plan for members, and the cost of enrollment is $0. So essentially, you could have separate pricing for members. You can give them enrollment for free where everyone else has to pay a price. That's how I do it. Or maybe you can discount your courses by 50% or something like that for your members. This is a feature that I use all of the time for my courses, is giving this members an option to enroll for free. So that's another way that you can leverage the membership function. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and set up this access plan. So essentially, you can set up multiple access plans for each course and for each membership. So you might want an example is you might want that example of the lump sum payment or the payment spread out over 12 months. So there's all these various options that you can do. So I'm going to go ahead and set up 3 of them now. Okay, so one thing you're going to want to do, and I've learned this a long time ago through trial and error, what happens is after you create or start filling out one of these access plans, you're going to want to click right here where it says Save Access Plans. You're not going to want to click right here where it says Update. You need to save the access plan first. So I created 2 access plans, a full payment and a 3 payment. So let's take a quick look at these. So with the full payment, I just named it full payment. I made it $999, 1 payment, lifetime access. And I made my button say enroll now. Okay, so that is this one. Let me show you the next one. This is where I made it a 3 payment plan. Maybe I should name that plan, whatever. Okay, enroll now for the button text. It's $3.99 every month for 3 months. So you make a little bit more if someone goes this route, but it's less of a burden in one lump sum for the person that's enrolling. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on update, and then let's take a look at what this looks like so far. Okay, so we are getting there. So here we go. We've got our full payment right here, and we've got our 3 payments. So I hope you're just noticing right out of the box where it's hard because you're not seeing Lifter LMS installed on a different theme, but if you were, it wouldn't at all be looking like this. I mean, this actually has a long way to go, but it looks great already, and we've already accomplished so much in this this video so far. So here's our syllabus, here is our pricing. Check this out. When someone clicks on, say, the 3 payment, click on enroll now, this is what the checkout's going to look like. Actually, it's going to look a little different. I'm logged in, that's why it looks this way. Maybe I'll open this up in an incognito window, but you can see it just looks beautiful. It just looks beautiful. Here's our payment options. Here is all the information on the payment, and it's just looking really good already. So let me go back right here, and let me go back to my course right here. So we've already done a lot. We've created a course, we've created sections for the course, lessons for the course. We've gone ahead and created a payment plan for that course, we've done so much. Now let's go and take a quick look at the memberships. The membership is going to be the same exact way of creating a payment plan that I just showed you for a course. You would just click on add an access plan and fill this out. It's the exact same thing. So there's nothing different there. So let's move forward and go to vouchers. So I'm going to go to orders and then vouchers. This is the way vouchers work. You click add a voucher and here you would name your voucher. So what I like to do is either if it's just for one course, I'll name it that one course. But if it's going to be a bundle of courses or a membership, I might give it a different name. So I'm going to just go ahead and give this the same name as my course. Okay, now that I have that in, I need to select the course that this voucher code is going to give someone access to. Obviously, I only have the one course, so that's what I'm going to choose. But this is where you can set up course bundles that you would issue out with a voucher code or a membership. You can do that as well. Now this tab right here is going to show you vouchers that people redeemed. We don't have that yet. So I'm going to go ahead and click on publish, and then it's going to publish that. Now we can actually generate some voucher codes. So right here, you can say how many vouchers you want to create, and then how many times can someone use that voucher code. So just for an example, I'm going to enter 10 right here, and then I'm going to enter 1. This is going to generate 10 voucher codes that can only be used one time. I'm going to click on add, and then here's my voucher codes, and it shows me how many times those voucher codes have been used. Now, this doesn't actually save until you click on update. So if you don't save it and click on update, you lose all these voucher codes. And right here, you could see voucher codes that were actually redeemed. Obviously, there aren't any redemptions just yet, but there they are. So right here, you would then export the vouchers to a CSV file, and you can start issuing those out. So this is what I was saying, how if you didn't have the resources to purchase a payment extension for Lifter LMS, you could still sell your courses. You would just need to do it through this voucher system, or you can manually enroll students in various courses. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to make things look better. I want to soup up the style of this website to show you how I kind of like to make my courses look. So first, let me go ahead and I'm going to jump into this lesson right here. And then I'm going to jump into the customizer for the theme right here. And now, because we have Lifter LMS installed on this website, we have a bunch of options that are going to be specific to Lifter LMS. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go actually to the layout, to the container, and I'm going to change the container from full width contained. I'm going to change that to content boxed like this. Okay, and then for right here, I'm going to do the same thing for my blog posts. Actually, it's already boxed. That's good. But I'm going to change it to content boxed, and I'm going to change that to content boxed. Just like that. I'm going to leave pages alone. Just like that. And okay, so that's going to be my container. Next, I want to change the sidebar option right here. And when I scroll down, I have options specific to Lifter LMS. So for my courses, I'm going to go no sidebar. And for all my Lifter stuff, I'm going to go no sidebar. And that immediately made this video a lot larger because it's now using the full width. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Now there's other options that you can do with the Astra theme, especially the paid Astra theme, but this is how I want to style it right now. So I'm going to go and I'm going to change a color. I'm going to change this color right here for the background of the body, and that's it right here. So I have my color code. It's really just going to be an off-white, and watch what happens when I add this. There it is, and you can see now we have this lesson. It's kind of framed in here, and I really like the way this ends up looking like this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and click on publish. So now it's published. I want you to see it and how it's going to look. I'm going to just quickly jump out of the customizer. And so we're getting there. So now I really like this kind of a distraction-free environment where someone can just focus on the content here. They can jump. I was debating, do learners actually need that sidebar with the course navigation, or does it just kind of overwhelm or complicate things where they could just be here and invest just in the lesson? They can always click this link right here and go back to the course index page. Here they can go to the prior lesson. Here they can go to the next lesson. But I just kind of really like the minimalistic elegance and simplicity that you see right here. Okay, I'm going to go back to the course index right here, and I'm going to make some changes to the colors here for the syllabus. Now I have a little bit of custom CSS that I have a link in the video description box. It's going to take you over to my website. You can just copy and paste this little snippet of CSS. It's going to make little tweaks that I think are going to make the website just look better. So I'm going to go ahead and click on customize, and there's an option in the customizer that says additional CSS, and we're just going to copy and paste it. Now here is that additional CSS, and I've tried to do a very good job of kind of documenting what it does. So this one's going to remove some meta items right here, and I'll try to show you what that is. Here it's going to change the way the course title looks when you're looking at the list of courses. Here it's going to modify some dashboard colors right here. Right here, it's going to hide the title on the dashboard page. These are just some of the snippets that I like. This is going to change the color and the hover color on the syllabus. So this is where you would change it to your color code right here and right here. And any of these where they're showing a color, here is the color code to change it to. And this is just that off-white color that I've been using. And then here it's going to hide some things from the members dashboard. So let me just highlight, copy this, and just paste it right here into the customizer and do a quick publish just like that. Okay, so now you're going to see what happened was the background color here changed, and now it's matching that color I put on the outside of the container. And then I made it so when you hover it, it actually makes it white. Before it was making it like a brown. And so that's just one of the tweaks that I have in the CSS right here. Where was that? Here it is, the syllabus lesson background color. So this is the color when you're not hovering. This is the cover when you are hovering. And there you have it. And this is exactly how I have it looking on my website. And then I've cleaned some other stuff up here as well. Okay, so let me get out of the customizer. And you can see right here, it's already looking a lot cleaner with this syllabus and all of that. And also, let's go ahead and add that shortcut to the members dashboard in the menu here. So I'm going to go back into the customizer like this, and you can add menu items there. And that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, so I'm going to go to menu. Here's my menu, and I'm going to click on add item. And there's the members dashboard. I'm going to click on the plus, and it added the members dashboard option right there. Let me click on add items, and there it is, members dashboard. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on publish just like that. Okay, so now I'm going to get out of the customizer. And so now let's click on members dashboard to see how that looks. It looks a lot cleaner now, and we have our icons here for all the various administrative things that you want to make available to someone. So now I'm going to show you how to manually enroll in a course or enroll someone. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go to courses. I'm going to click on my course. I'm going to scroll all the way down, And right here, I can go ahead and do a search for enrolled students. It's going to show me what they're enrolled in, their progress, and all that kind of stuff, the last lesson that they were on, and how did they even get in the course. And right here, you can actually enroll students. So I'm actually the only user so far on this website. I'm going to click there, click on enroll students. And now we have a student in this course. I'll go ahead and click on update. All right, so now when I refresh my members dashboard, since I'm now enrolled in a course, we might see something that looks a little different. And there it is. Here is a list of my courses. There is my notification congratulating me for being enrolled in this course. Now, the dashboard will only show your students the 3 of the courses they're enrolled in. They would actually need to click on my courses to see all the courses that they are enrolled in. But doesn't this look good so far? So now I can just click right here. Oops, right there, and it's going to take me right on into the course. Here it's showing me the progress that I am in on the course and all of this right here. Okay, doesn't that look good? It does look good, but there's a whole lot more that we could do with Lifter LMS, and we're going to take a look at that right now. So let's talk about Astra Pro for a moment. So Astra Pro is going to add some additional features. You already know Astra Pro. It's a $59 professional version for Astra. It's going to add these things: distraction-free learning. It's going to add the profile picture in the header, which is really cool. I'm going to have to show you that. It's also going to add that distraction-free checkout. It's going to allow you to have your My Account page in tabs. It's going to give you some course grid control. I don't actually use the course grid personally, and it's also going to give you some additional visual control. So let's go ahead and install the professional version of Astra just so we can see how it looks. And like I said, this is not a requirement, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. So I'm going to go here and click on the website. I'm going to go to plugins, add new, and I'm going to go ahead and upload this plugin by clicking upload plugins, and then I'm going to drag and drop it right here. So the Pro version of Astra, it's a plugin that works alongside with your Astra theme. So I'm going to go ahead and install this. Now, what happens is when you install Astra Pro like this, we'll just go ahead and activate it. You're really not going to see anything different or anything changed. This is what we need to do. We actually need to enable what features we want with Astra Pro. So I'm going to click on Appearance and now click on Astra, and here it is. So it says add-ons. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Now what I specifically want is this Lifter LMS add-ons. So I'm going to activate that. Oops, I double clicked it. I'm going to activate that, and there's all these other options that come with the Astra Pro, but I only want to really look at this one right now. Well, the spacing is nice too, because when we're looking at this container for our lessons in this container, the spacing module is going to make it easy to adjust this spacing right here. You could do it with some custom CSS if you wanted. And look, it already automatically enabled the distraction-free learning. You notice I'm in a course and it removed the options right here that would be distracting on a normal situation. So here is what a lesson looks like in the distraction-free learning. I just think it looks great. Here's my Mark Complete button. I have that available now because I am enrolled in the course. You couldn't see that before. And this will take you to the next or previous lesson. Also, when your student marks a lesson complete, it's going to go ahead and put them inside of the next lesson. I just like the elegance and the simplicity that you see here. This actually pulls from Gravatar. If I had my correct email in here, it would work there. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so now when I refresh, I just changed the email address on my account with this WordPress website to the email address that has a Gravatar image attached to it. and you can see there it is. Now, when your students actually click on the image, it's going to go ahead and put them into the dashboard. So let me go into the customizer to show you that you have additional options that only come with Astra Pro. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Customize. Remember, to get Astra Pro, visit wpcrafter.com/Astra. It'll take you to a page I have set up that's going to show you some bonuses that I include if you were to purchase it. Okay, so this is the members dashboard. I believe this will be under Layout, and then Lifter LMS, and then General. Okay, let's see. There we go. So for my account, I can have it display in tabs. This is what it's going to look like. See, I can have it look that way. I actually like this look better personally. I think it looks a little cleaner. So that is an option right there. Here's to enable the distraction-free checkout. I'll have to show you that in a moment. Here's where you can control the course columns and the membership columns if you're looking at the catalog pages for those. Okay, and then let's look at our course and lesson options. So this is where we can, just through checking a box, we can have something completely hidden based upon whether or not someone's a student or a visitor. I really like that. So let's go ahead and click on the course index page. So we have this right here. So I can click on this box here for a student to enable featured image. If I click on that, now I just have my one image right there, just like that. Okay. The first option you see there is to enable or disable the distraction-free learning. So by default, it's enabled, and this is what it looks like, or I can check the box, and there it is. I have it just like that. I can hide the course description. I didn't obviously enter one if you followed along in this video. I can enable the meta information. I didn't add that. The instructor detail, I didn't add that either. The progress bar, I really like the progress bar. So this is what it looks like without it. I like it with it. And here's where it's very powerful. You get to enable or disable items that are viewable to the visitor. So this is the featured image, course description, and really the syllabus. There's no reason to show your syllabus to someone that's not enrolled in your course. Okay, so these are the various options there. Now remember I said we can adjust this padding, this spacing that is in this frame. That's actually very easy. So I can go back like this. I can click on container, and then right here is the spacing for the container. So if I wanted to change that, this is the spacing in the container. I already know it's set to 40. So let me go ahead and lock all of these together, and I'm going to change it to 20. Just like that. It's hard to see in this scrunched up browser like this, or maybe I like 40, I don't know. Let's go ahead and click on publish and then see what it looks like. So here it is with the default padding there. So let's see what happens when I refresh it. Ooh, that's not good. I think I actually wanted it to be 40. Okay, so let's up this to 40. Just like this. Let's save it. Let's go into the front end. Let's do a refresh, and I think it'll look okay. So that's looking better. So you can set that to whatever you want, and you have this spacing control that you didn't actually have before. So now let's change this from viewing as myself. This is actually a really neat feature I didn't even talk about yet with Lifter LMS. When you're setting up your courses and your lessons, you can actually view it as a visitor or as a student with these options right here. I'm actually enrolled as a student, so I want to change this to view as visitor. So now it's going to show me what this looks like if I was a visitor. See how much cleaner this looks? I don't have any of that meta stuff showing and all that. I just have my big image right here. I have my two pricing plans. I have the syllabus, but you probably don't want to show this syllabus. And I've got something coming up that's going to knock your socks off on how to really make amazing pages like this for selling your courses. Okay, so let's jump back into the presentation. So I just showed you real quick, I didn't spend too much time on it, Astra Pro, how you get this distraction-free learning, the profile picture. I actually didn't show you the checkout. I should show you that real quick, but I showed you all these other options. Here, let me just do that really fast. If I click on Enroll Now, so here's the distraction-free checkout. You see how just elegant and lean it looks. It just hid the entire header, went ahead and put the logo in the middle, and this is a shopping cart to convert your visitors into students. So that's good. Okay, wanted to cover that. Now, let's talk about something really special that I have cooked up. So the one thing that I've never liked about Lifter LMS, but I've got a solution. I've never liked the course page because number one, it's really not formatted to sell a course. It's just showing information in this hierarchy type of format where you just have normal content and it doesn't look special at all. It's just not formatted for selling. I don't like it at all. I've never liked it. And, I've got a solution. You have very limited design control with it. One of the biggest gripes was always that it reveals all your course contents. I'm telling you, if you're sitting there pouring your heart and soul into creating courses and you're creating your syllabus and your lessons and all of that kind of good stuff, and then someone comes along and sees your syllabus and then they go and they try to create the same course now that they've kind of seen how you break down the course, and it's part of the secret of your course and it's going to be part of the secret of your success. Why just let someone get that information for free? So I've never liked how it reveals all of your course content. So the solution is a plugin that is free and available to you in the WordPress directory, and we're going to install and activate it. And I'm going to show you how awesome this is. It's going to allow you to use custom layouts that were built with any page builder. It's going to allow you to use that. We're going to use it with Elementor, of course, but it's going to allow you to use this custom layout with any page builder to now be able to build a beautiful looking sales page to sell your course or your membership. Now, there's only one little tricky part. We need to get the payment links. So there isn't going to be this automatic payment button, but we just need to get the link and paste it into our page builder built template. You're going to see exactly what I mean in a moment. I'm so excited about this plugin. I had to ask someone to build it for me, and they did. It was, as a matter of fact, the developers of the Astra theme. I went to them and I said, there's these big problems with courses. Can you fix it? And they said, sure, we'll fix it just for you so that you can make a video on it. And here we are today. Okay, so I'm going to jump back into the back end of the site. I'm going to go to plugins, add new, and then I'm going to do a quick search for Lifter LMS. Now, it is a new plugin. It's right here. It's called Custom Templates for Lifter LMS, and I'm going to show you how it works. Go ahead and click on Install Now, and then go ahead and click on Activate. Now, what this plugin does is very, very simple. If you go to courses, if you go to Lifter LMS, there's a new section here that says custom templates. And here we can actually create a custom template that when we're in our course setting, we can have it show that instead of showing the default page that Lifter LMS generates. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So right here, instead of showing this with this image and you don't really have a lot of control, it actually looks nice because obviously we've gone through in this video to make this look really nice and Astra's done what they've done, but still it's not really geared towards selling. Maybe like a low cost course, but nothing big. It's just not made for that. And that's okay because we're going to fix this all right now. So let's go ahead and click on Add New, and I'm going to name this the same name as the course so it'll all make sense. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on Publish right here, and it's going to go ahead and publish this new custom template. Next, go ahead and we actually have to do this right when we create our first template. You have to go down here to Settings, Permalinks, and then we just have to go ahead right here and change the permalinks to post name and click on Save Changes. That's actually something we should have done earlier in the video, but that's okay. Make sure it's on that. And now if you already have it set to post name, just go ahead here and click on Save Changes. It's going to reset the permalinks. That's kind of what I was after. Now let's go back to where we were, to the custom templates. We're going to click right here, and this is where you can now begin to build the template with any page builder. But I have Elementor, so I'm going to click on Edit with Elementor, and it's going to take me right here. And what we're going to do is I've put together a special template for this website, and we're going to import it. So you can see a download link to it in the video description box. But right now I'm going to click on Add Template. You can use any template. This is just one I put together. So I'm going to click on My Templates. There's this option right here with the arrow pointing up. I'm going to click on Import Template. Now all I need to do is just drag and drop, and it's going to go ahead and import this template right now. And there it is. It says Course Sales Page by Adam at WP Crafter. I'm going to go ahead and click on Insert, and then I'm going to click on Yes. And it's going to go ahead and put this template in there. And this is the template that I've created. So essentially, we have a big video here. So you can click on this in Elementor. Oops, that's not what I wanted. You can edit this in Elementor by clicking on the edit icon and change it to a video that you want. You can go ahead, put your title right here. You can put some course benefits, put your course price, and then we have this Enroll Now button. So remember I said we need the link to the payment page. This is how we're going to make this work. So we're going to go here. And these links are essentially the buy links for these individual plans for this course. So say I just wanted to offer the full payment. I could right click here and I can just copy the link. And then what I want to do is when I am in here, I want to make this button take me to the link I just copied. So here it is. I'm in Elementor and I just pasted my link in. There it is. So it's your domain name /purchase/question plan equals, and then it's the plan number that was automatically created. So now when someone clicks this button, it's going to take you to the same place as if someone clicked on this button. That's because we're going to replace this whole thing here in a moment. Okay, so you go ahead and probably want to change it for all of these, just like that. If you wanted to stick with this template, I'm scrolling down. Okay, let's paste that there. So now here's our template. We've got a sales video. We're showing people the benefits. We've got our price. We've got our button right here. You can have a reinforcing headline. Here's some info on you, the instructor. Here can be some student testimonials of successful students. And here we can add some frequently asked questions and our final Enroll Now. I'm going to go ahead and click on Update. And now I'm going to get out of Elementor. I'm going to click the hamburger icon and exit back to the dashboard. So now I've created a custom template that I want to show instead of the dull, boring course page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Courses and I'm going to go back into that course right here. And that plugin added this new tab here. Remember, we didn't have this before. It was just description, general, restricted, and reviews. Now we have custom template. So I can click right here. And then right here, I can choose a custom template. Well, the only one I created was that one you just saw. Now you can put membership templates there, whatever you want. And this is just a way to have full control over how your courses and memberships are sold. This is the power behind this entire tutorial, is what you're seeing here. You can look at many course platforms that are hosted in the cloud like Teachable and Coursera. They do not give you control over the sales pages. Okay, I'm going to click on Update. All right, it's updating. And now I'm going to go here. So this is what a person on your website looking at your course would see before. Now see what happens when I click on Refresh. Instead, they see this beautiful, gorgeous sales page that you have full control over every aspect of. And we scroll down and we have all this information here. We have our student reviews and we have our frequently asked questions and our final enroll button. Now this is what happens. Remember, we took the link that would take someone to the shopping cart to check out. We put it in the button. So guess what? When I click on this button, look what happens. It takes me straight here to check out. So the only kind of gotcha with using one of these custom templates is you have to have the right payment link. Now, what I could have done is if this course, because I created those multiple access plans, I could incorporate maybe a pricing table or something like that into the template to just have a more easy to understand pricing grid than what we were getting the default way. And just, tell me, this just looks beautiful. It looks absolutely beautiful. Okay, so that is wrapping up what we're going over here on this Lifter LMS FastPass. We went over everything. We made a we made a course, we made sections for the course, we made lessons, we added a pricing options for the course. We went ahead and created a membership. We looked at vouchers. We looked at all of the settings in the back end of Lifter LMS. Let's actually jump back there really quick. We looked at all of this. We just barely touched on the reporting. I'll probably have to make some follow-up videos on setting up these engagement emails. Now, Lifter LMS has really good documentation on their site, so you can go over to their website and check out some of the documentation. Right here for checking out, you'll see all your orders. You can generate coupons. A lot of this stuff is kind of self-explanatory. Creating a coupon, you can do this and create your different parameters. The only thing I think I did not cover, so we have our members dashboard. We went ahead and did that. Here's our members dashboard. The only thing is this courses tab right here. This is going to that default template that we have here. What I recommend is making if you're going to have more than one course, and when someone clicks on courses, make it in your page builder. It's going to look a lot better. And then you'll just match the links up to take you to the various course sales pages. So you could do that. Or in this case, since we only have the one course really, we can change this courses tab and just have it be a menu link that's going to take you directly to the course sales page, which is right here. You can do that as well. Now I'm viewing it as myself. If I change it to view as a visitor, it's going to go ahead and show me that beautiful sales page. So you might want to do it that way. There's so much flexibility. It really is now not a Lifter LMS thing. It's just a WordPress thing. Oh, I think lastly, what I want to do is show you what happens when someone is not logged in and clicks on the members dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and log out really quick, and this will take me to the login form, but I'm going to click on back to my blog. Now, if someone clicks on members dashboard and they're not logged in, this is what they're going to see. Here is where they can log into your website. So you don't have to do any hackery to have a custom login form or anything like that. It's all here for you. And here is what we enabled so someone can actually register. So this is how they can do it right here. And then if they have a voucher, they can fill this out, click right here, have a voucher, and paste in their voucher code and then click on register. And they're going to be automatically enrolled in whatever that voucher code would get them. So I usually send out an email with instructions to click here, fill this out, pop that code in, then they're good to go. They are in their members dashboard and they will have access to all of their courses. So that's going to wrap up this Lifter LMS FastPass. So I know we've covered so much in this video and there's just a few things left. Now, here's the good and the bad news. The bad news is I'm going to be ending this video, but the good news is I already have video tutorials on it and I'm just going to add links in the video description box down below. And so that's going to be the adding security with iThemes security. You're gonna want to do that for sure. And then the Updrafts backup, I've got a video about that as well, how to back up your your website off-site. It's going to be very easy to follow. Also connecting in the WP Mail SMTP. This is a very important plugin for deliverability of these course receipts and notifications and all that kind of stuff. You're going to want to go through that video as well. And then of course, Yoast SEO. Actually, they just released a version 7 of Yoast SEO, and I have a new tutorial on the way, but I'm going to have a link down below to the old tutorial. Hopefully the interface didn't change that much. I've got you covered with all of this stuff, and we've accomplished so much. You are going to have a website, if you've made it this far, that looks better than all of these expensive monthly fee services, because you could actually have full control and make this look exactly how you want it to look, to match your brand, your personality, to have it look exactly how you want it to look. So congratulations to you for making it to the end of the video, making it this far. I'll probably do a follow-up video to this. So if and when I do that, I'll have a link in the video description down below. But if you've enjoyed this video in any way, I just want to ask you right now to give it a thumbs up, of course, and maybe just say hi down in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear how this video has helped you to build an online course website. Also, you're going to want to subscribe to the channel. Normally, I ask people to consider subscribing, but I'm saying you really should subscribe. Why? Because I do regular AMA videos. That's Ask Me Anything videos. So if there's any kind of gap or maybe something I've left out, I want you to know that I'm available to you for that. Just go ahead and subscribe and you'll be notified when I do these live videos, and they're live. You can ask a question and I will answer it live. And also the last resource, you might want to go ahead and if you're on Facebook, join the WP Crafter Facebook group. We have a lot of conversation going on in there. It's a real quick way to ask questions, and people that are going through this same process as you are there to support each other. And I'm of course in there, and I do private Ask Me Anything videos for the Facebook group as well. So I am proud of you. I'm happy for you. Share this video. Help me out on the channel. If there's anything that I talked about in the video that had a purchase involved, you're definitely going to want to check out the links to that, because I have additional training programs. So with Elementor, I have a whole training program with Elementor that you can get for free if you were to buy Elementor. The same goes for Astra as well. So I've got you covered in every way. Congratulations for making it to the end of the video, and I will see you in the next one.